Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. Shout out to the villain arc because I guess we're just going to keep running with this for a minute because obviously folks, as expected, did not like the video that I actually put up a few hours ago. I mean, again, it's to be expected when the information is quite obvious and you can't sway the narrative and you can't move the goalpost. People tend not to show up because I guess it's not fun anymore when you start putting out the information that will shut a lot of nonsense down. So here we are again. Hey, what is up, Pink? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation, and good morning. So, the very first video or videos that you are going to see is of this woman here. And I know it's very difficult to tell, but she is biracial. And she has a bit of an issue being biracial, and there are very specific reasons why she has an issue being biracial, right? So we're going to go through, probably have some pauses in between, the video to have some conversation or to break some things down. But let's get into it.
I'm the daughter of a black woman who hated being black, and she also married a racist white man, and yes, she is my biological mother. A lot of people have asked me, how does a black woman marry a racist white man? Sometimes white men fetishize black women. Just because you are attracted to a black woman does not mean that you respect them. It's just a thing. It's not a mental thing. Sometimes white men don't know that some of the things that they're doing are inherently racist because they've pretty much only grown up in white society. So they will say things that they're used to hearing and don't recognize as macro aggressions. Some men just do not like to feel rejected by a group, and one of the ways they can feel like they are integrated or accepted by a group is by being with their women. Some men are ashamed. They do like black women, but they are ashamed because of the standards of white society, that they start to be even more aggressively racist towards their partners. Some just want mixed children. They just like the way mixed children look, and the way that you get mixed children is you bed down with a black woman. There are way more reasons than that. It is all nuanced, deep-rooted. I'm sure that you are going to let me know if I missed one. I'm the daughter of a black woman. Yes, she is my biological mother. Yes, I am biracial. No, I will not be answering any questions about that, but I am answering all of your other ones. So did all of this have an impact on how my mother and I related to each other? Yeah, it did. There's the mother-daughter dynamic, and then there's the black woman and the white presenting woman dynamic. I think this frustrated my mother a lot because it made her racial struggles a lot more obvious. She was getting a lot of negative feedback about having a lighter skinned child. She also started comparing herself to her lighter skinned child a lot. There was a power imbalance developing because people were taking my word over her word, even though it's technically she was the parent and I was the child. I was somewhat triggering because I visually represented the people that had abused her, and now she has to take care of me, right? Even though she has all of this trauma from people who look like me abusing her. So you have the racial dynamic, and it kind of trickles down to the mother-daughter dynamic. My mother wasn't connecting to me, which was made really obvious because she was very maternal with my sister. I was kind of like the ugly duckling that got kicked out of the nest. That being said, my mom didn't teach me how to be girly or anything, which led to me being very masculinized, and she kind of punted me off to my father whenever he was around, but my father is an alcoholic and he just wasn't all there either, so I was just kind of the neglected child. Now I'm watering it down because I don't want the video to be too long, so if you have any other questions, please ask them. I will hit you back with a reply. But it did really affect our relationship, so much so that we wound up becoming estranged in the end. I'm the daughter of a black woman.
Right. So let me just pause there real quick. So the thing I wanted to also highlight, which gets very much hilarious, and I've talked about this time and time again, right? You would go through her comment section and you would have folks basically say stuff like this, right? They would say that I need more proof, basically, that the woman that you're able to see is black. Another person said this is literally all you talk about, right? This woman is talking about her life experience, how it is that she grew up in the dynamics dealing with race. Another person said her mom is mixed. She is not black. Huh? I'm a little bit confused. So it's like now we're at the point in time where if somebody does identify because of who their parent is, if they identify and they was like, hey, this is the side that I decided to identify with, and this is what I'm going with, you got other people out there was like, well, you're not black enough. And I'm like, so now she's not black enough because she stated the problematic side. Again, you can't attach it to a black man. It's the mother. She specifically stated that her mother is the causation of this whole thing. Her mother hated herself. Her mother hated her skin tone. And she also somehow, some way found a white dude that was a racist that also hates black people and decided to procreate. And she's explaining that as a biracial child of both of those two halves. And people want to sit up there and question if she's black or not. And you know, the craziest part is I have the answer to that. And I'm going to showcase the answer to that and let her speak on it. But I'm going to finish up with the video that we have here.
But I'm also the daughter of a racist white man. My father always played nice with other races, cutting up, cracking jokes, enjoying the culture, immersing himself in the space, but he never actually connected with the people. Because the second we went from public to private, the people that we were just with became savages, uncultured, unkept. At times it felt like he was taking us into ethnic places just so he could get his rocks off. I mean, like, stroke his ego and maybe like find evidence to support his ideas that he actually had in private. If you ever dared to call him out on it, he would scream at the top of his lungs that he was not a racist. And I guarantee you, the very next day, he was having his black friend, his Hispanic friend, his Asian friend, his Indian friend over for dinner. It was all very performative, but to me, I always felt like the other ethnicity or race, whoever it was actually a victim who was being preyed upon, because I would see people get so invested in the story that he was selling that by the time the covert racism became overt racism, they thought it was all jokes.
Right. And she's specifically telling you how her father is racist. But oddly enough, looking at the comments underneath her videos, you know, a lot of people didn't exactly know what to say. Of course, you have black folks there. They were like, "Oh, you're not really black," and rah rah rah, and all this other type of stuff, right? I need more proof. I need more proof. But I'm a little bit confused, right? Because people always say that they want or need more proof, and they act as though that they can't just look on a person's page. So, unlike most folks, and looking at some of my comments here, right, where one person said that they don't believe that this woman is mixed. She is just an agent provocateur. Another person says she's the daughter of someone who loves BBC. You do realize that she stated her mother is the one that was with the white man. It wasn't her quote. It wasn't quote unquote a black man that was with a white woman. Yeah, like do people not pay attention? Do people just not pay attention? Like people just off the matter of fact, let me just do this real quick because we got stupidness directly in here. That's her mother in the background. That's the little baby that you see right there. That's her. Let me see if I can get the full family picture. That's them right there. That's them right there. Where do you see for the ones in the comment section that wanted to talk about black men? Where do you see a black man? Show me. Let me know. Point that out for me. Where do you see a black man? I see a Caucasian man to the left. I see quote unquote a black woman directly in the center, and then I see the biracial child directly to the right, which looks exactly like the woman that is front and center of the video, explaining her story. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. It is it's crazy. Somebody said, I don't see a black American. What do you see? You know, the craziest part about this now is that it's at the point where folks are just specifically all over the place. And I just want to make it very clear. It makes it very, very difficult to, in a sense, like want to defend folks. And this is coming from who was that? Where did you go? First of all, wait, hold on. We got Don Romero. I can't even trust you right now. I can't. I'm looking at the name. I can't even trust you. Like, yo, and you want to sit up here and try to question some stuff. I mean, this is my main thing, right, Romero? Um, for the longest time possible, even when I've been doing this content, and I've specifically even talked about issues dealing with the black community before anybody was talking about, oh, black American this, and before anybody was talking about FBA that and ADOS this and all this other type of whatnot, right? I would always tell people like, yo, I'm a black man in the United States. And because I would critique the black community and even throwing my own hat directly in there, people would sit up there and question, "Well, are you actually black? I don't think you're black. What proof do you have that you're black? What proof do you have that you're one of us?" And you would have thought that I was like maybe some type of like transparent biracial or some type of alien or whatnot or whatever. But people wanted to question because I had critiques and I was trying to point out stuff dealing with the black community. It's a little bit weird. That's a little bit weird. But as I stated before, going back to the comments that I highlighted where people wanted to say, "Oh, she's not black, she's not this, she's not that," and all this other type of stuff. I mean, well, on one end, if a black woman is with somebody, everybody's like, "Ah, no, that's a biracial," right? Cool. But on the other end, if a black man basically has a child with a woman of another race, magically, automatically, that's a black child. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, I could have sworn, like, didn't people sit up there and say that black women have like the Eve gene? They can basically create any and every race and all the other type of stuff. But if a black woman sleeps with anybody else, it's not a black child at all. If a black man sleeps with any race of woman directly out here, it's automatically a black child. It's not making sense. Shouldn't they both just be biracial then? I'm just saying that shouldn't it just both be biracial? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let the lady here basically speak on the video, and then we'll further have the conversation or whatever.
That is a black woman. Y'all speculate too much, and that's exactly all it is. It's just speculation. Okay, I understand there's a little ambiguity around what her exact ethnic breakdown is, but it's like you hear about one black woman with an identity crisis and you think that she's biracial. Fully black women can be insecure about their skin color too, you know. Either way, I guarantee you, if you are a black person who is living in America, you have European descent in you somewhere. I've honestly been way too nice and way too generous about the information that I have given you about my mother, which I've always said I didn't mind, but I want you to understand nobody owes you that information. And if you're the kind of person who feels like you have to have that, I really think you need to ask yourself why that is, because at some point it extends past curiosity. There's a point where you're not looking to understand and you're not looking for clarity to understand, you're looking for something to confirm your bias, which again, I think some people struggle to understand that there are black women out there that just don't like being black, unrelated to being biracial or mixed race. And sometimes there are just light-skinned, fully black women out there. Based off of the information that I have and the assessments that I have done, this is a fully black woman.
Right. So again, this is her perspective. This is clearly what she's stating. Obviously, everybody else out there has a difference of opinion because quote unquote people aren't 100%, people aren't full blood and all this other type of stuff. So be it. Whatever people want to, sit up there and go back and forth directly on, right? Which again to me is funny, because my main point of bringing this directly up was the main issue, and I've talked about this directly on this platform before, which is that you have those out there that hate who they are and they hate their skin complexion. And because of that, they tend to attract the exact same thing that they want to run directly away from. They attract somebody who is a part of that exact same thought process. Obviously, you got folks directly out here that's not smart enough to figure out what the main conversation is, because that's exactly what the first video or the second video that she did, or even the third video highlighted, right? Was the fact that her mother hated her skin complexion, hated who it is that she was, and this is why she decided to not be with a man that is reflective of her, but to be with somebody who is completely opposite, but also has the exact same hatred. But like I said, I guess that gets past a lot of people because I wanted to bring it up because inevitably what's going to happen is that you're going to have a lot of biracial kids like her that are going to grow up And because the white side doesn't want to claim them because they're too tan or they have whatever blood directly in them, and the black side don't really want to claim because they're like, you're not black. You don't really look like us. You're not really full blood and da da da. That now puts them in this predicament where they got to figure out who it is that they are. So then you're going to have all of these biracial kids running around, and they're going to have this type of complex where it's like, hey, nobody basically accepted me because I don't basically fit directly in. So inevitably what's going to happen, they're going to be the class in a group that's going to be going directly into, let's say, the police. They're going to be going into the medical field. They're going to be going, into nursing. They're going to be going into government. And the same way that both of these communities have decided to treat them, they're going to come together as biracials and throw all of that right back at everybody else. And people don't even realize it. And it's like a lot of people are too dumb to actually realize and understand how it is that you decide to treat somebody is going to be what's thrown back at you in the future. And slowly but surely, I've been witnessing over the last 5 or so years, at least on TikTok, that a lot of biracial kids are coming out and speaking on the fact that they've had to face an intense amount of racism inside of the home because of who it is that they are. And I kept telling people time and time again throughout the years, I'm like, yo, if you decide that you, like I said, people can date whoever it is that they want to date, that's cool, right? Kudos to you. But at the end of the day, always note that you're doing this for selfish needs and gains, because ain't none of y'all really thinking about these kids when y'all bring them up. Because as adults, it's like, hey, it's cool. You can deal with whatever it is that you have to deal with, but you're not going to understand and deal with what those kids, what those babies have to grow up and basically deal with. All the things that's going to be specifically said about them and how they're going to be specifically treated by either side of these families because of how it is selfishly that you wanted to be out here and just reproduce with one person, another person, and all this other type of stuff, because y'all don't really have, as adults, y'all don't really have the necessary tools to teach these biracial kids how to navigate the world, because you can't even navigate the world like them because you're not the same. But like I said, a lot of adults are too stupid and too thick-headed to actually understand that. So this is why a lot of y'all are going to have to suffer the consequences later on in the future. And then y'all gonna come up and sit up there and say, "Well, I tried to do the best that and all this." You didn't try to do nothing. You wanted to be with another person because of your own selfish gains and interests. You didn't think about stuff ahead of time, right? You didn't try to get some information together. You didn't try to educate yourself on the difficulties that these kids may face growing up and the things that they're going to have to hear and go through, and you know, all that stuff. Nah. And then on top of that, y'all don't even sit up there and roll through and get none of these kids therapy for the things that they have to go through and face. Y'all just let them just be and be like, you figure it out. Like I said, it's crazy. Like, it is wild. Let me see. What you said, you people just got here on this earth, haven't been here past 27 years, and now you got an opinion about somebody that's been here for years and family been here for centuries. Be for real, not even sure who the hell you're talking about. I wish people would actually put the at symbol if they feel the need to have a back and forth. Just saying. Just saying. Do, 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 do. He says, stop trying to fix the world and live your life, young man. Stop trying to figure out what black people are. You come from there. You said this is a dumb conversation. The crazy part is, if it is actually a dumb conversation, why stay within the conversation? Just wondering. Wouldn't that make you dumb for staying? Just saying. Dun, dun, dun. Somebody said there's no such thing as full-blooded FBA. Another person said, "Amen. I've been trying to say the same thing since the 1970s." Another person said, "Stop saying biracial and say it's black people, specifically black men." I'm a little bit confused directly on. I don't. I'm a little bit confused on that part. You said stop saying biracial. And you said start saying black people, but this is the thing: if she calls herself biracial, she's biracial. If other people want to call themselves black, they're black. If other people want to call themselves African American, they're African American. If other people want to say that they're FBA, they're FBA. If other people want to say that they're ADOS, they're ADOS. If other people want to say that they're indigenous or the original people or Hebrew Israelites, they are exactly what it is that they branded themselves to be. So it's a little bit confusing to me that when I acknowledge what it is that others want to be called, not what I'm trying to put directly on them, but I'm using the terms that they're using. Now somehow I got to correct myself. I'm like, that's a little bit weird because there's been a field of years that I've been doing this. That people, if I decide to say like, "Hey, I'm a black man," people are like, "Oh no, you're incorrect. You're not a black man. You're not a black man. You're Israelite. You're Hebrew. You're indigenous. You're the original man." It's like everybody's trying to correct me and give me words that I'm supposed to say because that's what they want to hear or that's what they find acceptable. And I'm like, yeah. But it's crazy how other people want to try to tell me that I'm the one that need to grow up and I need to stop trying to figure stuff out and just live life. That's wild. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. Another person said the only pure bloods left are the ones who denied the jab, race, and ancestry mean nothing anymore. Another person said, "Did you know racist people go to hell? Nobody fears hell. It's incredibly easy to go, and nobody watches near-death experiences to hell." Da, 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 da. Okay, so now we're pulling up the Bible stuff. Okay. Another person said, "Proper grammar and common sense is a thing of the past." I mean, I guess. I guess. So are Roman numerals and cursive writing. Do 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 do. What else do we got here? Uh-oh. That just made it easier to actually pack you up out of here. So that you can try again on another profile though. Gotcha. You try again on another profile. Another person said, and you're sitting here do the same thing. Hypocritical. Duh, 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 duh. Somebody said, what was it? Yeah, you need to grow up and stop trying to tell everybody else what to do like you got the ups on something and you don't. See, this is the crazy part though, right? If you actually fully just like disagree, just like I told other people, then you can clearly go out there and make some information and put some stuff directly out there. I mean, you trying to have this back and forth with me. I mean, obviously you're saying that I haven't been here long enough. Obviously, you're older, and I think you stated something about a family, right? So you're established. You've been here. You've seen the world and things of that nature, right? So you have a lot to say. So wouldn't it be a better use of your energy as an older guy to speak directly on a platform that you create in order to educate people? Wouldn't it be a waste of time at the age that you are to have a back and forth you know, in a chat during a live stream with a younger person that you consider ignorant and dumb? That seems a little bit backwards. I would think that you, as a grown individual that has been here amongst people, seen the world, and created a family, right? You know more about life than I do because you're older. I would think that your valuable time would be better used educating people on a platform instead of doing this back and forth with a young individual. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, I can actually talk to people without cursing. I can actually talk, to people in a sense without, throwing jabs back and forth. Now, unless people want to decide to be disrespectful, which clearly I've seen directly in the chat, then I'm going to start saying, sideways stuff because that's obviously how people like to conduct themselves. Just saying. Just saying. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? What is up? You said let's keep it short. White people ruined everything when they left Europe. Nobody can deny that. Let me see. You said nobody disagrees with you. I'm going to disagree with that statement, obviously, by going back and reading the comments that people have written, including yourself, but okay. And he said, but one thing we agree on is that you do not have children. That's a 50-50. The one thing that I love about the internet is that I can watch people make theories about a variety of things. Like I said, you feel that I'm very young. I'm probably under the age of 27. Fine, no problem. You say that I haven't been here long enough on this planet. Fine, no problem. You stated before that you feel that I'm unintelligent in some types of ways, using being stupid or whatever words that you wanted to use. Fine, okay. And then you said that I have no children. Okay. I love the fact that online everybody can just come up with a theory, right? They have no concrete evidence on the person that they're talking about, meaning me, but they just have this theory that is concrete to them because they have nothing else to go off of. Like I said before, I know that you're brand new. You ain't been here. The same exact way that you said I haven't been here long enough. I know you haven't been on this channel long enough. You just got here. So this is why you're talking this sideways, as you're clearly talking at this moment in time, and you don't really have anything to go off of but this 26 minutes that I've actually been talking. Yeah. That's beautiful. I love it. That's very awesome work. Like I said, I love to see folks who state that they're more mature than me and how it is that they tend to speak to other people when they have a disagreement or when it is that they don't like what it is that somebody else is saying. That's crazy. And you stated that you are the older gentleman, when it deals with both being you having this back and forth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's crazy work though. Yo, Angel, what is up? Good morning, good morning, good morning. You said you're just picking stuff up off the ground. I don't even know what that means. Like I said, I haven't been here long enough, so maybe that's like an old school terminology from like the 80s or the 70s. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you mean that you're picking up stuff at home, if you're picking up stuff doing yard work, if you're picking up stuff at work or whatever it is. Like I said, you gotta explain that to me. Remember, I haven't been here long enough. So I don't know a lot of these terminologies and these terms that you folks tend to use nowadays. Yo, Cave, what is up? You said I ain't got no kids and I'm cool with that. Yeah, I mean it'd be like that. Like I said, the craziest part is this though. I can safely say within myself that it's like I said, it's I'll put it to you like this without even putting too much information. With realizing how it is to be an adult and understanding how difficult life is, you would have to ask yourself at this current moment in time and juncture, why would you decide to procreate with another person and bring life into this world if life is already hard enough as it is for you being an adult? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I've seen a lot of men out here be so prideful that they've created kids. And then that's it. They don't have college funds for all, 4 to 5 or 6 kids that they got. They don't have trust funds directly for them. They don't have homes directly lined up for them. Right? Those kids ain't, for all intents and purposes, living an easier life or on an easy street better than the parents. And those kids are going to have to go through the same exact difficulties as what the parents basically came directly from. And I'm like, for the life of me, I'm like, as a young person going by, what the gentleman, the fine gentleman in the comment section said about me, being the young gentleman that I am, I would have to figure out why would I want to bring kids directly into this very difficult world and then just have some type of pride directly over that, like I really accomplished something. And it's like they don't have a safety net. I can't guarantee the longevity of their life. I can't guarantee their health. Right? We're in the midst of a potential war at this moment in time. Starting, I think, somewhere in April, they're about to, doing a half and half with gas that's going to tear up a lot of people's engines. Right? We might be at the moment in time where they might decide, hey, we're going to go back to the 1970s and enact a draft at a given moment. If enough people don't want to, I guess, re-enlist or however that, whole thing works with the military. And like I said, we've seen this quite a few times dealing with war and young kids getting their lives sacrificed. I'm like, this ain't really the time to be prideful and trying to reproduce with one woman or even multiple women. It's just not the time. It's, you know, it's inconsiderate. It's irresponsible. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just feel that a lot of adults should be more calculated in when it is that they decide that they want to have kids, and they should be way more prepared. Because if it came to a point of me having biological kids, I don't want to be at a point in time in my life where my child comes to me and asks me, like, "Yo, dad, can I get this?" And I have to sit up there and tell them, like, "No, you got to wait. You got to wait on this next check. Oh no, we got some more important stuff to do with that. We got to put money." No, no. If he comes to me, asks, and like, let's say the grades and everything, it's like, yeah, you can sit up there and get that. I should automatically be able to produce what it is that my child is asking for. It shouldn't be no waiting. You understand what I'm saying? There shouldn't be no layaway. It shouldn't be, oh, this is down the road 6 months or a year down the road. Like, it shouldn't be that. Like, that's crazy. Let's see here. Yo, Rabbit, what you say? You said SEIJIHITO doesn't come. I'm already not sure if I want to adopt a new pet, let alone bring a child into this world. Yeah, yeah. Cave said, I'm blessed at micro. Mr. Knott, what is up? You said have kids and teach them to apply for EBT. It's crazy work. So Don said, you bring the man with God. God is the safety in that young man. You will learn that before you leave here. You said that we've been through all that, man. That's just frightening to you. That stuff don't scare us. Next, let me just keep going. You said, what is it that you don't have children and you in a conversation talking about people's children, American children, young men? Uh because this is a conversation that the young woman here, who is a product of a biracial relationship, she put this information out here for conversation's sake. So as a content creator, as somebody who observes this on an everyday, I am going to take part in the conversation that she allowed other people to take part of. I'm not sure. Do people understand how the internet works? I mean, I remember that. What was it that people got it? What back in what, like 90, what, 3, 4, 5? It was somewhere back on Good Morning America. You had one of the people there sitting on the couch talking about, what is the at symbol? And what about the www, right? Back in those days, right? The AOL, you got mail, right? All of that good stuff. Back in the days of Blockbuster and all of that stuff, right? So, you know, again, I'm just trying to figure out, maybe people forgot. Maybe people forgot how the internet basically works. Maybe people are trying to catch up. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me see. What is it? He said none of those things were ever guaranteed. Romero said maybe you should get out of your own backside. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the craziest part. Now, I can at least say, at least during this part of the conversation, as I've stated before, and he's supposed to be an older male, correct? I expected older guys to actually conduct themselves better when it deals with talking, right? Now, I understand if you want to, curse and all this other type of stuff, if somebody's being immensely disrespectful to you, I get that part. But that's not even as part of the conversation. I've actually been pretty cordial, I might add, right? And I've been, explaining my point of view. I want to say with a type of clarity, right, when it deals with this conversation. But obviously, that's not how it's been working. That is not how it's been working. You know, you also said, and as I said before, we should be in a conversation about your mother and your father. So I'm a little bit confused. We would actually have a conversation about that if you were there, probably like what, several live streams. I've had those conversations. So what would be the use of having or rehashing those conversations again? What, because you're here? Because you're brand new? Because you're trying to figure out some stuff? Because you lack the information and you've just been assuming this whole time? Correct? Now, again, I didn't assume anything about you. In a sense, I went off of your comments because you said obviously that you're an older man. Because in comparison, you were like, "Hey, you must be 27, barely been here. You ain't seen or done nothing in this world, and rah rah rah, and you don't have kids, and da 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 da." So I'm assuming in the reverse, right? If I don't have kids and I'm young, then it means that obviously you're an older male. You've been here, you know things, and then on top of that, you've created kids. I would think that that would be a fair assumption, going by the information that you decided to put out. Just saying. Somebody said, you go on YouTube and now everyone's a content creator. Y'all are stupid. You know, the craziest part that I love about comments like this is that I've explained even to a lot of haters and things of that nature how you could just become a content creator. Because I understand for a part that a lot of people have a type of jealousy and or hatred, because a lot of people, 9 times out of 10, a lot of adults actually hate their jobs and they would rather do something else, maybe even possibly sort of kind of just hear me out, work for themselves and also work from home. And what I've decided to sit up there and do in most cases is that I would educate people and actually give them the tools necessary for them to start up their own content creation, even to the haters, even to the most disrespectful people that pull up in my comment section. I would educate them. I would point them to the correct avenues. I would tell them certain, points of information. And then I would even try to explain to them how to find value within themselves that they can deliver, which they can take that and market and then create content. That's the craziest. That's the craziest thing directly about it. But it be like that. Nothing against folks who believe in Jesus and want to preach the Bible, but we're not doing that spamming here. I'm just saying that if you don't really hear me being preachy about religion and all the other type of stuff, I respectfully I expect you not to do that here. That's all I'm saying. So if you happen to leave comments like that, I will sit up there and get you up out of here. Like I said, respectfully. Respectfully. Just saying. Just saying. You said nomad because you keep, is that even English? You said nomad because you keep talking about what a kid should have and you talk about what you did. That doesn't even make sense. You're not even making sense. Now it's seeming like everything is chat GPT right now. Yo, D Love, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said nobody here is hating on you. Nobody here is jealous of you. We just want you to open your mind. Do you not see the comment that I just highlighted? It's like it's crazy how people just keep talking and I'm responding directly to the comment section. Like that's the craziest part. I'm actually being cordial enough to respond to some of the most ignorant comments that I just so happen to get. And instead of just ignoring and overlooking, I'm just, actually having a conversation directly with folks. And then you're telling me that nobody's this and nobody's that. But I literally just highlighted a comment where somebody said that you go to YouTube and now everyone's a content creator. Y'all are ASF. And then this is when I went to my explanation. But again, like I said before, people just like to talk and not pay attention. Microbe Joe, what is up? You said to the host, you have the qualities and the persona that makes a good father. Money isn't everything. Most rich dads are absent. Yeah. The craziest part directly about this situation, and I've spoken about this before, since people want to sit up there and say, all this other type of stuff. The most interesting part is normally, even let's say being 19, 18, 19, 20, 21, I would tend to attract women during that time who have kids. Or there would be, different times where let's say I was taking a bus or whatnot or whatever, and I would always see kids and they would always smile. They would always be happy. They would always be waving. And for me, I just never understood it. Like I said, I don't have a problem with kids. I love kids. Kids are awesome. I've always felt that kids are, the reason that adults can be stupid. The reason why adults can do the most egregious things directly out here, because we will always have replacements, right? Or to technically to put it to another extent, those kids are going to be the replacements. I mean, I think I did say that, but it was another word that I was going to use, directly, for that. Um, but yeah, I've always loved kids. Kids are awesome. They're the reason that we are able to exist and do the things that we are able to do as adults. Because if kids did not exist, then everybody who is an adult right now would be living their lives vastly differently. People would be moving with the utmost security. People would be moving, you know, just not as fast, right? People wouldn't be like, you only live once and live, take life by the horns and all this other type of stuff. Nobody as an adult would be doing that because there's no replacements, there's no backup. Like once you get old, that is it. Right. But because we have kids here, you got a lot of adults, they can just still decide to do whatever it is that they want to do because somebody younger than them is going to be there to take care of them when they end up in a home, when they sit up there and break a hip, when they sit up there and inevitably, going by statistics, get prostate cancer. Or better yet, when a lot of men out here may not have dependents, when a lot of single men who are older end up being in homes because they don't have a family to look after or take care of them. But yet, again, somebody younger is going to be there in the medical field to take care of them, to wipe them, to clean them, to give them a sponge bath because they can no longer do it. Like I said, it's crazy. But shout out to Microbe Joe. Shout out to you. Elite. Well, I'm gonna say Tracks because I don't want to butcher your name. Tracks 80. What is up? I'm gonna take it. That is from the 80s in a sense, right? You said not fully a black woman. A fully black woman would end up creating a person that looks Ethiopian. Let's be real. Now, again, if we're talking about we got differences here. We have Black American and then you have African. We have differences. We got differences. I'm just putting that directly out there. Just saying. So Don said, yeah, but usually people that don't have children are kind of godless, don't you think? I'm a little bit confused. How how is that possible? Like, the craziest part is I've covered more stories of people who have kids and they do the most horrendous detrimental things to kids. They put their kids directly into slavery. They sell their kids directly to for drugs. They abuse and do a variety of things. And these are people that can produce and actually have kids. I haven't really covered a lot of stories of those who don't have kids and they decide to do the most abhorrent things. 9 times out of 10 is people who have kids that are doing a lot of these horrendous things to kids out here. So who's really godless? I'm a little bit confused on that. And like I said, you're talking to somebody who's covered a variety of stories for over what 6, 7, 8 years. Because, like I said before, you just got here. This is your first time at this platform, knowing any of the stories that I've talked about. Because again, you ain't been here. Traveler said, trying to give a child anything that they want is irresponsible and disingenuous. If you want your child to be successfully mature throughout the stages of Erickson. You do realize I sat up there and said if the child's grades are good. I did. Do people not listen? Like there was clearly a boundary there. It's not like you're getting any and everything that you want, right? I'm saying there are still stipulations to you basically still getting stuff, which is good grades. You're getting, A's and B's, like you're good, you're golden. Hey, you can sit up there and have this PS9, right? You can have an Xbox, Infinity or whatnot. Like you're good, like you're solid because you're doing the things that I expect directly out of you. You're doing the things that I want you to do. You're doing the things that are required in order to obtain what it is that you're specifically asking for. So I'm a little bit confused on how we got to this point of sitting up here saying like, oh, you're just giving kids whatever it is that they want. No, I've never gotten what it is that I want. There were stipulations. Like what? Do people just not listen anymore? Like, do people just not listen anymore? I'm highly confused. I'm highly confused. The main thing that I stated is that if I were to have kids, I don't want to be at a point where everything is always on layaway, which means that the child always has to wait. There's always some type of excuse. There's always something that has to get pushed back 5, 10, 15 years, or they'll never just see it. I don't want to be at the point of always, as an adult, as a parent, giving a child a promise that they'll never see. Like, no, there's too many parents out here that do that. Like, what? And I'm like, for whatever reason, it's hard for people to comprehend, which is weird to me. Duh. What is this? No comments, no more ignorant than your comments, sir. And you said so now comments are hateful. Is that what you are saying? Lord have mercy. People don't pay attention. Yo, Bushido, what is up? You said good morning, chat. And what up, brother Seji? I see people waking up saying foolish things before coffee first. Yeah, and I didn't even have my coffee first. I have not had coffee in a minute. And you just keep saying that you're afraid to have them. Like, do people not listen? Do not like the craziest part is this. If you have adults out here that say that they would rather be secure, financially secure before having kids, y'all will sit up there and make it seem like they're just automatically against God. If people have a specific boundary on when it is that they want to have kids, y'all want to say that they're the next coming of the Antichrist, which is weird to me, which doesn't make any type of sense. Like, y'all are highly judgmental directly on that. And I'm guessing because you guys went out there and just created kids on a whim, on a just a whatever. And I'm like, everybody ain't like that. Like I said, however it is that a lot of people, grow up, then people are going to come to that determination on the correct, I guess you could say, age or financial stability on when it is that they want to specifically have kids. It's crazy to me that either you have to be godless or you got to be fearful. It's wild. It's crazy. Michael Joe said, guys like you help make the kids we need for a bright future. I try to live that way also. Like I said before, in my mind, I go by things being responsible. I've seen too many irresponsible men directly out here producing kids and not really being able to produce directly for them, failing their kids 9 times out of 10. You got fathers, or I'm sorry, you got men who are physically present directly in the household with their kids, but they're not actually mentally there. Like, the body of the man is there, but they're not actually there. Like, you got fathers, like I remember my one friend Alex going to school, great kid, awesome. And he was sitting up there telling me how abusive his dad was, that his dad was a drinker and things of that nature. His dad was abusive towards him. And that was back when I was in elementary school. And I was like, yo, and so I didn't even know how to comprehend that. I'm like, I didn't understand it. I'm like, why? In my mind, I'm like, why would your dad, be like that? I'm like, you're his son. I'm like, it doesn't, make sense. Like I said, there's a variety of things going on directly about here. And it's crazy when folks are stating that they would want to be responsible and they want to make responsible choices and the correct choices and how to move in life, to hopefully be the good parent that a child deserves. And people want to sit up there and judge that as if it's the wrong thing. That's wild to me. That's all I'm saying. Like, it's just, that's just wild to me. That's just wild to me. Nightfall said, yeah, I seen this chick on a lot of videos. Yeah, she got a whole page. She got a whole page directly on TikTok. Let me see how many views she actually got. Yeah, she doing pretty good. She got 50K followers and 2.4 million likes. Doing fairly well for herself. Fairly well. Nightfall said that people have kids and keep them away from the other parent, whether it destroys the kid or not. Yeah, like I said, I've covered a lot of stories here dealing with kids and how it is that adults who, fell out of love or out of the relationship and whatnot, how those kids are used as pawns. But like I said, I can bring up those stories. I can bring up the proof. I can bring up the news stories. I can bring up the court reports or whatever it is. And people will magically still be saying, other type of stuff. Like, it don't make sense. You said that The host, did you or did you not state that when your child wants something, you don't want to tell them to wait? I also stated that there were stipulations within me stating that I don't want them to wait. I literally stated that. This is like my third time. And it's like people are just caught like, but did you not just say this one thing? I was right. I was right. But it's like you're not paying attention. You're fighting so hard to be right that you're missing the one main part that I stated before. It's like, Lord have mercy. Yo, Shan, what is up? What is up, Tippy? Good morning. Good morning. You said what makes you godly if you have children? Hey, Sham, your guess is as good as mine. Like I said, I'm a godless person because I don't have kids. I guess. Like I said, and this is why I sat up there and told people, like, when it deals with like those of like the church or who are Christians or whatnot or whatever, right? Um, those are some of the most judgmental folks when it deals with like religion. They'll be the main ones to sit up there and condemn you because of whatever thing. But like, oh, you're going to hell. I'm like, wow. So I was like, that was quick. I'm like, last time I checked, I could have sworn that hell was on earth. I could have sworn last time I checked, Satan supposedly got banished here. And him and the angels that fell or whatnot, whatever that decided to follow him, I could have sworn that they were imprisoned here. I could have sworn that's what happened, but it's whatever. It's what I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Sham said, when did it become a sin to not have children? Hey, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, hey. What? You said the problem is the world don't work the way that you wanted it to. What are you talking about? You said, no, sir. Your comments are just so absolute, and that's what we're trying to warn you against. Look here. Look here. If I basically state that I want things to be a certain type of way in order to have kids, it is how it is. It shouldn't be a problem with that. It shouldn't be an issue. I mean, if you are the one, the left or the right hand of God, and you could just sit up there and condemn me to basically say I'm going to hell and I'm godless, then so be it. It'd be like that then. I'll be seeing a lot of people there with me then who are supposed to be the most faithful going directly through church, knowing the word and everything, but they're still committing adultery and doing this and doing that and thievery and gluttony and right? But it's whatever. It's whatever it is. Let me see. You said the reality is that if you have a child, you have it with some woman, and that woman have her own ideas about how is that supposed to be child should be raised, and then you're in trouble. What? I'm a little. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what you're even writing there. D Love says, Cedric, you're doing good because sometimes I don't even speak to people till I have my coffee. Yeah, I haven't had coffee in a minute, and I actually miss having coffee. Let me tell you, I would be on doing these live streams, just sipping coffee, talking directly with y'all watching these videos. Sham said, LOL, I can't have children, so I would never experience that. It won't matter anyway. I don't want children. It doesn't make me any more godly, and it doesn't make me godless because I don't want children. Tippy said, unfortunately, to protect children is to not have them if you're not going to protect them. Nightfall said, while having money helps with raising kids, but that is not the entirety of what being a parent is. No. That part, let me just highlight Nightfall real quick. No. That part I understand, but again, I'm stating from how it is that I grew up, right? Normally, if you grow up a certain type of way, you don't want your kids to grow up a certain type of way, right? So if you grow up with a lack of money, you want to make sure that you have enough money for your kids because you don't want your kids to face the exact same difficulties. Like if I wanted to put my kids through a private school, I can sit up there and do it, and it's not breaking the bank, it's not breaking finances, it's not causing a rift or a problem, it's not an argument between me or my significant other, whatnot, whatever. It's not causing no issues, right? You could just it's already paid out for a year. Oh, it's already paid out for 4 years. Right? Anything that child needs when it deals with being raised, when it deals with an education, when it deals with the longevity of their health and their life, all of that, it's already afforded. Right? That's what I'm saying. Like whatever struggles or hardships that I had to go through because of money, I don't want them to go through that. Again, I didn't sit up there and really suffer when it dealt with, being cared for, being loved or acknowledged and valued and respected. I didn't have those problems. I was good. I was completely good on that, right? So again, I'm just listing the other, portion. You said, yeah, but your statement is an absolute statement. Sham said, no matter what, there is absolutism about it. Uh, but you said, who hands to birth to child into the world today? Anyway, oh, you said who wants? I'm sorry, it was typo. Who wants to birth a child in this world? Anyway, in Sham, that's what I said. Before you got into the in the live stream, I said that to this dude multiple times, and also said that we are in the last days before Armageddon. Anyways, it's selfish to drag a child into this. And the craziest part about your whole statement, Sham, that encompasses everything that was also dealing with the video of this biracial woman here. Everything that you stated literally encompasses everything that I stated for like the last hour when it dealt with her video and also this side conversation I'm having, in the chat. It's crazy. Don said no. We got married and created children, sir. Okay, that's great. All right. Traveler said if the child's grades is good, doesn't help them to fully mature through every stage of, I guess that's supposed to be life. If you don't understand that developmental stages, dog, look here. This is what I'm gonna do. If you want to talk, just talk in just the very basic terms. I don't even feel like looking up stuff. It's way too early. I'm not about to sit up there and do it. Right. You use different terms directly in your statement. All right, cool, fine. But again, you're looking for a rebuttal. So if you know about the stuff, then you can obviously put the definitions directly down there. Since you're using the terms, you're bringing it directly up. I'm going to talk in very simple terms. Early in the morning, all I'm simply stating is this: if a child is having good grades and they're doing what it is that they're supposed to do, they're going to get the things that they want directly out of life. Nobody said that that is indicative of them specifically being a good human being, of them being raised right, of them being a type of person that's going to automatically add, positively to the world. People know that there's way more to parenting than just giving things that are, that cost money. I'm not sure how people are inflating or throwing more things into this conversation that I didn't even state. I was staying directly on one clear cut line. And it's like I'm on that clear cut line, and then people want to start deviating and start making ditches, dams, ravines, and tree branches and all this other type of stuff that ain't even supposed to be here in the conversation. Y'all are just adding stuff. Just saying. Let me see. You said some women feel the same way you do. Jillian, what is up? Jillian Peters, you said that we all make plans in life. It's someone's choice and wanting to be financially stable before having kids. That's okay. Sometimes plans don't work out and things happen, and that is okay too. Yeah, I mean that is understandable. But if we're talking about somebody getting pregnant and there was like no plan, that was a plan. There's no other way to sit up there. Like I said, when we deal with the human population, a lot of these pregnancies, a lot of these children were unplanned. We just gotta call it exactly. No adults out here. When you think about the world's population, adults, all of these adults out here weren't sitting up here like, yeah, we plan to sit up there and have these kids right now, all at the same time. We're going to be making billions in the population. Nah, this is why you got orphanages all around the planet, because two adults got together and they were like, yeah, we did get together, but we didn't use protection. But also a kid came out of this, and none of us want to actually be here to create this kid. So we're going to just leave him out on the street. Like, yo, they got documentaries about this in South Korea, in Asian countries, where both parents are sitting up there sending their babies to these orphanages because, quote unquote, they're not ready to be a parent, but they were ready to have relations, and they're still having unprotected relations, which is going to be another causation for having a child. And they're going to be doing the exact same thing. So, I sit up there and look at it where I understand where people sit up there and there's a mishap. that takes place. Like, let's say people take precautions where it was like, all right, you sat up there and used a contraceptive and stuff still happened. You are 100% correct. But also, you got moments where people, two consenting adults, will get together and they will have, um, you know, I just lost the word just that quick. They will come together and they'll have relations without having any type of protection. They planned that. Like nobody's pullout game is that strong where it's like, I'm gonna you ain't getting pregnant. Nah, it's over, buddy. Should have wrapped that one up. But it's tough out here. But shout out to Miss Jillian Peters. Shout out to you. To be said, public school teachers and that BS. Yeah. Yo, Gary Warren, what is up? What is up? Microbe Joe said not everyone should have children. Bars. And the independent, true critical thinkers are the ones who should have as many as possible. The craziest part is critical thinking has been leaving society for a very long time. And we're at a point in time where you have more people who will follow what other people do versus just thinking specifically for themselves and coming down to their own determination of what it is that fits them or what suits them or whatnot. Ms. Peters said his is wait, you said his is someone godly whether or not they have kids. um Oh, okay. I think the first part might have been the top, but you said is someone godly whether or not they have kids? Well, supposedly going by, somebody in the comment section, obviously I'm ungodly. I'm not a godly individual because, I didn't decide to go out here and procreate and have kids. So, it'd be like that. I'm fine with that. Like I said, I've heard all of my life people try to, either, damn me or say this and say that. It'd be like that. Knight said we are now seeing a bunch of adults who say as kids that they hated the absent parent, not knowing the other parent was kept away. Yep. Yep. Traveler said the only thing you stated are grades. Okay. Look, okay. Let me put it to you like this, Traveler. Let me just help you out. If you just want to be right, you're right. You're 100% fully correct. You got it. You got it. Sam said, you don't have to have being financially stable to not want children. If you don't want to raise children, that is just as acceptable as if, let me see, hold on, something, the chat moved, my bad. As if you do, and enough unwanted children are on the planet suffering. Yeah. Yep. Tibby said, "Don't say that." Seji shaking my head. Wait, Tibby. Wait, say what? I'm lost. Sham said, "Some of y'all talking about having children don't even take care of the children already on this planet." Ooh, ooh, that's bars. That's bars. D Love said, "Yep, Seji, they are on target." Nightfall said, "IMO, it's better to be emotionally and mentally prepared to be a good parent, other than financially." I mean, no, you're right. But if a person is already, in a sense, emotionally there because of what it is that they went through in life, they don't have to, in a sense, list that part. It'll be the other part that would need the work that people are going to tend to talk about and things like that. But I get what you're saying. You're right. You're right. Joe said, talking to Sham. Tippy said, America don't care about kids. If it did, these kitty chasers wouldn't exist. That's facts. Vince, what is up? You said the Bible never said that you have to have children. Mm. I mean, hey, you gotta tell that to the other dude directly in here because I'm godless because I don't have no kids. So, Michael Joe said, not trying to talk anyone into my opinion, just having pride in fatherhood and promoting the positive. Hey, much love, much love. I see you. I got you. I got you. Ms. Peter said, instead of living a life with love and understanding, they I think that was supposed to be they love judging and condemning, which is so far from what they're supposed to do. Yeah, like I said, I'm used to it. And what a lot of folks don't understand when it deals with religion, they're the main reasons that a lot of people turn away from religion. Because some of the most religious people are the most judgmental, which is crazy to me. Like that doesn't even make any type of sense. Because last time I remember being in the church, they said that the only person that really got the power to judge is God. but yet you got humans on this planet 9 times out of 10 want to harshly, judge you over, your religion or how religious are you or lack thereof. I'm like, man, come on, dog. It's crazy. Rabbit said, hell is in America, especially the majority of white neighborhoods and sundown towns. What was it? Nonformist said what they mean is they're narcissist and the only thing that matters in their life is them and nothing else. They have no time for anything else, and that's not a virtue. You said everything that you hear about, oh, I don't want to bring them into a poor life or blah blah blah, is just a narcissist excuse to cover the narcissism. You said giving your life over to bringing a child up is wait, I think that's supposed to be is the complete opposite of selflessness. Um, you said you comprehended that, don't you? It is the total polar opposite of selfishness. How did this become like a whole, like, in a sense, back and forth? Because people have a stance on how it is that they want to, or what when it is that they determine is the right time to basically have kids. Like, that's crazy. Like, that's wild. And for the folks out here that's, doing this back and forth right now, this is my thing. If you care so much, because I'm going to talk about something that I've at least done, trying to bring awareness, right? Um, if y'all really, as much as y'all say that y'all, bringing kids into this world and care about kids, um, what have y'all done in order to curb the issue when it deals with grown adults going after kids? Because y'all keep talking about bringing kids directly into this world, but I don't hear nothing about safety, a guaranteed safety. I don't hear nothing about a protection. I don't hear nothing about bringing awareness about all of these adults who are going after, kids and families and whatnot through a variety of angles and ways. Now, for me, myself, something that I can at least speak directly on is that I've touched on the government. I've touched on trafficking. I've touched on these things in other countries, and I've especially touched on these things when it deals with the United States. And I've covered both the police, the fire department, doctors, nurses, pediatricians, daycare workers. I pretty much almost any job that you can think of. I done covered a story where it deals with these adults specifically going after these kids. So again, I'm just trying to figure out. It's like, all right, cool. You want to bring kids into this world, but my thing is like, what guarantee do you have in order to fully protect these kids from all of these people, these grown adults out here that mean them harm? Like, there's stories left and right of teachers, both in preschool, middle school, and high school, that are literally going after kids. Like, what protections do y'all have set for them? Y'all don't have nothing. Because a lot of 9 times out of 10 that I cover these stories, y'all ain't doing nothing. And that's just facts, statistically speaking. Because if a lot of folks who say that they care about kids is actually doing something, then I wouldn't have covered a lot of stories. I wouldn't have read a lot of articles. I wouldn't have to sit up there and play audio of the kids basically talking about how these situations made them feel. We wouldn't even have, what was the girl name? Mary Kate Letourneau and all of these, other folks directly out here. Just saying. Tippy said you have parents popping out babies for the check. Yeah. Nightfall said my only issue with biracials is that unless they are taught the reality of the world, they usually grow up into people of extremes. And Nightfall, the craziest part is, I'm not sure if you were here during the first part, the first 30 minutes. I listed that. That was the whole reason I brought up this video. And I stated that even to the people who are, doing this back and forth directly with me. But it was like I was trying to make that as obvious as possible, but they just overlooked it. They didn't care nothing about that. They didn't want to attack that situation and break that down. They were like, nah, you're just talking about a situation you don't got no bearings directly in because you don't got no kids and you're just doing this. I'm like, man, y'all don't even understand how detrimental this is. That you got folks out here, like I said before, doing these interracial relationships and they're creating these biracial kids, and none of those parents can specifically help that biracial child navigate the world. They can't, because one is black, the other one is white. Y'all do not have any type of books. You don't have no knowledge base on trying to guide those children through whatever types of like racism or whatever it is that they're going to have to face from society, or whatever size of their family. Y'all don't got nothing. But like I said before, it's like y'all folks want to be out here just mating with whoever, being selfish because you want to sit up there and do it. Or in the further extent, like the young woman here in the video basically said, you got people out here that do it because they want their kid to come out a certain type of way. They like the skin complexion. They like the eye color, the hair, and all this other type of stuff. Like, yo, crazy type stuff, man. Like people just don't wanna just pay attention. Like it's wild out here. Haley, what is up? You said no matter your opinion, someone is going to disagree. Oh no. I know that. I know that. But it's the way in which that people disagree where I have a problem. Like if we're disagreeing and people not being disrespectful, all right, then that's cool. Right now, if you're being disrespectful and saying like slick stuff out the side of your mouth for no reason that there's no need to do it, then we got a problem. Because now it's going beyond you just disagreeing. Now you're disagreeing and being disrespectful, or in some instances, maybe even being condescending, right? So that inevitably becomes the issue and the problem. Micro said, cast aside, children can actually make me cry. You are a special person for doing that. Mm. Okay, you're talking back to Sham. Sham said that's exactly why I don't encourage people to have kids. People know who they are and if they want kids or not. I don't bash people for not wanting kids. Nonconformist said, I would never encourage anyone to do anything, but I won't condemn people for having children. I mean, I guess it's either for or for not having. I'm not sure, but Ms. Peters said, "Oh, D Love sitting up here laughing." Ms. Peters said, "Without using protection as well is not 100% effective. So you make a plan to not have kids, thinking that the small percentage won't happen to you, but as a sexually active adult, you should know." No, that's 100% true, but that's what I'm saying. People can sit up there and have plans, have protection, and then stuff still happens. But you have a lot of adults that's like, man, that this shouldn't have happened. I'm like, well, you took a high and mighty chance that something was going to happen because you didn't stay abstinent. You didn't just stay directly by yourself. You didn't stay on your side of town, and she didn't stay on her side of town. Y'all either came together in a hotel or each one of y'all houses or apartments, however it basically work, or maybe even the back of a car or a bar. However it basically work, y'all decide to do it. It's crazy work. Nonconformist said that when people don't want children, that's fair enough. You can't argue. It's their choice. It's their responsibility. I just don't tolerate all the little excuses they give. Just be honest and say that you don't want them. This is the thing, though. Who's to say that it's excuses? If people are literally saying, like, if it's for financial reasons or if other people basically state that mentally they're just not there. It's not that they don't want kids, but mentally they're just not sound or mentally prepared enough to basically do it. That's not an excuse, because there's tons of women out here right now who can have kids and they have had kids, but then they're sitting up there putting their kids directly into a microwave. They're putting them into a freezer. They're putting them into an oven. They're abandoning their kids, outside when it's -3 out. Like I said, there was a video that I covered before where a mom, who, again, she was able to have kids. She literally went into this thing where she was looking at her daughter. Her daughter wasn't crying or making some crazy noise. Her daughter was playing with her toy and going, back and forth out of the living room to the back of the room. The mother just all of a sudden, for whatever reason, snapped, went into the kitchen, got a sharp object, and she went directly after her daughter and then sat calmly down and just called 911. It's like, hey, I need to call 911. I just stabbed my daughter multiple times. She's right here, and I'm in the living room sitting down, and my daughter's on the floor, and da 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 da. So I'm like, that's not excuses. That's not excuses. So it's like if I will go with what it is that people, if they say that, hey, they're not financially prepared, then hey, you are not financially prepared. If people say that they're not mentally ready, hey, you are not mentally ready. Those are not excuses. The excuses come in when it is that people decide to have kids and then they're like, oh, once the kid is here, I'm not ready to be a parent. That's an excuse. Oh, I'm not ready to do what it is that I need to do as an adult in order to take care of this life that I helped bring into the world. That's an excuse. People running away from their responsibilities. That's an excuse. Because I'm like, if you knew that, then maybe you should not have had unprotected sex with another person. And therefore, you wouldn't have to run away from said responsibilities that you helped created. Micro Joe said, don't bash anyone for not having children either. I'm just a proud dad talking about the positives. Tippy said, why bring kids into the sick world economy is ish. They're trying to take away government assistance, SNAP, and healthcare. Nonconformist said, well, sister, the rest of the world aren't other people's problems. Why aren't you out there looking after the rest of the world? Why are you here just chatting? I'm a little bit confused on who he's replying to. Tibby said, I don't trust daycares. Um, Yo, brother Allen, what is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation for the $5 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Um, Let me see. Oh, Shan was giving a response. I got you. Nonconformist said both of my children are happily married with children running their own businesses. Don't tell me ish about my children. Who are you responding to? I'm a little bit confused. I don't even know who you responded to. I'm talking about nonconformists. I don't even know who you responded to. Uh, oh, you responded to Sham. What was it? Nightfall said last comment on kids. If finances were the bottom line of being a good parent, explain Willow and Jaden Smith, EJ Johnson, and Hunter Biden. Enough said. Bushido said just because he only mentions grades does not mean that is the only thing that said you would teach us. You know, the craziest part is I've had these conversations, with on live streams directly before about different levels to certain things. Um, Again, I've never stated that it was just great. Like I said, I've had a fairly in depth conversation, directly about this. But you can't expect folks that just got here to go peruse and look back and watch some previous live streams. Like I said, I get it's a lot of it's a lot of work and all this other type of stuff, and you can't exactly expect people to sit up there and do that. But it's like I said, it's whatever. I enjoy it. Like I said, who's the dude that was up here, Don or whatever. Like I said, I enjoy it when people have their opinions about me off of very little. Like they just automatically have like a whole thesis. They got a whole book already written. They already know what it is. And I'm like, all right, so be it. I'm like, hey, you say, hey, you're older than me. You walked more time, spent more time. You got a whole family. You got it. You got it, brother. You win. You win. You are right on everything, brother. uh Tibby said, I wish all of us wait. You said I wish all of us when we were to have our lives set up for greatness already have money when we turned 18, but I think age of consent should be 21, but that's just me. Eternal said, where you read that scripture, no scripture says that only God can judge. Made that up. Again, let me repeat myself. I said, as far as I can remember, or at least back when I was in church, that is what was told to me. Right. So again, somebody who went through church, Baptist, Christian, Catholic, again, been through church, been through private schools, whatever you want to call it. These are things that I heard from the people who are preachers. That's all I'm saying. I'm like I said, y'all Bible folks, y'all can have it. Like I said, I ain't trying to debate y'all on nothing. Y'all can keep all of that. Like I said, y'all can keep the prayers up. Y'all can keep doing this and keep doing that. Like I said, you got it. Because that's the one thing I've always learned and understood that is a 100%. When it deals with Bible folks, they always like to debate on scriptures. They always want to prove who knows the most and who read this and who read that. I'm like, y'all got that. Like I said, y'all be making it and turning everything into a competition. You got it. Sham said, poverty is a form of trauma on children, especially when it leads to neglect or abuse in many cases. Wanting to be financially able to raise kids helps with less strain on the child. Terry, what is up? You said, LOL. This is what they mean by communication breakdown. Harvey Cobb, what is up? You said, I was married to one of the nearest. I guess. I'm not. I think I know what you're. I'm not sure. Sham said, frankly, financially, if people are struggling to keep a roof over their heads and living close to being homeless, it certainly is a bad time to have children, even if they are better than Will Smith. Tibby said, how you want people to have children when they want to cut food stamps, raise gas prices, raise rent, make it harder for families to buy homes. Vincent, what is up? You said chemical castration or just castration in general. Red Rose said, living in the moment type of mess. Nightfall said, you're right. I missed the first part of the convo, but this is the problem in the black community we deal with consistently. I got you. Gregory, what is up? You said only racists push stuff like this. Nobody else cares but the racist. I'm a little bit confused. Sham said, like I said, people want to do their dirt, and sure, they go through the baby euphoria, but when they wake up to real life and hardships from raising them, the abuse and the abandonment comes in. Tippy said, exactly. Just be selfish, and white women acting rebellious towards her white daddy, but be racist herself, and black dads don't come, black dads don't do ish about it and deal with it. Um, wait, Tippy, the lady in the biracial there, her mom is quote unquote black. The dad is the white guy, or maybe you might have been responding to like a different comment. I gotta make sure I put the picture directly back up there so people know what it is. Tippy said, I bet you today some mixed kids don't know about Malcolm X. Rabbit said, as Seji, you need to read was that Beastars don't watch the anime. Main villain is biracial who went insane. His father is a herbivore gazelle, but his mother was a carnivore leopard. No, I know what you're talking about. Well, I did see the anime. That was like way back during the pandemic. I did see that, so I know what you're talking about. Sham said, Peaches is a prime example of someone who can have kids that should never have had kids. Nightfall said, nope, stories like those are just pure evil people. Um, Nini, what is up? You said my kids are mixed now about their history, know about their history, and are thriving in every aspect of life. I mean, that's great. I mean, if that is for you, for your story, that's great. But again, that's not every story. And when I happen to go on TikTok and I listen to a lot of these biracial kids tell their stories, it's vastly different. Like this young woman here, she specifically stated that her mother in the background hated being a black woman, hated her skin complexion, and she ended up being with the white guy there. And she stated that the white guy, which is this young girl's father, the one that you see directly in the picture to the right side of the screen, she stated her father is racist. And she stated a variety of reasons of why and how her father is racist. And those two came together and created her. So, like I said, it's great for your example that your kids are mixed and they're completely fine and dandy. That's awesome. I'm happy that it worked out for them. But that is not every single biracial. All of those kids are not that lucky, you know. But like I said, it's great that it worked out for your family. Tippy said, plus, we don't have generational wealth. That's another problem. Um, Coletti, you said, what is this about? Well, the title of the live stream is This is the World That We Live In, Part 2. So, this is just the first part of the videos that I actually had directly up. There's more, but we got sidetracked into a whole nother conversation in the comment section. So, I'm just now taking the time to go through the comments real quick before I continue on. So, I'm just trying to work on catching up and then I will continue on the videos. Michael Joe said it takes 1 minute of listening to know if someone is a real one. Rabbit said, I don't trust daycares either, especially with the majority of non black staff. My cousin got a rash on his face as a baby. They were cleaning his face with a shared loofah. Oh, that's crazy. And loofahs carry a lot of bacteria. A lot of bacteria. Shan said the scripture of pay attention to the rapture in your eyes before you try to pluck a needle out of someone else's eye, meaning judge not others but yourself. Mm. Like I said, I'm not an expert. I don't even claim to be. Like I said, I let other people that know. I let other people speak. Tippy said, "Why have children only to have them suffer financially?" Um, Bear said that you shouldn't judge, but there is, I think, what is that? Is it supposed to be? I think it's righteous correction. Paul corrected the churches on their sins, but he didn't judge or condemn them. Shem said that the Bible also says that at, I'm not even sure what was it, one thieves. It's been a minute. 411, mind your own business and be peaceable with all men. This is another form of don't judge other people, worry about yourself and keep the peace. Sham said, or there's a scripture that says, judge not others unless you want to be judged. Matthew 1, and people need to read your Bible. Tippy said, wow, race mixing can't solve racism. Hey, um, I was going to Nurse Armstrong, because I'm going by the picture. So I got you. Yo, Nurse Armstrong, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said you missed the first part of the live, and the DeBarge family had a racist father. Ah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sham said, yeah, the problem with mixed children is that they can get rejected from both sides and it messes them up. They don't have a place to fall or fit into, and they become antisocial from it. Yep, and that's what I was trying to highlight and speak directly on, but we got sidetracked on some whole, other type of stuff, and folks didn't want to, just listen to the main thing that was there. And that's why I was saying that when it deals with a lot of these biracial kids, how it is that they are treated by one or both sides, those folks, other folks inadvertently that are not a part of that family, they're going to have to suffer the consequences of what those kids had to face when it deals with the society in the United States. Because a lot of these biracial kids, they're going to be the ones in government, they're going to be the ones in medicine and dealing with medical, they're going to be the ones that are first responders, EMS nurses, and all of this stuff. So they could automatically have their biases because of like what it is that their family put them through, and they look at you and it's like, oh, I see you as the same my family, so I'm not going to do everything that I need to do in order to save your life, right? Or things of that nature. But I keep trying to tell people like, yo, this is why you got to be careful on how you sit up there and raise and treat these kids, because you don't know what it is that they could become in the future, or how that can end up negatively not just impacting your life but the life of other people. But like I said, people just want to go out here and procreate. Sham said, look at the people claiming childless people ungodly and can't quote a single scripture. Um, I don't, wait, I think it was like, I don't mean being ungodly because I don't want kids. My heart breaks for the kids that suffer now. Yeah, same here. Nightfall said, prime example of extreme biracials, Colin Kaepernick and Tiger Woods. The craziest part is I did not, Colin Kaepernick has been one of the most consistent dudes out here, even past like his career being like done, him not getting picked up, him being blackballed and everything. He is still on the exact same path that he has been on. So it's like you know, I don't know. For me, I don't have a problem with Colin Kaepernick. Like, can't nobody has like showcased negative stuff with Colin Kaepernick except people disagreeing. Was like, they're doing this knee type of stuff. They're doing this. They're trying to protest. They're taking away our sports. They're making everything political. That was the only thing that people could list. Other than that, this dude has been consistently doing stuff, foundations, giving back to the community, all that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, if extreme is in a sense somebody deciding that they want to make a stance and they're going to stand on that stance and do positive for others in the community, you know, I'm all for it. I don't got no problem with it. You know, I don't got no problem with it. Tiger Woods, on the other hand, that man, he just, that man is gifted, highly gifted. The dude was just all over the place. He's just- he's all over the place. But like I said, Tiger Woods is Tiger Woods, one of the world's greatest golfers. You know. Oh, you said I mean that Colin is pro black, and then Tiger Woods is running from being black. Extreme. Okay, I got you. I got you. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Um, what was it? Sham said, I don't want to hear about being ungodly. What is it? Heath, what is up? You said God separated all of us by the Tower of Babel, have diseases from different genetics and different nationalities. The truth is, we're all supposed to be like Jesus, but so few truly do, right? What was it? Sham said, even if both parents are raising the biracial, the background, grandparents and family being racist cause severe damage as well. Yep. And I've covered stories on that too. And I think people don't understand the trauma of having a broken family. That's facts. Rabbit also said that Kenya is a very interesting place. Oh no, I'm going to be talking about Africa in a minute. We're going to be getting there. I just got to get through these other videos first. Uh, Nightfall said, I just mean okay, yeah, I read that one. Sham said, I support biracial families. Um, what was it? You said I support biracial families, but I also want people to understand that there are struggles that you face that you should not ignore, and your children make sure they're getting help with it. You also said that too many biracial parents bypass if their children are able to socialize properly or if they need therapy or dealing with racist family members. I hate when people force interactions with racists. Uh, Rabbit said that Kenya is a very interesting place. They sadly worship white people, but abandoned biracials are not treated very well there. Keith said, be pro Jesus and forget the color. Would heal so much. I mean, I'm not even trying to get on the subject. For Heath, I'm just going to touch on this once. Even if you stop people from judging others on color, the main problem that's going to happen is that people are going to have issues with. They'll judge people off of religion. They'll judge people off of clothing. They'll judge people off of their culture. They'll judge people off of their native tongue. It don't matter. You can take color directly out of there, and people will still find a way to still separate themselves or say that they're better than another person. It's still going to happen. It's inevitable. You know, it's inevitable. But now, since we have finally caught directly up, and also shout out to everybody who left comments, whatnot. Now I'm going to go to the next video because again, this is a topic where it deals with the world that we live in, part two. And I'm probably going to replay this twice. I did put the captions directly up there, but I will replay this twice. So let's take a listen to what these kids have to state in school.
You do not have no 5 bodies.
Yes, I do. How the hell you going to? I have 5 bodies.
You have 5 bodies. Why do you want more?
Because I love and I'm addicted to it. And once you gonna want more and be horny all day, every day.
Speak for yourself, mama.
It says what we want here. And get head. But still a virgin. Is that a man?
Are you in my business?
How do you get head?
So let me repeat that again, just in case people might be a little bit confused. Let me just replay that one more time.
You do not have no 5 bodies.
Yes, I do. How the hell you going to? I have 5 bodies.
You have 5 bodies. Why do you want more?
Because I love and I'm addicted to it. And once you gonna want more and be horny all day, every day.
Speak for yourself, mama.
It says what we want here. And get head. But still a virgin. Is that a man?
Are you in my business?
How do you get head?
So we heard that, right? So the craziest part about this is that I cover videos like this pretty often, or I try to at least bring awareness directly to it, and I do it for the simple fact that I try to warn women out there who are raising daughters that social media is a very dangerous place, and a lot of the thought processes from older women will trickle down to these young girls, and they're obviously, I'm guessing they have to be in high school, possibly, right? High school, maybe like late middle school or whatever it is. And the one young girl that's directly on the desk, sitting with the, I guess that's an orange sweater or whatever it is. She's basically talking about being promiscuous. She's talking about that she's already slept with 5 guys and that she loves it because she's addicted to it. And the craziest part is that, when I happen to bring these videos up, I receive quite, or at least if the video didn't get ignored, I receive critiques from women out there that really don't want to address the situation. They don't really want awareness to be made. Um, or they'll decide to sit up there and say, well, it's black man's fault if the father was there, if black men were in there. And I'm like, no. And this is when I gave the example before where I've, known and dated those who have had their fathers in their lives, and I've met their fathers, right? Good dudes, solid dudes, everything. And they will still do whatever it is that they want to do. So it doesn't matter if they have a father or not, they're still going to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. And the main thing that I'm sitting up there trying to tell a lot of women out here, I'm like, these are your daughters. And in a lot of instances, people will sit up there and say that the daughter is a reflection of the mother or the women of the family, right? And you have a lot of people that want to run away directly from that. They don't want to take on the responsibility directly from that, because at no point in time should any of these young kids, these young women out here, be talking like this. Well, let me go back, correct, not young women, any of these young girls, because I did say, possibly high school and or middle school. So I'm not trying to sit up there and have people like, oh, why are you aging them up and da 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 da. I mean, realistically, technically, they're having an adult conversation as kids, which they shouldn't, right? But but like I said, you shouldn't at any point in time be able to open up social media and see these young girls having these types of conversations. And this is not the first time. This is not the last time. And to make it worse, a lot of these kids are out here are recording themselves performing acts, and they will upload it on X. Like, let me tell y'all something. And I tried to warn people. I tried to warn parents and tried to tell them, like, yo, y'all need to start monitoring your kids, and y'all really need to start having conversations. Like, there's been too many times where I done seen folks' daughters directly out here, and they're sitting up there just putting whatever online. That's the best way I can put it. They're putting whatever it is online. And then what's happening? Other teenagers, other young folks are coming directly underneath that comment section, basically highlighting that post. And you know what happens? Let me sit up there and put it to a more a quicker route so I can just get to that main point. The problem, on top of what this already is, the major problem that happens from this is that since all of the young ones are sitting up there talking in the comment section, you're on X, you're on Twitter. Adults are everywhere. So now you got predators that are monitoring, that are looking at the conversation, they're looking at your kids' profiles. And I want to remind a lot of parents out here, y'all don't, I know that a lot of y'all don't look at your kids' profiles, because if you did, what's a word that I could use? Man, the word eludes me at this moment in time. You would be in shock and shock and awe. I guess that's the best way I can sit up there and put it, with the types of either pictures or videos or whatever it is that they decide to sit up there and upload. And like I said before, you have your kids out here that are having these conversations openly. And like I said, I guess the young girl that's in the blue that's recording, I guess she's a virgin. And she was like, are you in my business? It's like, why are you questioning if I'm a virgin or this, that, and the third and all that? Like, this is how girls sit up there and try to pressure other girls. It's like they have these conversations, and one of them that's out here doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing is the one that's basically the most knowledgeable. And then within the ignorance that she has, she's going to spread that ignorance to the other girls out here and try to peer pressure them. It's like, oh, well, you're not grown. You're not actually a woman up until you did this, that, and the third, and that. And they're going to try to, do everything possible in order to make them feel small so that they can move out of that square and be where it is that the girl in orange is. And like I said, I tried my best to highlight these things, and to no avail. We're in the 6th, 7th year of basically talking about stuff like this. And if people can't just sit up and say that it's a black man's fault or a black father's fault, then people just, really ignore the conversation. They ignore videos like this. Like I said, I just put up, just like I said earlier on in the what is it? In the live stream, I was like, yeah, I just put up a video of an older woman that's 38 years old that is basically telling young girls like this to go out there and, have relations, go out there and see what's happening, go out there and catch STDs just for the fun of it. And that's a 30-something-year-old woman talking to both young women and young girls out here, telling them to go out there and explore, to go out there and have a phase, have unprotected relations, and potentially catch HIV and AIDS because you need to have a phase for at least 10 years. It's crazy. That is wild. But like I said, you got folks that like to run away from these type of conversations because they can't blame who they normally want to sit up there and blame and try to scapegoat and go move the goalpost around. It's crazy work out here. It is wild. Tippy said, I would have said, so you want me to be a used up garden tool before 18? I know that's cruel, but no, that's not cruel. That's 100% the truth. Sam said yes, and if you don't have realistic conversations and boundaries with kids, it becomes a problem. Teaching them just the Bible says no is not enough. I'm sorry. Heather said this is quite awful. Mo said not trying to spitbox with you. Said you. My question was answered at Heather. Wait, I'm lost. Yo, Mo, what is up? Somebody said, can I replay? You just got here. No problem. I got you.
You do not have no 5 bodies.
Yes, I do. How the hell you going to? I have 5 bodies.
You have 5 bodies. Why do you want more?
Because I love it. I'm addicted to it. And once you gonna want more, be horny all day, every day.
Speak for yourself, mama.
It says who want it and get head, but still a virgin. Is that a bed?
Are you in my business?
How do you get head?
Right. So that was I replayed it for trending. Right. So that was the conversation that they were having in school. And I want to know, they're having this in a classroom. I'm not sure if this might be detention or there just may not be a lot of kids directly in that class, but I can clearly hear an adult directly there. And like I said, that's crazy. Like I said, you got a lot of these kids out here, they're just having conversations as if they just grown adults. And I'm like, this just should not be. Tippy, I do get you when you sit up and say you blame both parents, but I sit up there and put it to you like this. There's a lot of women out here who have kids, single parents, single women that got kids, and they bring consistently men in and out of that house. Right? So if the child happens to see something, you can't sit up there and say, it's the father that's not there. It's his fault. No, that's the mother. She's willfully bringing consenting male adults over to that house, and the child just so happens to hear or sees or both the interactions between that mother and that guy. And especially if it's a daughter, the daughter is going to grow up and see that and think that it's okay. And then she's going to be like, I want to be able to do what my mom does. I want to get all of the attention directly from the guys. So I seen what mom does with her boyfriends. So I know what it is that I got to do in order to get attention from the guys that I want. Like this is how this happens. That's how this happens. You know? Sharon was like, she can't even speak properly talking about sex. Yep. The 9th daughter said, this is sad. It is. It is 100%. It is. Mo said, Seji, you said you was talking to the lady who said, forget about color. Oh, I got you. Cherry Price, what is up? You said hello and good morning. Hello and good morning to you as well. Oh, still morning? Yeah. Oh, my bad. Good morning to everybody here, just in case I may not have said it earlier on the stream. My apologies. Again, I didn't have my coffee. Haven't had it in a while. It's been a minute. The 9th daughter said, have the elders failed us, or are the children just too rebellious? The media, the programming, do parents still have influence? Parents barely have influence. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. You're going to have a lot of parents out here that's going to be like, no, I got full on influence over my kids. No, you don't. Maybe when they're inside of the house, you do. Outside of that house, the world has the influence. It's going to be a fight. And it's going to, the determination of what that child is going to do is going to be on them. It's not going to be on you. Because, you know, at the end of the day, for a lot of parents, they could be like, you know, I instill a lot of values and all this other type of stuff in my kids. It's like you can do that, but then your kids can still go out here and get somebody pregnant or get pregnant by somebody else. So then what does that mean? Are you going to sit up and say that you failed as a parent, or are you going to sit up there and say that that child opted not to pay attention and listen directly to the values and they fell directly for the trap? So it's like it you know, it doesn't, you know, specifically matter the amount of values or whatever it is that you instill directly into the kid to an extent. You still got to deal with the world. And the world has a very major influence. The world is the world is louder than any parent directly out here. And it's going to come down to that child to decide if they want to opt to listen to the quiet voice of the parents, or if they want to listen to the yelling and the screaming of the world and to their peers. You know, Tippy said, "Yeah, I know. I still blame both." Tippy, at certain points, both can't be blamed for stuff. I put it to you like this, and like I said, I get what you're saying, right? I put it to you like this: when we talk about things going on in the black community, and we got young black dudes out here ripping and running sprinter vans and sitting up there ripping and robbing and pillaging, we're not going to sit up there and say we blame both parents. I've never heard a person sit up and say, "Oh yeah, I blame." I'm just going to sit up and put all the blame on black women. No. People are like, yo, where are the black fathers at? Where are the black men of the community? Because again, those are young boys sitting up there doing it. So it is expected for people to sit up there and be like, yo, we're the men of the community to get this situation under control. No problem. Right? No problem. And I'm right there with folks, right? But within that exact same vein, when I cover stories of young girls sitting up there ripping and running directly through the streets, toting guns and selling drugs and doing the same things that these young black dudes are doing, what do people sit up there and say? They be like, they're not sitting up there saying where the mothers at. They be like, yo, where these fathers at? Where the men in the community at to sit up there and come get their done? I'm like, huh? I'm like, no. We got to pull back on that, because I have a belief that everybody has a role to basically play directly within this, right? When it gets to like certain levels of teaching, the men have to sit up there and get control directly of their sons directly about here, of the young men out here. That's how that works. When it deals with the young women to a certain point, the women out here, the aunts, the grandmothers and whatnot, the mothers, they got to get control of these young women directly up out here. Now, the part where both parties got to switch kids, right? Where the father got to teach the daughter and daughter got to teach the father. This is when it comes directly within relationships, when it deals with the conversation of love, you know, finding another person, when it deals with the conversations of how the other side can sit up there and trick you and deceive you into believing certain things that's not real and all that. When it deals with those conversations, that's when parents need to be switching. But like I said, everybody has their role to specifically play at certain times, and that is specifically their role. Like I said, that's just my belief. Maybe I'm incorrect on this. I don't know. But I can swear to you that when it gets to a certain point in time where a young man gets into like that teenage, like 12, 13, 14, where he want to start trying to tempt fate and he want to prove that he's tough. Yeah, that's not the mom's job to sit up there and knock him down. You need the father or the men of the family or the community be like, oh, you looking for a fight? Oh, you trying to show how tough you is? Okay, we got to sit up there and put him directly in his place. We're going to show you that how tough you are is not going to sit up there and work out. If we're going to do this dance, how many ever times that we need to sit up there and do it in order for you to get it directly through your mind that this is not how you move as a young man, and this is not how you move as a man directly in life. You can't just be like, I feel like fighting, and you can't do that. You're going to lose. 100% guaranteed, you're going to sit up there and lose. It's going to be a horrible loss. And then within the exact same vein, when it deals with these young girls out here, 13, 14, and all this, and they start getting that mouth, they start talking. The father, let me excuse myself. The moms and the aunts and the grandmothers, that's y'all time to sit up there and pull up in the scene and start straightening her up real quick. Because the moment of time the girls start popping up off the mouth and saying stuff they don't need to be saying, it's y'all time. Like I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm sexist. Maybe I'm a misogynist. But again, that's my belief. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. The ninth daughter said there was a time we saw grown-ups doing ish and we knew better. Why don't they have the fear Gen X had? I mean, that's because Gen X had parents. right now those parents don't exist. Like the parents of now are still kids raising kids. This is why the kids act the way that they do, because the parents of now are more so trying to act like a friend or a best friend versus a authoritative figure that's laying down the law, rules, and the regulations. Animalistic behavior said lack of discernment at its finest, let alone teaching the use of discernment. Devil Hustler said garden tools love bringing over these ninjas. Why else you think they got a crib and no man in the house? Mama gotta live too. Oh, that's that baby boy line. It's like, yo, Jody, mama gotta live too. You a grown man, Jody. As soon as I saw that line, I already knew. Sam said, cause too many babies having babies, and she probably no different than her mother, abandoned by her father, and just going through life with what she knows. And Melissa said that as if the Bible only teaching just says no. Pink said, my son is 15 years old, and I'm happy and grateful that he still speaks to me. I mean, everybody, everybody in your family is cool, and also y'all are gamers, so it makes it's just it's primed. It is primed, to go that way. And also, like I said before, even when it dealt with my mom, she would come and game with me, every once in a while, like some Galaga, some Centipede, pole position, Pac-Man, Tetris, stuff like that every once in a while. And like I said, that helps out a lot, and a lot of parents don't even understand that. Like the moment in time that if a lot of parents actually just took the time, like what Pink does, just take the time and have an interest like in video games, or have an interest in what your kids are doing, the bond becomes stronger. Like the kids ain't gonna be like, I'm getting up there now. I'm not gonna be talking to my parents no more. I'm just gonna be, off doing my own thing. It's like, nah, it's like because it's like y'all got something in common, that's just in a sense beyond the whole. Of course, the parenting thing is number one, right? But because you actually have something in common that the child is interested in, that's like, yo, my parent is really, there for me. They really are supportive, and like I said, it just it solidifies the relationship, and I'm just even going by my own example, how I grew up and whatnot. Sham says society fails these unwanted kids over and over, and it forces them to grow fast. That's why I said that we don't care about the children we already got, but want to add on to it. The ninth daughter said, come to think of it, there were a few out there girls growing up, but we didn't have it on the internet. Baby boomers were having babies and started families at 13 and 14. Are we just seeing it more? The crazy part is, I remember even going through school. Like I said, I told you all the story of like one girl, she was going through like the whole football team. And the only reason I knew or the school knew about that is because um and that was bad. Like I said, it was already enough that she was doing that. But for somebody to sit up there and print off like papers and they were like just spreading it throughout the school, I'm like, man, that's tough. Like I felt bad for her. Like I really, felt bad for her because I did also like technically know her. Um, and I had conversations and everything of the sort, directly, with her, and it's like, dang. And I think I might have saw her once after that happened, and you can tell like her world was like shattered. And I know when stuff like that happens, this is when people start thinking to like the further extent. Especially when they're in high school, because it's like in high school, everybody's like, oh, my world is over. Like high school is basically the world for a lot of kids. It's like if something happens here and things get out or whatnot or whatever, it's like nothing else matters because high school is literally all they know, right? But I think if I can remember correctly, I might have seen her somewhere on social media, and I think she's married, or from at least the time that I remember seeing her picture, she was married. So I'm like, hey, things worked out, and she's still here. Like I said. things happen. And that's why I sit up there and say when it goes to like certain extents, I'm not going to horrendously judge people because you never know what that can do to them mentally. And of course, something like that happening in high school where people want to just put information out there just to be hurtful. It's like, that's yeah. And then on top of that, not knowing if past wise, if things may have happened to her, which put her in the position of feeling as though that she needed to get attention in that type of way, you know. But like I said, it's a cold world out here. Ninth daughter said, part of my question is genuinely inquisitive. No problem, no problem. I got you. Like I said, I try to accommodate and answer, questions or comments that people basically have right in the comment section. So y'all free to write stuff. Just to let y'all know. Sham said no at this rate of teen sex and pregnancy is rising. It used to be something condemned by society. These types of girls end up in the special schools or interventions. Better yet, Sham, was going to inevitably happen, and I hate to say it like this, and I don't want this to happen, but I can see where this is going to go because of the timeline that we are currently in, dealing with social media and how these young girls are told to think by older women. If she does not get things straight, right? If the young girl in the orange don't get things straight, she's going to inevitably turn to websites such as like OF. Case in point, if you don't believe me, look at Bad Barbie. She was, I think, like 17, and then as soon as the clock struck 12 and she hit 18, she automatically had an OF basically set up, and she made millions of dollars, right? Or because of how active she is, she may happen to go into the other industry, So, like I said, that's why I keep trying to say that a lot of women need to start talking to their daughters and to these young girls directly out here, so that they don't, turn and go into these other, activities, or I don't even want to call it career, but these types, of jobs. Like I said, it's detrimental. The only thing that they're going to know is the worst version of men. The only thing that they're going to know is how to be objectified, how to be, lusted after, right? They're not going to know actual, love or an actual man like really caring, you know. But it's crazy out here. So beep, what is up? What is up? What is up? Sham said these programs and things are all gone. Tippy said I blame both. Of them failed to teach her. They say where the father at because men are the leaders. You shouldn't let no woman tell you when you can see your kids. Now, like I told you before, Tippy, I get you. I do understand where you're coming from. This is why I said in the live stream. No, it was a video that I recorded before, and I might have repeated this before. This is where it gets fairly tough, right? And this is in a sense still dealing with the situation, but a little bit outside of the situation. Like I said before, right? You said, and I've heard many other women basically say that men are ordained by God in order to, lead women or the community or things of that nature. But this is where I'm at, right? And this is just again me being honest. If as a man I listen to the words of everybody else and say that I'm supposed to lead, right? Okay, cool, fine. And I do the things that I'm supposed to do in order to lead. Like, I love and I care, and I got like a certain type of route that people can sit up there and take so that they can see something, right? Or maybe I might be walking directly in those actions. But even with all of those things, if I have women in my family that don't want to listen to me, and I'm telling them what is in their own best interest for the longevity of their life, and I'm watching them slowly but surely waste away, what makes me think within the fiber of my being that I can save other women out here, or that I can benefit and help realistically other women? If I can't sit up there and do something for the women in my family, if they don't want to listen to me, what hope do I really, and this is just me being real, what hope do I realistically have as a black man? Right? If I can't save them or lead them, what makes me think that I can do the exact same thing for other black women directly about here? Within what I just stated to people, it should make sense what it is that I'm saying. It should completely make sense. Like I said, I don't know. It's just me. It's just me being honest. I'm just going off of what it is that you wrote. Sham said when social media hit the scene, teen pregnancy rose significantly. It's because of more access to other people. The sad things, peer pressure is still a thing. You also said that, yep, I'm betting this child may be a foster child as well. A lot of girls this bad off is in the foster system. They don't have either parent. You also said that I remember trying to save a child similar to this situation that was abandoned by both parents. She had horrible foster parents. I used to tutor her and was trying to get her a better situation. Tippy said that nobody forced a grown man to get a woman pregnant, knowing darn well she wouldn't be a good mother. Same with women laying down with men, knowing that he ain't ish. Sham said, trying to tell her to not be out here in the streets, calling me if she needs help. I didn't hear from her for 2 to 3 weeks. Called the police. She was dead in a field the whole time. Really impacted me. Yeah, it's like I said, it's tough. It is tough. Lewis said we didn't have the internet and we wrote letters. Yeah, I remember having a pen pal. I remember writing a pen pal. I think she was in like Colorado or somewhere. I think the letters took like weeks to come back or something like that. I remember that. You used to have like pictures and stuff to the person that you were writing. Like it was crazy. It was it looked Now when I sit up there and say this, it's going to sound very crazy, but again, it was not my fault. Now, given the fact that I had a pen pal, the pen pal that I had, they gave us like opposites. So if I was a boy, you had a girl, and if you had a girl, she had a boy pen pal, right? Because I guess it was Colorado, Sweden, or whatever it was, the pen pal that I had, she was white. So, like I said, it wasn't even my fault. They started this indoctrination early. Crazy work out here. Like I just had to sit up there and think about that. I'm like, man, they really tried to get me. They be trying to get kids at early ages. Let me tell you something. It's wild out here. It's wild. But during those times, as a child, you ain't even thinking about it like that. But now as an adult, it's like, man, they tried to get me. Tippy said, women like Sexy Red always popping out children, and these grown men stay getting them pregnant. Like, dude, do you have eyes? You see the type but you got to remember, Tippy, Sexy Red is dealing with ratchet dudes. She's dealing with hood dudes. Those women, they'll sit up there and tell you they're not dealing with standard issue dudes. They will never do that. Even if the dude means well and could actually be a good father and actually love them, they're not going to do it. They're going to deal with the dudes that don't care. They're going to deal with the dudes that other women out here find attractive. That's who they get. That's who Sexy Red be getting pregnant by. You ain't never see Sexy Red get pregnant by like some standard issued, 9-to-5 dude, that got a good head on the shoulders. They ain't never happened. Those are not the guys that I've ever seen hang around Sexy Red. Never in this lifetime. Sham said she was 13 years old, much like this young girl. She was sexually active, prostituting, doing drugs, and etc. I always felt if I had met her sooner, would she still be alive today if I was able to intervene? That's tough. And Melissa said 100. Tippy said, darn, sorry to hear that, Sham. That was really sad. Yep. Tippy said, I understand that. You ignore women like that and keep leading. Don't let women stop you from being. No, it's not the whole thing of like of being a man, but you got to understand. You hear women your whole life, trying to sit up there and tell, even as a young boy, it's like, yo, you a man now. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, I'm 6 years, like, you're a man now. I'm like, that don't make any type of sense. 13, you a man. I'm like, what? Like, what are we talking about here? It's like that. Like you don't actually get a chance to just be a child. You automatically are given a title of being a man, and you're not even anywhere close to it or even having that understanding. So then you're trying to figure this directly out and trying to like understand so that you can hold this title that everybody keeps giving directly to you that you didn't ask for. You didn't even get a chance to grow directly into it or even try to reach out and touch it when you felt like you were at that point in life. And, now, being a grown man, I'm trying to sit up there and do what is best for, again, Black women and women in my community. But again, folks don't want to listen. So it's not listening to people, tell you or stop you. Nobody can stop me from, I'm already a man. Nobody can stop me from doing that other than myself. It's the whole thing of people keep telling you to try to do something while also at the same time not listening and not following directions. And I'm a patient person to an extent, but the moment in time I realize that you're not just paying attention, I just drop it and I just stop caring. So this is why whenever I happen to do this content where I'm talking about, black women, these young girls, it's still a consistent battle. And like I said, this is just me being honest. It's a consistent battle with like, all right, should I still be trying to fight this fight and still like actually show that I care and love and whatnot or whatever? Because at the end of the day, I'm still going to have people die. You don't really care about black women. You don't actually love black women. No. And then if it's not that, then it's how people just don't want to listen. They want to ignore and all this. And like I said, I don't got no time for that. Because like I said, I've dealt with that before, dealing with young women who got kids and they don't want to pay attention to when a guy is trying to basically tell them like, hey, this is how you want to move. You shouldn't be having all of these dudes around your kids and da. And again, women don't want to listen. And as a man, you get to the point where you're tired of people being dismissive, not paying attention. And then when they throw themselves into a stupid situation, they want to come back and cry to you and talk about like, oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you leave me? Why didn't you do this? Where are the men? It's like, yo, it's tiring. It is a very, very emotionally, mentally tiring thing. And it gets to a point as a guy, it's like, yo, you're just gonna have to sit up and just save yourself. You're gonna have to just throw whatever to the wayside and just let people be. Like if you see people directly on the ground, like, yo, you just gotta sit up there and like walk past them. Because it gets to the point where it feels like if you try to pick them up or carry them, it's dead weight because you can try to save them, but it's like they still not gonna listen. It's like, yeah, okay, I see you burning. No problem. Let me sit up there and drag you to this water. No, they trying to sit up there and drag you back to the fire. I'm like, no, bro, get off my shoulder. Get off my back. You good? You can stay burning on the side of the road. You got that. Sham said, for people who don't know me, I put in the work as a community activist, opened my home to help raise foster children, my friends' children, my own nephews. So I speak from my heart about these kids. Bars. You also said that you can't blame men for what's happening to these young girls. The 1950s, even if the father wasn't in the home, we weren't having these bad of issues. It's really society is the problem. Tibby said, thank you, Sham. People who do what you do should get awarded financially. Yeah, they should. But, society does not award the good of us. They always award the worst, which is crazy. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. But now, let's continue directly on to the next video.
Kids, and I get pulled over. And the interesting thing about being a black person in this country when you get pulled over is the last thing I'm thinking about is getting a ticket. And the cop pulls me over and he comes in pretty hot, I'm not gonna lie, and says he pulls me over for not having a front license plate, which we haven't had a front license plate on this car in 5 years. And I was like, oh yeah, like, we need to get that done, so sorry. And he goes, where are you coming from? I was like, oh, I was coming from the NAACP Image Award nominee luncheon. And he goes, oh. And he goes, license and registration. I was like, okay. So I get it, give it to him. And he goes, are you still at this address? I was like, no. It's like, where you live now? And I was like, not too far from here. I was literally like 3 blocks away, or 3 exits away. Why haven't you changed it? I was like, I just haven't had a chance to go to the DMV. I was like, 2 kids, 5 and under. It's just working full time. It's hard to find a time. I was like, but I'll get that done. When did you move into that house? Bought it a few years ago. Okay, whose car is this? It's mine. Me and my husband, we share the car. It's ours. Okay. He leaves, comes back, and he leaves for a little bit. I'm like, okay. Call my husband, tell him. He's like, okay, just keep me posted. He comes back. Have you been drinking? No, I don't drink. Okay, I'm gonna test you. Comes around. He's like, I'm not gonna make you get out of the car, but I'm gonna test you. And I was like, okay. I was like, I don't drink though. So like, he tests me. I pass. He goes, okay, well, I smelled some alcohol. I was like, all I have in here is an oat milk latte. Okay. He leaves, comes back. So Jonathan's your husband? I was like, yep, 15 years. Leaves for a while, comes back. By this point, it's been almost 20 minutes. Then he goes, well, okay, I'm just gonna give you a fix-it ticket. I was like, okay, thank you. He's like, all right, have a good day. The thing I want people to realize, again, is that had I not been courteous, he was looking for a reason. He was absolutely looking for a reason. White people only have to worry about getting a ticket. I was worried that I wasn't going to make it home to my kids because he was looking for a reason. That's how it feels being black in this country.
And that was crazy. And you will have a lot of cops, like I said, a lot of folks, they don't tend to believe any of the stuff that black people say. They only believe it once it happens to them. This is when you've heard white people at airports, when they're getting arrested for acting all deranged and drunk, they're like, oh, you're arresting me. Stop. You're treating me like a black person. I'm like, wow. I'm like, so you do realize and understand what black people go through, and you do just so happen to see it, but you never want to say anything because it never happens to you. But once, now you're being arrested. Now you got several officers directly on you trying to apprehend you and put cuffs on you. Oh, now you understand what black people be talking about. I'm like, good job, officers. Arrest that white man. He's being disorderly. Like I said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Like I said, I kept telling people, like, hey, if you're going to just sit idly by and you're going to watch what be happening to black people, what's going to inevitably happen is that once it start happening to white people, black people are going to be clapping. We're going to be on the cop side. It's like, you got it, officer. It's like, that's what I'm talking about. Back to blue. Thin blue line. Like I said, I've said that in so many different videos because I'm like, it's hilarious that, when you say the exact same things that they've been saying over the years, and then you use it and frame it against them, and you can visibly see what it is that they're going through. It's amazing how angry people get, how enraged people get, and then how people just automatically from that. And we're not even talking about like a racist situation. Then from that, now people want to start getting racist. I'm like, what? I'm like, how did we get here? I'm like, yo, you went from like 1 to 1,000. That's some crazy work. It's diabolical, 100%. Yo, what is up, Flying? I saw you, Sham. No, he was modded. That was like years and years back. But to Guillotine, that's not whining. What's the best way to sit up there and put it? It's in a sense thinking out loud, which I tend to do a lot during either live streams or videos, and also the same sentiments that I have, I can promise you that there are other guys directly in the black community or sons that feel the exact same way. So again, regardless on how people may deem it, if I talk about it, or how it may make me seem or whatnot or whatever, again, I do this because other people may share the exact same sentiments, especially younger dudes directly out here who really want to do the best, let's say maybe for their family or people that they love and really care about, because in too many instances, when it deals with especially young black men out here, they feel alone. How it is that they got to move through life, what it is that they got to look at, their outlooks on life and everything. They feel, a lot of times they feel alone. They feel like don't nobody actually understand. And that's because a lot of grown dudes, they pull up to the scene and they be like, don't nobody care. Stop crying. This, that, stop complaining. And I'm like, you're being dismissive of that dude's feelings. And we inevitably know what happens when you are dismissive of young black boys and their feelings, instead of them being able to, all right, just like think that out. Or maybe if they have a little bit of emotions, depending on the situation or what they've been going through his life as a child, they want to potentially cry that out. We basically tell them like, don't be crying. Don't express no feelings, because the only feelings that are allowed directly in the black community when it deals with black men is anger. Anger and rage. Those are the only feelings, and that's facts. That's 100% facts. Within the Black community, the only emotions that are realistically allowed and that are valued when it deals with Black men and young Black boys is anger and rage. That's it. So again, this is why, and then that turns into what? It turns into violence. And everything else that basically comes directly with that. And then what does that then in turn do to the community? That starts to tear things apart. All because people want to be, dismissive of the feelings of young boys and young men directly out here. Because people don't want to, really allow them to, express certain things. It's crazy work. Like I said, I remember my aunt, and I remember when she sat up there and told me, it's like, yo, man up, stop crying. I'm like, ain't you a woman? I'm like, how? Like, what? I'm like, like I said, given the situation, I was vastly confused. I was like, I understood if I heard that from like an uncle, but I'm like, dog, you are still a woman at the end of the day. I'm like, you're telling me you don't sit up there and like, what? I'm like, yo, like I said, stuff is crazy. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. It's diabolical, crazy work. But anyways, so what we're gonna do is fly directly to the next. Is the next video? Yeah. We're gonna fly directly to the next video right here.
Feeling disoriented in their marriages right now because they're grappling with the fact that their husband, a seemingly good man, is wholly indifferent to what's happening to women, to children, to marginalized communities, and over 1,100 women that I polled felt this way, which was the overwhelming majority. Women are watching the world burn. Right before our very eyes, we are losing even more rights. Children are being killed senselessly and more in gun.
Hold up. Pause that. Pull that back. I'm a little bit confused. What do you expound upon that for me real quick? What do you mean I'm past logic? Explain that to me real quick. Explain this to me real quick. Explain that to me real quick. Because I'm gonna try my best, because I can feel already right now that I'm about to hit 100, but I'm trying to just make sure. Because like I said, I'm trying to be a better person. Because I've done this for quite a bit. And I'm just trying to figure something out. That don't even make any sense. So if you look directly on the screen, right, it says that you're past logic, but you're from Detroit. I need you, as the guy that you are, to expound on that for me. It's a very clear thing that I stated. Very, very clear thing that I stated. It don't take that much time. We both grown here. Like I said, I'll wait. I take time. No, I got you. I remember. I remember old head dudes. I remember. And I remember the picture that you had directly up there. I got you. But I just need you. I just need you to expound that for me. Like way past I need you to expound that, because as you know. What you talking about in my teens? No, you didn't. You, brother, no. I didn't start YouTube in my teens. Like what? I'm not I Show Speed or like some Kai Cenat. Like I didn't start nothing in my teenage years. even when I go back and look at my Tekken videos, that was not my teen years either. So I'm like, maybe you got things confused. Because I know when I started, doing social media and whatnot, it wasn't no teen years. Trust me. Trust and believe. Videos would have been vastly different up here if it was teen years. No, I don't got 500K. No, everything stopped a long time ago. A lot of both, probably by the powers combined of both YouTube and other folks out there that just don't like me. They put a stop to that a long time ago. Never even reached anywhere near 500K. I wish. That would have been great. That would have been glorious. But stuff happens. Maybe it happened for a reason. I don't know. But yeah, 500K subs. Nope. I mean, I got you. I mean, we got some other people that was doing that as well too. Tonda was up here. Sham was up here. You got Mo up here. You got Hack. You got Ty. Like it's quite a few people that's up here. That was there like back when I had very little subscribers. Wait, what? You said you said I'll get you to 500K. I'm allowed to start ish. I love you, Nigerian. That's crazy. It's just- ain't nobody trying to see that up over here. That's nah. I'm good on that one. Nah, I'll stay where I'm at. No. We don't need no extra nonsense over here. With Africans pulling up, they got too much stuff going on. Nah. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Like I said, try to be a better person. Let me tell you something. I was about a good several. I was a good several seconds, and this live stream was going to be vastly something different. Let me tell you something because I felt it. I'm like past logic. I'm like, for whatever do you mean past logic? That's it sounds a little bit insulting right there. I'm like, that's ah, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is diabolical. Wait, what? You said that, brother. I don't even know what you even said. I'm not sure if, like I said, I remember you, but I'm like, I'm not even sure if you're joking right now, where you're sitting up here talking about FBA decided to embarrass a president from Africa, and you say you quit FBA. I'm not sure if you're even joking right now or whatnot. Like I'm not even. Let me just fly past real quick. I gotta kind of skip past this, like the CC situation. Sham, remember that? Say I know Sham and Mo, and I think Tippy, Gail, and a few other people remember that situation. Oh boy, I'm just gonna skip past it right now. I'm gonna just skip past it right now. People are already putting in votes. I'm gonna skip past it right now. Let me let me go back to the video real quick, right? So the reason I wanted to highlight this video with this lady here is the fact that she wanted to talk about men in general. And she was like, their husbands and that. This is the main problem that I got with this. She's a white woman, And at the end of the day, she doesn't want to call out white men because those are the main ones that make the laws, rules, and regulations. Those are the ones that give her the protection and all this other type of stuff. So in order for her to talk about the situation of which she knows that her men are in control of and make the rules for, she says men in general. For me, I know as a black guy, black American male, I know she's not talking about me. I know she's not talking about me. Like I said, I need people to really be honest whenever it is that they're talking about these problems and talking about these situations, especially when you know it's only dealing with one demographic, and it's a demographic of which that you're a part of, that you are raised in, raised with, or side by side with, and also get married to. Be honest about the situation. Call it out exactly for what it is. Like I said, you talking about your husbands are watching the world burn because they're the ones burning the world. They're the ones causing wars. Like, how are you sitting up there saying men in general when it's the men that you are literally married to and that you put in power, and you make sure to hold your position so you can keep those exact same men directly in power, the ones that are also, mind you, taking away your rights when it deals with the choices of your body and everything of the sort. Again, it's not black men sitting up there doing that. It's white men doing that. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. And you got so many people that's going to eat that directly up and move directly with it. Next, we're going to go directly over to Africa, and we're going to look at the nonsense that has been going on right here.
As we found out from this slave owner turned informant.
Oh, it was this video. So let me just preface this. This was a recent video. This is a recent video where they're talking about an African man was a ex-slave trader. This ain't like, some 60s, 50s, 40s, 1900s, 18. This is in today's time where this African man was sitting up here just like selling kids to and from. And also to note, they're going to list as well too that he was also sold as well. So it's just a cycle that keeps going. Let's look at it.
Found out from this slave owner turned informant.
How much did you pay for a child?
500 Ghana cedis.
That's about $80.
But it's a human life. You bought a child. Is that not slavery?
That's how it is, he shrugs. Over 25 years, he's bought thousands of children.
What's the worst thing you ever did as a slave owner?
Forcing a kid who doesn't know how to swim to dive to the bottom of the lake, he told us. They could go down and never come up. So many children have died here. But there is another dreadful truth to hear.
He was sold into slavery?
By my father, he tells us. The child...
Right? So the guy in the video who captured and sold kids, he was also a child slave himself because his father sold him into the exact same slavery. And it's like, man, so you're dealing with like unhealed trauma. So for him, because he was sold, he don't really see no qualms or no problems going out there and selling other kids because this will happen to him. So in his world and from his point of view, it's normal, it's natural because his parents did it to him. That's tough. That is tough. That is 100% tough. Like, man, like I said, I can't even begin to understand how that dude even felt as a child getting like sold to like some other. And like I said, no telling what he had to endure as a child, what he went through. Because like I said, I covered too many videos and whatnot when it deals with kids. Like it ain't nothing good. Whenever it deals with adults and kids, it's never nothing good. It's always the most horrendous and horrible stories. Man, that's tough. It's like at one moment, it's like you don't want to sit up there and feel sorry because you don't see him as being innocent. But then you realize it was like, yo, he was a child too. He didn't have no choice. he had to endure, he had to endure with untold traumas. Like if his parents sold him, no telling what he was going through at home. So we don't even know if the situation getting sold, if it might have been a better situation for him. You know, like I said, that's bad. That's all bad. Yo, what is up, Gil? Sam said, especially to become an adult that is drowning children he captured. Yeah, that's crazy. Yep. Yep. Rabbit said the video is old, but regardless, this man still pisses me off about how he talks about children. Yeah, like I said before, for me, it's new because I never seen it. I never seen it. I wish I could have seen it when when you were able to see it during the time, but I'd be all over the place. So now we're going to also move directly into the future of South Africa. And at this moment in time, we have, and I want to note again, and I have to bring this up because you got a lot of Africans that normally sit up there and talk crazy about Black Americans. This is another reason why I'm highlighting this. And I'm also highlighting this because you got a lot of folks out here that's pan-African, and they've been telling Black Americans, oh yeah, go over to Africa. That's the spot. That's where we need to sit up there and go because of this, that, and the third. And I told y'all for years, I'm like, so what's going to happen if you tell all of these Black folks, these Black Americans, to go over there to Africa? You're going to a whole nother country. You don't know the people. You don't speak the language. You don't know the culture. You don't know the government. You don't know whatever complications or issues that they've had in between the different tribes or the groups specifically there. You don't know nothing about the civil unrest. What's going to happen? And who are the Pan-Africans that are going to specifically protect the Black Americans when all hell breaks loose? And that answer is nobody. None of the Pan-Africanists that have told Black Americans to go over there to Africa, they're not going to uproot and take themselves from America and go over there to Africa to go save those Black Americans. Let's take a look. Oh, matter of fact, I could just play this part because this is just a part of it. I had to mute it because of the music. It said South Africans protesting against the installation of the Nigerian Igbo king in Eastern Cape, dealing with South Africa. So you got all these people running directly through the streets. In other videos that you're going to be able to see, you have Africans going through. If you are not, let's say, like a resident of, if you're not from South Africa or whatever it is, and they know that you're from another area of Africa, they're tearing up your business. They're burning up your cars. They're setting fire to a lot of things there to get people who are not supposed to be there out. You will literally hear in the video further on Africans telling other Africans like, oh, if this ain't your home, you need to go back home. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, but Africans be sitting up here saying that Black Americans are xenophobic for saying anything even close to that. Like, look at this. They going through sitting up there like tearing up, and burning up businesses.
People, everyone is basically, well, you can see, Stephen, there are the visuals. A number of taxis, well, seems like there are some of them.
Let me pause it real quick. It said on March 30th, 2026, protesters have torched vehicles and buildings allegedly belonging to foreign nationals in protest against the installation of Nigerian king in the Eastern Cape, Part 2.
Not just taxis, but private-owned businesses burning up in flames. Now, this is where they had actually told us to turn back or to switch off the cameras.
And SEPA, I mean, to set a car alight like that, it's actually quite a hard thing to do. They're designed not to catch a light like this, so this is quite extreme, what we're seeing here. These vehicles alight in this way. Utterly extraordinary what we're seeing. You can hear the crackling as well in the background. Gosh.
Oh, yes, Stephen, you can hear the crackling. We just want to move a bit away so we're at a safe distance, because remember, these are cars that had petrol. These are cars that have engines, so they might just blow up. So we want to be at a safe distance should that happen. Now, to tell you that on the other side of the street, we see where the crowd had actually fallen back to. Majority of the crowd is now onlooking towards a certain area of the CBD. And that particular area, that's where you'd find the butcheries. And those are mostly foreign nationals that are Islamic. Like I said, that even the masjid here has actually been vandalized, kicking down the gates of the masjid. But most of the people, or most of the businesses or the business owners actually took cover inside the masjid, and they closed the gates shortly before the crowds started to come in. Now I can see some of them coming out, foreign nationals here and the business owners coming out crying, hands on their heads, seeing the extent of damage to their vehicles. Most of them, of course, these could be delivery vehicles for some of them that they use. And we're seeing one bakkie up ahead, which is actually one of a delivery one that they see. Let me see if I can speak to one of them. Hi, sir, come this side. Come this side, sir. Okay, he says he's running away because all these cars have petrol.
This is what is going on in South Africa right now. And I think every African needs to be.
So this is all I'm saying, right? Before I continue this video, the reason I got to list these things with Africa, because again, you got folks out here that want to talk crazy about Black Americans, especially Africans. They want to talk all types of crazy, but it's like y'all sitting up there ripping and running, tearing up your country, tearing up other stuff because other people are there who don't have nothing to do with the situation, but you feel it's right to burn it up, their property, their cars, and to, in a sense, put hands directly on those folks and to push them up, out of town as if they specifically did something to you, which again is egregious, which is 100% crazy. But the thing I will sit up there and say is that I don't see none of these Africans, while they're going through and trying to do this, I don't see them doing this to white people. I have yet to see a video of Africans deciding to go to a white business that's established, a white vehicle, or try to tell white folks and their families that they need to move on up out of here and forcing them directly. I ain't seen that. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's a little bit wild. But I'm like, I'm seeing these Africans, they making sure to go after people that look just like them. I'm like, that's a little bit crazy. I'm like, oh, that's quite wild. The animosity that they have. But I'm like, didn't Europe throw you into the disarray and all of this? Don't they still got contracts and all this other type of stuff dealing with your land and your minerals and your resources and all this? I'm like, hey, but you got anger, more so with people on the continent than those who are still stealing and robbing directly from you. That's a little bit weird to me. That's crazy to me. And the main thing, like I said before, is that it's crazy to me is that a lot of Pan-Africans are not about to go over there and risk their lives in order to stop that nonsense from happening. You're not going to see Pan-Africans deciding to be like 4 or 10 deep to try to stand in front of thousands or 100,000 of these Africans trying to tell them, oh, stop, stop, stop. Don't burn this stuff down. We're all this and we're all that. Don't let the divisiveness get. They ain't about to do that. They're not about to do that. That is not about to sit up there and happen. What was it? You said FBA is mortifying me. Hey, it be like that. Pan-Africanists are mortifying me at this moment in time with the way that they sitting up there moving. And how I don't see them going over to Africa to fix a lot of these problems going on with these governments, with these coups, with the civil unrest that is going on directly out there. It's mortifying me at this moment in time. And then it's also mortifying me that a lot of Pan-Africanists are allowing these Africans to step up online on TikTok and ain't saying nothing. I don't see Pan-Africanists pulling up to the scene to check a lot of these Africans. Now, I know that I'm doing it. I know that many others are sitting up there doing it, but I don't be seeing these Pan-Africanists that say that everybody is everybody and we all family. I don't see them pulling up to the scene and deciding that, hey, let me sit up there and put this in check. Let me, make sure, things stay where it's supposed to sit up. That's not happening. Like I said, there are quite a few popular Pan-Africanists that are huge online. And I have yet to see them sit up there and say anything. On top of the fact of the black folks that have lost, the black Americans that have lost their lives directly over there. Somebody said they were already doing stuff to the white farmers. Again, I said I'm talking about the videos that I'm looking at right now. I'm talking about, let me be very specific again, because I guess people are not catching me. When I'm talking about I don't see none of these Africans doing this, I'm talking about the videos I just showcased to you. I didn't see not a white soul in there. I didn't see not a white business in there. I didn't see not any of these white people's vehicles in there either. That's what I'm talking about. Let me see. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, I know. Okay, I know who Vince is talking about. The crazy part is at this moment I wasn't even talking about him. I was talking about somebody else actually. Because what was the dude I set up there and I did a video on him before? Because what was the dude? Consciously, because I set up there and did a video, not a video directly on him, but he was a part of a video that I did because he was on the whole thing with Rhonda Osman, the brick lady, which caused a huge division when it dealt with black men and black women during that time. Because fields of black women were like, oh, look at how black men are acting. Look at how it is that they just want to brick us to death, and how it is that they want to be violent towards us, and how it is that they don't want to believe a black woman, and they're okay with violence and rah, rah, rah. And then it was found out that she was basically just stealing. She basically lied. And, you got black American women that fell directly for the trap, fell directly for the trick. But you still have this division. There was no apology or anything that happened. Like I said, I did a whole slew of videos on Rhonda Osman, or whatever. Like I said, everything was highly questionable. And I stated that. And even amongst the videos that I did, I still had black women pulling up to the scene, be like, oh no, this is how you black men, da-da-da. And I'm like, then after everything was said and done, and now she's in court, and now, going through trials and whatnot, or whatever. Thanks to shout out to Daphne Sutton, one of the few black women out there that decided to take the initiative and go through all of the hate to basically make sure that, things took place the way that they were supposed to take place. You didn't see none of those women sitting up there pulling up to the scene, making apologies, pulling back the things that they decided to say about black men in general. You didn't see none of that. Everybody just skipped past it. Like, it's crazy. Like that's wild to me. That is 100% wild. Let's look at that girl. My goodness, girl is hilarious. Vince said I don't take Pan-African serious. At best, I take what they say with extreme grain of salt. Yo, one of many. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Let me see. Dun, 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 dun. What was it? You said just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening. That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm being very specific. So when I'm looking at the videos that I'm bringing to people and what I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not seeing it here. I'm talking about giving party examples. Like I said, they have their own news people local directly on the scene. So if things are happening directly to white people, oh, they'll make sure to highlight that. Oh, best believe Africans love white folks. They will make sure to highlight that. They'll be like, oh, and they'll make sure to call that out, both there and over there in the UK. The Africans in the UK will be the first ones also call that out too. So, like I said, I'm not sitting up there seeing that. Like I said, people know who it is that they'll go directly after and who it is that they won't directly go after. Like it's crazy that people keep trying to bring up the exact same thing, and I'm like, yo, I'm talking about this right here that is in front of us that we can clearly see at this moment in time. One of many says, shout out to Daphne Sutton. Yeah, much love and appreciation to that woman. Like I said, she was doing the Lord's work. That was one of the few black women that I've seen online that was going to bat for black men every single time. Like whenever somebody was telling a lie, stood up. She was sitting up there taking all the hits. When it dealt with Rhonda Olsen, and that was happening for it almost felt like half a year plus that it dealt with that whole situation. And how the whole internet was torn, at least in the black community. Wild. Wild. Even to the extent where you had African women coming directly in here trying to talk about and speak on black American men. I'm like, this is what we talking about. I'm like, that's the easiest go-to to sit up there and do. Is like, oh, black men in a conversation, start talking negative. Let's start the hate. Like I said, shout out to Daphne Sutton, man. Like I said, do beautiful work. Like I said, she's still getting hate to this day. And even when she points out everything and she has 100% proof, you still got women out there trying to come at her sideways. I'm like, dog, you're moving stupid. Just admit that you were wrong. Like, she has all of the information and proof. Like, she got text messages, she got voicemails, everything. And you're still acting as if that stuff doesn't. I'm like, brother. I'm like, this is, like I said, this is what I'll be talking about. It's over. It's curtains. It's curtains. Flying said that Pan-Africans will always rock, save face. Yeah. So what about the black Americans that died over there in Africa? I don't hear a lot of Pan-Africans talking about we're going to always remember their name. I don't see t-shirts. I don't see hashtags. I don't see people giving warnings. You know, like I said, if people have a belief in what it is that they have a belief in, I'm fine. Like if people want to be a Pan-African, that's cool. All right, cool, no problem, right? If people want to be FBA, Black American, Indigenous, Hebrew, Israelite, original, whatever it is, the star children of the universe, whatever people want to sit up to say is cool. It starts becoming issues and problems when people want to start doing the back and forth. It's to the same extent where people want to have religious wars, where they're like, my God is basically better than your God. My religion is better than your religion. Like I said, the problem with a lot of stuff is that everybody want to be right. Nobody wants to be wrong. This is why we got so many problems and issues. People just can't just sit up there and just be. Like that's the craziest part. That's that's 100% crazy. Yeah, one minute said that Daphne is impartial too. She holds both sides accountable. Yeah, she does. She does. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. One minute says so many African YouTubers are covering news in the United States and about Black Americans freedmen, though nothing really from within their own backyards. And that's my point. And that's my point. Like I said, when it deals with Pan Africanists, they're not going to call that out. I'm like, y'all don't find that weird. I'm like, so y'all fine with them always talking about Black Americans and being in Black Americans' business and culture, even though they have no parts of it realistically. But when it deals with stuff that's happening back home, if they're Somalian, if they're Kenyan, if they're Nigerian, whatever, South African, whatever it is, y'all don't find it suspicious that they don't want to talk about home, even though they up here flag banging in the United States, which is disrespectful. Because it's crazy, right? Pan Africans say that everybody is everybody, but then Africans will be like, no, everybody's not everybody. They will tell Black Americans, no, I am not you and you are not me. And then in order to further solidify that, they'll start flag banging. They'll bring out the African flags. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, I thought we was all Black though. I thought we was all family. I thought we all originated and came directly from the same place. But I guess not. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Huh? I'm a little bit confused. Wait a minute. Where's my stuff at before? Because you said, hold on, what? Where was? Oh, maybe I don't have it on here. I could have sworn. See, that's how I know you haven't been here for a very long time. I guess you must have been on vacation, right? You took a long stint and probably went somewhere, right? But over time, over the years that you have been missing directly from this platform, I've had to cover a lot of stories. And I've had to deal with a lot of disrespect from Africans. Again, you wouldn't understand that because you are Pan Africanist. Y'all don't see none of this, right? And you had a lot of folks that decided that they wanted to make videos and they also wanted to pull up to the scene and say a lot of crazy stuff directly about Black Americans and how it is that we have no culture. We're not even a group, or we're not even a people. We pretty much don't have anything. And I'm pretty sure a lot of Pan-Africanists would completely agree. It's like, yeah, soul food, that's African. Um, Pan-Africanists would be like, yeah, rock and roll, hip hop and poetry and jazz. Oh yeah, that's African. Oh yeah, the way that Black Americans dress. Oh yeah, that's all African. Because you are African, so therefore everything that you make and create here in these United States is also African. I've heard a lot of Pan-Africanists say a lot of that. And I'm like, that's quite crazy. That's very much that's wild. So you said that Black Americans are the main ones with criminality, right? Where is the video here? Let's see if we can actually get that. Let me go back here real quick. Right? I have no problem having these conversations, you know. Let me just make sure things are close to edited. All right, let me see. Is this the Oh, is this? Yeah, okay. I think it's so I'm just trying to figure out, right? Going by what you stated there, Fly, right? Dealing with the whole criminality type of thing. So how do you Pan Africans feel about the grape fest that took place over there in Africa? Let me know. Let me know. How does that fare into that Pan-Africanism? Is that a belief that Pan-Africanists have that they're okay with? Because I didn't really see Pan-Africanists speaking out and calling that out. Right? I'm like I said, I'm just trying to figure some stuff out. If I actually have the video directly down here, I can just pull it. It's going to take me a quick second. Oh, matter of fact, it might not be down here. Okay, that's for today. That was yesterday. Trying to find the day prior, because I'm trying to, when I happen to talk about these things, I like actually putting the videos directly up there. For whatever reason, is that it? Let me see. Is that the 15-minute video? Haha, got it. Let me put that directly up there.
Head is about to explode from whatever is going on in Ozora. So my brother literally just called somebody in Delta State and oh Jesus Christ, please help me. And they told him that there were some victims, a guy and a girl, like obviously boyfriend and girlfriend walking together, and they dragged the girl from the guy, they brought the girl in front of her boyfriend, and the boyfriend was fighting, and they beat up the boyfriend and the boyfriend as well.
So explain that to me, right? Flying, because you said that you are a Pan-Africanist, and like I said, no problem with that, right? I don't mind people who have a different point of view or an opinion, right? You're a Pan-Africanist. I clearly am not. Now, this African woman just clearly explained to you and everybody else that during a grape fest that was taking place in Nigeria, a African man, a Nigerian man, had his woman directly with him, and a group of Nigerian men decided to break them apart. And as the guy was trying to stop that from happening and defend his woman, he was beaten up. They were separated. The woman was raped, and so was the boyfriend. Explain that to me, how that works within the in the realm of being a Pan-Africanist. Take your time. And you're not going to tell me that that's just a few people. Because even the king over there decided to say that out of his 20-year rule that he has never heard of or seen anything like this before. But then I was able to pick up on information from women that stated in between the times of this roughly has been going on in between like a 2016, 2018 time frame, which is within the realm of that king's reign. And they stated, at least one of them did, that they were a victim of that grape fest. So you're saying that this festival happened in the United States is wait. So flying, you're trying to say that everything that I'm talking about with Nigeria that happened in Nigeria happened in the United States? Is that what you're trying to say right now? You can't be serious. You can't be serious. You can't be serious either. And let me just keep this going, because maybe you're a little bit lost in translation right now, right? That's why I got the captions up here so everybody can catch up, right? Let me just play this, right?
The fact that these guys that we're talking about, they are the same guys that are flexing with Yahoo money in Delta State, in Ozoro. These are the same boys. Like literally that video that they were dancing and flexing. I know about 3 of them in that video.
So she said it happened in Ozoro. Where in the United States is Ozoro? I'm just trying to figure that out. What black community is that? I've never heard of that. And then her accent, I don't know any Black American women that I know of that I was raised with, went to school with, that is, or that even dated, that have that. Not even Black American women in my family that have an accent like that. I'm a little bit confused. This is seeming like it's not Black American to me. It's seeming like it's not the United States. But let's continue.
I know 3 of them in that video. The one holding the camera, I know him too well. These are Yahoo boys that are moving in money in Ozora, building houses and driving big cars. And they still have time to do this festival. They still have time to do this nonsense. The fact that somebody's girlfriend, you beat him and then you beat him as well. And then some of you feign ignorance when it comes to homosexuality. Jesus Christ, my head.
So this demonic act that actually happened in Ozoro is not actually funny, because for a minute I'm like, why are people laughing? So I had a VN of a guy. He was explaining what happened in that same Ozoro Delta state.
Wait a minute. So you said, I guess that was supposed to be, you said, excuse my drinkiness, Hito, Nigerians acting feral like Indians is behind the times. So you mean to tell me this whole time that you've been a part of this live stream, you've been drinking? What time is it right now, brother? It's like 11:54. So you mean to tell me like this whole time you've been doing this live, that you've been a part of this live stream talking? You mean to tell me that you've been drinking this morning? I'm looking at some of the stuff that you're writing, because I'm like, some of the stuff don't make sense, and I'm like, it's sounding quite outrageous, and it's making sense now that you said that you were drinking. It's still in the air for me, in a sense, because people normally say, what was it, like a drunk mind, sober thoughts, whatever it is, like, basically, people will be their true selves when they're inebriated, or however it is that people like to sit up there and say. But again, it makes a little bit of sense, I guess. Dog, it is, brother. I think you need to just log off. I'm just gonna be real. I think you just. I just need to. I think you just. You probably should just like log off right now, brother. Because I'm glad you said something. Because for one brief second, I was like, we could just have this conversation, on the live real quick. And I'm like, you know what? I'm happy that I decided not to do that. Because I'm like, you've been drinking. Dog, I don't care nothing about no expat. I'm talking about your drinking right now, sir. Dog, you gotta relax on that, man. You gotta really relax on that, man. Like, drinking is going to, like, on a whole, like, away from this whole like thing right now. Like, maybe you're over. Maybe you're on on a whole different like timeline or whatever. But for us in the United States, because you say you're an expat now, whatnot, or whatever, it's like it's 11:56. It's like it's still morning. Like, McDonald's is even still doing breakfast right now. Like, I could probably still get like some hotcakes right now. I'm like, dog, you gotta slow your roll on that. Especially given like the age and everything. Yeah, you drinking. Like, this is the same way that like my aunt and some of the people that I grew up with be sitting up there doing. Like, you talking straight directly to them, and they not hearing nothing, or it's just delayed. It's like, dog, yeah, you gotta. Yo, that's crazy. Mo was like, he ain't drunk. Let me tell you, Mo, as soon as he wrote that, I had flashbacks of sitting up there dealing with family. And I'm like, it's making sense, because I'm like, the same like how I'm sitting up here talking direct, they're hearing something completely different. Like, they're in like some other type of like thought zone. I'm like, dog, yeah, I can't do this. Ah, man. Dear Lord. You know the craziest part is I just had a conversation like earlier talking about, folks that I know drinking. That's the craziest before he even came direct. That was like hours ago. Before he even came directly into the chat, I already had a conversation about like folks sitting up here drinking. That's crazy. Master Blast was like, "What you mean? Any guy that watches DBZ is a weirdo." I saw Mo right there, and I was gonna say something like, "Nah, that dude trolling." I'm like, "Nah, I ain't about to fall for this. I ain't about to fall for this." Tippy said, "Autocorrect ruined my comment. Ignore that Sedgway. What you write?" Tippy said, "What's the use of getting what? What is that?" Tippy, what type of comment is that? What's going on? Oh, that is crazy. That is crazy. Master Blast said, "Drinking in the early morning." Yeah, drinking is like I said. Like I got a family to be drinking early in the morning. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. I'm like, dog, 9 o'clock in the morning. What is you doing in life? I'm like, that's wild to me. I'm like that's why I told folks before, like you probably never in this existence, you'll probably never catch me drinking, and it's for like this reason. It's like I don't got no time, dog. I done watched folks who I went to high school with. They became drinkers, and it's like, yo, the way that they look now is crazy. I'm like, nah, I can't do that, man. Mm-mm. Oh, you said over there is pushing midnight. I mean, I figured it had to be something technically, but yeah, I'm just saying you got to be careful with that drink, man. Like that's all I'm saying. Like I said, I deal with folks who are of the older generation, older than me. Yeah, y'all got to be careful with that drinking. Like I said, in a lot of instances, y'all be overdoing it. Just to be real, y'all be really like overdoing it. You know. The hell? Why is this not? Oh, maybe this ain't the right one. I'm trying to look for my charger for my phone real quick, so I can step to have that charge. All right, now I'm back. Mo was like, if he's drunk, then he's telling the truth. That's crazy. Flying say Hito is midnight in the Philippines. You said there's no cutoff. Tippy said, what's the use of getting sober instead of sober when you're going to get drunk again? LOL, that's the blues song. Sham said, yeah. Rome lives Africa now, probably why. Sham was like, you Pan-Africans because you live in there. Flying said, yeah, I'm eating crumpets, egos, and white. I'm going to say that last part, but I feel like I'm a little bit in between on what you actually wrote there, because I feel like I know you may be talking about pasta, but at the same time, I feel like you may not be talking about pasta. So, Tammy said, America is the best country in the world to live in. Mo said he should be demoted until he can get straight. No permanent bans. Sham said, yes, should be demoted from mod and temporary ban till he sobers up. Flying said, look, man, I'm a day one. Old head deuce 22. Check your early comments. No, I know old head deuce, because I also remember on IG as well too. Like I said, I happen to remember certain names because I've seen them a lot. Varying years, also depending. But also on top of that, depending on the channel that you're directly on, those comments may not be there anymore. So if you're talking about the original channel, a lot of those comments may be long gone because of, again, you've probably been gone from the platform for a very long time. So, things had to change. And that was because of, YouTube and many others directly out there. So, A lot of things are lost to time. Petridge Farm remembers. Sham said it doesn't matter if you are a day one. If you come on someone's channel drunk talking ish about FBA. Tippy said, Seji, how come he became a mod? LOL. Were you drunk too? LOL. Just joking. Nah. During various times, a lot of folks, became, mods on the channel one way or another. I slowed down on that, especially after the CC situation, and I know a lot of y'all remember that. Tippy, I know y'all know. Who else? Mo is here. I know, he knows. Ty probably remembers. I don't think D Money was there. I know Light was there. Trills, K5. Sham, were you there? Were you there when CC was going crazy on everybody, talking about she was a part of like the FBI, and she like that shit was just blowing my mind. She was like, yeah, I got family in FBI. I can sit up there and get you like hunted or like shut down or like she was talking wild. I'm like, I ain't never in my life. I'm like, who is this woman right now? I'm like, she just lost it. She lost it. Flying said I sent money when you got canceled day one. Oh head deuce. Shem was like, he back in the day on an old channel and became mine on a newer channel. Shem was like, he was gone for like 2 years. Flying said, he told you can diss me, nothing changes. He said, I've always been here. Pan-Afro or Pan-African. Shem said, yeah, I remember CC situation. Okay, yeah, okay, you were there. Okay, yeah. Tip was like, I was there. Shem was like, that was bad-ish crazy to me. Yeah. Flying said, okay, y'all want to play what I got a wrench. Always had a wrench here. Half a decade. Yeah, dog. Yeah, you got to get off them drinks, dog. Just gonna be real. Wait, what? Oh, comment down there look crazy. But yeah. During like certain times, like people, got wrenches over here. Like I said, we got brother Rains over here, brother Torian, Tareen. I keep butchering the brother's name. Lord have mercy, brother Tareen. Lisa Cabrera. And we got like some other folks as well. Like I said, we got a variety of mods here. It's just the fact that everybody is either off doing their own thing, busy, or some people forgot their accounts. Talking about for the normal folks that's not content creators and stuff. A lot of people forgot their accounts or stuff of that nature happened. Like Nurse Armstrong, I think something at one point in time happened to her account or something like that, because she got in contact with me before and let me know and whatnot. So yeah, we got some people here. A lot of people, some people ain't been here obviously for years. Master Blaster says sober up player. Yeah, it's like, that's crazy. Tippy said, I'm just playing Flying G, LOL. You good? You just funny. Sham said, we don't even have wrenches anymore. We got shields. Wait, y'all got shields? Wait, where did hold on, where do you see that at? Because on my end it's still showing wrenches. Wait, did they switch it? Y'all telling me something brand new. Hold on, let me I gotta look. Now I gotta look at the back of the screen now. I gotta go to the very back. And look at this. Yeah, y'all do got shields. Oh snap. All right. Huh. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, y'all do got it. Y'all do got shields up here. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, that's crazy. Wait. What did Sham say? You said LOL. CC said she was stalking someone's man too, like she lost it. Yeah, that, like I said, she was all over the place. I don't know what was happening. Third was like he was really testing why he got y'all. You said he is really testing y'all why he still got my privileges. Ah, like I said, I try to be a more better and understanding person. Now let me tell you, if it was up to Mo, and if it was up to Sham, this would be a whole different. We wouldn't even be talking about this no more. They would it would have been a case closed on this whole thing at this moment in time, But I try to be understanding on certain things, and and whatnot. I see that I'm going to have to make sure if I ever happen to do live streams and I have people directly up, I'm going to have to like let people know. I'm like, hey, can't be having people, just drunk up here because I can't really control the monitor what people decide to say when they're inebriated because people start talking real like wild and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, can't be having that. Can't be having that. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I don't even know what that means. Alabama Riverboat. I don't even know what that is. You said, yeah, nah, shields now. You said on the end it shows shields. Yeah, they switched it up. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why they put I mean, I guess that means that y'all are the defense, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It just threw me off. Let me see if I click on one of these. Let me look at some pin messages. Okay. Okay. So we got all right. So we got different what's the names? Let me or does it send me to like another area? Okay, basic. Yeah, I'm just looking at the background real quick. All right. Look at that a little bit. What we got? To be said, I'm definitely not a tree hugger. Wait, tree hugger. I'm a little bit. Wait, what happened? He said tree hugger is boomer's term for hippies on today's call. That's crazy. Master Blast said I was a mod for this girl on here, but she started flirting with me, and all the other mods talked her into taking it away after I didn't show up for a stream one day. Oh, that's wild. Wow. Yo, they ganged up on you. Yo, they was hating on you. Yo, that's crazy. Wow. Yo, they was mad. They was real. They was big mad about that. That's crazy. This man was sitting up here talking to the main person on the channel. People got mad about that. It was like, yo, you need to get rid of him. He ain't been here in like 24 hours. You know what, Smiles? We're supposed to be here. Yo, they was hating on you, man. That's messed up. That's messed up. Tippy's like, I never heard the term before, but she'd have said, yeah, they switched it up. Flying says, support the youngins. I've joined 2 bank cards. Wait, 2 bank cards. I don't even know what that. Are you saying you got like a membership or something? I'm confused. I don't even know what 2 bank cards even mean. Like this is like different terms. 40 subs. Sham was like temperature. He said the rent's agent. I believe your rent's agent. This one, Miss Sham, is crazy. Mo said I'm drunk too. He will eat puppy tails instead of oxtails. That's crazy. Let me see. Tippy said, right. Shan said, I'll make something to eat real quick, be back, but I'm still listening. D Love said, that's crazy. Shaking my head, super haters. Yeah, that was crazy, man. Master Blast, yo, I'm sorry that happened. Yo, what you need to do, man, start you up a channel real quick. You know, I don't know, you know, what your interest may be. Start you up a channel real quick and you know, and start, you know, doing some moving around and get, you know, and get big and you good. And then those people gonna be, you know, fluctuating over there too. Like what I'm saying is, you know, whoever you was talking to, you know, you can sit up there and you know, still talk to her and they can't get rid of you. Because you know, she'll be on your channel and you can make her like a moderator and they can just, you know, they gotta just sit up there and hate from the background. They gotta hate from the outside, you know. I don't know, you know. But that's crazy, man. That is straight wild. That is wild though, man. Tippy was like, I was here before that happened. Tippy was like, nobody in the chat voted for Trump, sir. D loves to up her laugh. She said, there you go, let them hate in the background. Yeah. Like I said, that, you know, that's the best revenge. Like sit up there, you know, make you a channel real quick, you know, get big on whatever content that you would, you know, choose to do and invite her directly over. There ain't nothing they can do. They got to talk from the background. This man Third was like, I knew Hito, I knew Seji before the dinosaurs walked there. It's been crazy. Shit was a LOL. Mr. Elder Wrench is drunk and don't remember how to spell his channel, Ronin22. It's crazy out here. It's wild. It's wild. But yeah. But yeah, stuff out here is it's crazy, man. It's drastically crazy. Did I have more videos? I have to ask myself that question because normally Tippy would do it, but she's in the background cooking. Susie Homemaker at this moment in time. So let me actually check real quick because I know I've just been talking, just running my mouth real quick. Because I think we actually covered the main videos that I wanted. Wait, what video was it? Oh, okay. I did have this other video because I wanted to give a shout out to this mother. So I want to have us take a look directly at this video. I'll probably have it up as a single form video pretty soon. Let me just do this.
Yes, sir.
Cheese steak.
You want steak and cheese? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Shout out to
okay, I have to clean the grill. I just finished the steak and cheese.
Take your time.
For the $2 dono.
Sir, steak and cheese, you want everything? Mayonnaise, lettuce, tomato, everything?
No, I want everything.
Okay.
I want everything.
You want to pay tomorrow?
Like
Yeah. You can pay. Is it like chili cheese hot dog? Is like, yeah, I am live streaming.
Oh, all right. No, I was looking. I was like, my face right there. The fuck? That's
Yeah,
what's up. That's
yeah,
what's
I
up.
am on live. And then also I share on Instagram. Is okay?
That's what's up. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You will see me on you will see you on Instagram tomorrow.
All right.
I can post it.
Or TikTok.
Yes,
We doing
TikTok and Instagram too. Listen, boss.
I mean,
Okay. Steak and cheese.
Yeah, steak and cheese. Everything on it. Heavy mayo.
Heavy mayonnaise.
Heavy
Okay.
mayo. Heavy mayo. Yeah. Heavy mayo.
Okay. Oh my gosh, I messed up. I think. Oh my gosh, it was slow today. I say let me go home. You guys keep coming. It was slow.
Be hungry, man. You be trying to eat. And you got the best cheesesteaks on this side of town. So we coming.
You know, it is a weekend, Friday. So
Yeah.
I need to go to Stevens clubs, you know?
Are you open tomorrow?
Yeah.
What time?
Tomorrow 11 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you getting up,
Yeah.
getting up early. That's what's
Yes, sir. You like the onion, yes? Onion?
Yeah, hell yeah. Damn right.
Onion. Yeah.
How much is it so I know what to put in?
Sorry?
How much is
Steak and cheese is $10.
it? 10?
Yeah.
Alright, give me a sec. Let me run my card. I'm about to say I want extra everything.
Okay, sir. Okay. He stole the money. klip var mı Yellow? Sanki parayı çaldı mı? Ben de anlamadım ya. Did he steal or not, guys? I couldn't see. Anybody, guys? I think he stole the money. He stole like $20. Are you fucking serious? Guys, he's not coming back. Did he really did that? Allah'tan bir de onu videoya aldım ha. Polise de gösterelim mi? Can I call the cops and just report? Is it okay or not? Okay. After the customer, I can call the cops, guys.
Baltimore County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
1026 Inglesides Avenue.
Sir, do you need 911?
Yes, ma'am. I need 911. He stole the money. Someone stole my money. I have the
From
videos.
where?
In my food truck. And then he stole my tip box's money.
I need to get that person's description. What race?
He's a dark skin and handsome boy.
Is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
Ma'am, he has a dark skin.
So is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
He's a dark skin.
Are you African American? Is that what you're explaining?
African, I think.
Let me tell you something. This is the one time, and this dude was struggling. And let me say, I respect this dude for the work that he does. He got his own business. He making food directly out there, late night and all this other type of stuff. The dude that you originally saw that pulled up and was asking for heavy mayo on that cheesesteak decided that he wanted to go into the guy's tip box and steal about $30 directly from him. Then he decided to walk directly off. The guy that you're able to see, who was the owner of the business, is trying his best not to describe the guy, because he was like he's a handsome, dark skinned male. The lady was like, is he black? Is he this? Is that? He didn't want to sit up and say it was a black dude. And I get it. But in this instance, by all means, because you're telling them 100% truth. It's a black dude that sat up there and stole directly from you. He had no business pulling up, stealing directly from you, and deciding to do this. Like I said, I would not condemn this man for whatever the description. I don't look at him as a racist. I don't look at him as anything negative. What happened is exactly what happened. At no point in time should he be afraid to, say exactly what it is. He shouldn't be afraid of being canceled or nothing like that. Like I said, the black dude shouldn't have pulled up and stole from him. Like, that's crazy. I'm like, dog, you really that hard up for like $30? I'm like, you don't got like nothing going on? Like, word? Like, that's wild to me. You coming up to somebody who's working for a living, right? So somebody who is, making food for those out there, and you want to steal from his business. Like, that's crazy to me. Let's continue.
I don't know.
What was he wearing?
Let me see. He's wearing okay. He's wearing like he got the tattoos on his face. He got so many tattoos.
What was he wearing?
He's wearing what? I don't know, how can I explain it, Yani. He's wearing like this.
Like what, sir? You're looking at him. I'm not there.
You cannot see me. I am sorry. This is if you call me FaceTime, is it possible to show?
I'll even pause it real quick. Brandon World, shout out for the $5. You said sorry for that typo. I was speaking from text and I meant to say, dang, dude, you still at it? Yeah. It's about only 3 hours and 30. 3 hours and 30. What was it? Flying said FBA need to talk about the miss about. You know what? The funniest thing is I could have sworn there was a point in time, because I know you had to be there. Because I remember we would have some comments there, and you would disagree. And I'm like, the disagreeing that would happen doesn't make sense. Because when I was going on a nice little stretch, when I was specifically talking about black men in the black community and what it is that should be done, how it is that black men should be conducting themselves, how it is that they should be there for the family, the kids, and all this other type of stuff, and also including elders, older gentlemen like yourselves, I specifically stated that it's really on y'all to sit up there and try to get in contact with, younger dudes directly out here, or better yet, even just the young ones within your own families. And I remember just barely. I remember some conversations there. And I remember some other black dudes that were there that were older, of course, that disagreed directly with me on that. And folks wanted to sit up there and say that they're not, that's not their responsibility, and different things of that nature. And I remember during those times I was really, really going off, because I'm like, it's crazy to me to sit up there and know the fact that you got black dudes out here that shift responsibility. Because like I said before, it's crazy on my end, knowing the fact that before any of this stuff here, like I said before, even amongst my own community, I'm sitting up there trying to talk to, like, younger dudes there, and trying to get directly to them. But the thing that was technically missing directly out of that, I didn't really see a lot of older dudes, which is weird. I'm like, it shouldn't really be me that's still young that's trying to talk to like young dudes out here. Right? It's like, it doesn't really make sense. It's like, why would the younger dudes really, in a sense, look at me? I'm not really that much older than them. Right? Maybe somebody who's like 25, 30, 35, 40, really should be the ones, in a sense, pulling up to the scene and talking to the young dudes directly up there. And the crazy part is, you being a Pan-Africanist, right? And you said FBA is the fatherless emotional wreck with no fatherly logic. The craziest part about that? The craziest part about that is, flying, is I noticed that you overlooked the fatherlessness that happens in Jamaica, because you're a Pan-Africanist, right? It's crazy that you overlook the fatherlessness that's in Jamaica, or as the Jamaican men call them, yellow jackets, which basically means that the men there are raising kids that are not even specifically theirs, because the women there are lying. Instead of them making the actual father responsible, they're placing other men as the responsible father, which they're not, in order to raise those kids. The other craziest part is that when it deals with Africa, because again, you're a Pan-Africanist, right? Nigeria has orphanages. You know what orphanages are, right? That means that those kids are fatherless. Let me look at some. Let me look at this. So it is. Let me just use in Nigeria, right? It says it is estimated that there are approximately 17.5 million orphans and vulnerable children in Nigeria. High figures is driven by poverty, disease such as HIV and AIDS, and ongoing conflicts, including the northeastern region. Total number around, again, 17.5 million children fall into the category of orphans and vulnerable children. Causes are the numbers of increasing due to violence, communal clashes, banditry, and insurgency. The risks. The children face high risks of abuse, exploitation, child labor, neglect, and with many living on the streets or in unsafe environments. Education. A major crisis exists with an estimated 18.3 million Nigerian children currently out of school, and many of whom are vulnerable or orphaned. So, to flying, what's the Pan-Africans doing about those 17.5 million fatherless children in Nigeria? That's what I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what's the plan when it deals with the Pan-Africans? How are y'all going to cure that plight? Right? Because y'all are so worried and concerned about Africa and what's going on directly over there. What's the plan for y'all to help, curb the amount of AIDS and HIV directly over there? What's y'all plans in order to get Bill Gates and his folks directly up out of there? in those contraceptives that they're trying to give, I think, what was it, to like the Kenyan women, that'll stop them from being able to the contraceptive that'll be used to stop them from having kids for about like close to 10 years. What's y'all plan to get them up out of there? That's what I'm saying. And the crazy part is, all right, cool. You want to talk about the whole reparations where Ghana decides that they want to, put their business, they want to stick their nose directly over in this business. This is my thing, right? How is it possible that explain this to me, right? If Ghana was the ones that basically sold Africans, right? They're the ones, all Black Americans, quote unquote, right? Because we all came from Africa, right? So they say, right? So if Black Americans came from Africa and a lot of us came from Ghana and Ghana sold us, how in the world can Ghana ask the UN or the United States for reparations for something that they did? Shouldn't Ghana be the ones paying reparations first? I'm a little bit I'm confused on that. Help me understand that, right? Because if I let me just type in Ghana, because you keep bringing up the Ghana president, right? Let's put in, does Ghana have a history, right, of slavery? They said Ghana is actively leading international efforts to recognize the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity, pushing for reparations and formal apologies from Western nations. Ghana also preserves historical sites like Elmina Castle. Modern slavery still exists in Ghana. Whoa, let me backtrack. Let me backtrack. Whoa, that's a little bit crazy. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me read that. So it says Ghana is actively leading international efforts to recognize the transatlantic slave trade as a crime against humanity, right? Cool, no problem. So then it says pushing for reparations and a formal apology from Western nations. Cool, no problem. Then it says Ghana also preserves historical sites like the Elmina Castle. Cool, right? No problem. Then they get into the part where it says modern slavery still exists in Ghana. So I'm a little flying. Help me understand this, right? So help me understand, since you want to talk about that you're horrified by FBA saying whatnot or whatever about the Ghana president, right? You're a pan-Africanist, right? And you're for those in Ghana representing Black Americans or whatever, and trying to work for or get reparations for Black Americans, right? Whatever. No problem. Two problems here. If we're to go by history, Ghana sold us into slavery. Problem number one. Ghana should be the first ones giving us reparations, but they're not doing that. Second problem is that still in 2026, they have modern day slavery. So how is it possible that Ghana can go to the UN and anybody else and tell them to acknowledge and respect anything when they still don't even respect it themselves? What are we doing? What are we talking about here? I'm a little bit confused. You do realize I don't care what Africans got, right? Africans barely got their own resources. You do understand that, right? And Pan-Africanists ain't doing nothing. Y'all ain't signing up to go help none of the folks in the Congo get back the gold that the folks over there that their government took. If we want to sit up there and be serious. It's like I'm like I said, I know that you're inebriated, but you should be able to still hear everything that I'm sitting up here saying as a Pan-Africanist. I need you to make that make sense to me. Sober up real quick, get some smelling salts or whatever you got to do, but make that make sense to me. How is it that Ghana can sit up there, the Ghana's president can come over here and ask for anything, and yet they still got slavery happening in modern days? How does that work? How does that make sense? And when was the last time that Ghana, if we're to go by history, that Ghana sold all of us into slavery? When was the last time that Ghana gave Black Americans any reparations? I'll wait. Citizenship and just allowing us to come over there is not reparations. Tipper was like, give him the StreamYard link. Nah. Mm-mm. Like I said, we saw what happened with CC. Nah. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. He said Congo is worse. T Jam FBI. What does worse have to sit up there and do with it? We're talking about, like I said, I don't, I'm not talking about the Congolese and what it is that they got, going when it deals with slavery or anything. We're talking about Ghana. Congo is not over here trying to talk to the UN or to the United States to represent Black Americans. I'm specifically speaking on Ghana and their representatives coming over here and they're still doing slavery. That doesn't make any type of sense. You're the wrong people to be even trying to say what's right and what's not when you can't even correct what's going on at home. And you the president? Brother, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Like, that's crazy. That's wild. You know, the crazy part is how you still, say that FBA basically, stands for nothing. That sounds exactly like white folks when they talked about BLM. And like I said before, I covered the good and the bad and the ugly when it dealt with BLM, and I told people before it was the main wordage, which is Black Lives Matter. Right? Didn't say that nobody else lives matter. It was the main statement that was there. It's not everything else that came directly. It was just the main statement. That's the main thing that I agree with, right? But then you had white folks directly out here, and everybody else that wanted to disagree with that statement. They were like, "Oh, so you guys are just trying to say that only Black lives matter. What about the whites? What about the Asians?" You started having Asian lives matter, white lives matter, blue lives matter, Latin lives matter, all lives matter. It's starting to sound like that, which is crazy. But like I said before, you wouldn't have had all lives, or white lives, Latin lives, Asian lives. You wouldn't have all of those quote unquote lives matter if it wasn't for what? Black Lives Matter. And what people don't even understand is that how stupid it was the fact that they basically showed how much that they legitimately cared about Black lives by trying to create their own thing, saying that they matter more because of what it is that they feel that Black people were saying. Crazy work. It's diabolical. I mean, I guess, and that's how you can look at the climate that we currently have right now when it deals with politics and everything of the sort. It's the exact same thing. So I'm confused. You said that all FBA does, and I've been saying Black American for a very long time. Even a part of the channel was Black American News or whatnot, or whatever. So I've been saying this for years. But so you're saying that FBA take on white talking points. The craziest part about that is that the only thing that people can happen to speak on is the fact that Black Americans are like, all right, we're going to love ourselves, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We are fully accepting of that. We're A-OK with Jamaicans, Haitians, Caribbeans, Africans, and the many others basically saying that we are not the same. Like I said, I got videos of Africans on the motherland, on the continent, sitting up there stating that Black Americans are different from Africans and that Africans are different from Black Americans. But it's like, no matter how many times I bring this up or I even show videos or clips of Africans saying this, Pan-Africans, y'all tend to like scoot directly by that whole conversation and act like it doesn't exist. And then y'all like, hey, well, UFBA this and UFBA that. Y'all list everything negative and y'all can never list anything positive. That sounds reminiscent to both the white folks that I talk about time and time again, and also when I happen to highlight the Black women that hate Black men. It sounds eerily reminiscent to what you're stating right now. Just saying. You said FBA is racist. So how is foundational Black Americans racist? Tell me that one. Explain to me the laws, the rules, and the regulations that FBA has made in order to ban different groups, such as Africans and all these other types of folks, from being around Black folks. Tell me that. Who said I was a Black conservative? Who said anything like that? You said that you've been here for a long time on the channel, brother? Huh? Like I know you've been here, but to say that I'm a Black conservative, where did that come from? Where did that one, like, what video was that? Let me know what video or live stream did you get the information from? Because you say you've been here since I was doing this in my teens. What video or live stream do you remember where I was like, yeah, I'm a Black conservative? Because now you're just doing like some whataboutisms. You're on some like, okay, so you're making a response to what I said earlier about what proof do you have? You said y'all attack your responses to the Ghana president. Tacky does not equate racist. So I'm a little bit confused. Where were Black Americans at making signs basically saying that, oh, you Africans are not welcome in our neighborhoods, you're not welcome in our schools, you're not welcome in our restaurants, we're like, I'm looking for that. Like, I'm a little bit confused because I could show you actual racism, which I've done in videos before, talking about true Americans where they have signs outside of their neighborhoods where they say that they don't want no dogs, they don't want no Mexicans, and they don't want no Blacks. I could show you racism if we sit up there and talk about how the Chinese and the Japanese were put directly into internment camps over there in California. I can sit up there and bring up historical racism. So again, I'm asking specifically, like, give me some black and white of Black Americans, FBA, quote unquote, being racist when it deals with all these other groups out here. Now I can sit up there and show you the reverse. And that's real easy because I've done those videos recently. Like, I'm highly confused directly on this. Now, if you want to sit up there and say that people say stupid stuff, all right, we can sit up there and go directly with that. And as I stated before, anything when it deals with these conversations that Black Americans have to say is normally in response to the ridiculous ignorance that a lot of folks out here want to sit up there and state. Like, what was that one Haitian girl? She sat up and said that Black Americans, we don't got no culture. Or how Africans always get online. It don't matter if they're in Canada, if they're in Australia, if they're in the United States, if they're in Africa, no matter where they are, they always in unison say that Black Americans have no culture and we don't know who it is that we are. That's wild. Like, that's wild. Like, racism is burning down Black towns and cities and flooding them. I think you should know about that because you're older than me. So you're a little bit more closer to that history than I am. So that should be ingrained. Right? Or as I've stated before, even when it deals with the Black community, in a lot of instances, people tend to run. Or in other ways, people will leave. But usually when it deals with the United States, when a lot of folks can't seem to deal with what's going on, people would rather live and be other places because they feel that it's safer. And it's a lot easier to live and manage. So this is why you got a few Black Americans that have decided to go to Liberia, they've decided to go to the UK, Canada, Africa, South America, Japan, all these other places, because it's like, it's a little bit easier than living in the United States. I can actually breathe, I can do this and I can do that. And all to find out that it's just, racism with a different face. And the other difference is as well too, over in those other countries, you don't really got no protections because don't nobody actually care. I'm a little bit confused. So you're telling me, out of all people, not to make somebody angry. So I guess you're trying to tell me to tempt fate. Is that specifically what you're doing? I'm a little bit confused. Because, it's crazy to me, like I said before, that when folks want to pull up to the scene and you decide to be oh so nice, you be oh so accommodating, you try to be oh so understanding. A lot of people want to sit up there and take that for a type of weakness, which is drastically crazy to me, which again doesn't make any type of sense. Um mm, mm, mm. Let me just, because I'm not. Yeah, because I'm not doing that. So I guess you can come back in like 24 hours. Because I'm not doing that. Because I'm like, nobody's gonna pull up to the scene. Like I said, I can be as nice as can be. I can try to be as accommodating as possible and all these other types of things. But the moment in time that you try to sit up and tell me I better not make you mad, it is what it is. Like I don't understand how people think that this whole situation basically works. Like I'm not understanding. Like it's a little bit weird to me. That's quite weird to me to pull up on the scene of somebody that you say that I like the platform, been here since day one, and then in a drunken stupor you decide that you want to tell me not to sit up there and tempt fate, knowing how I am and how I've been directly on this platform, regardless on who it is that's directly up here. Like I said, never at a point in time would I ever sit up there and pull up to the scene and go to somebody. Like just imagine if I decided if I wanted to sit up there and go to Sister Lisa Cabrera or brother Torian. I keep butchering them. Like I said, my apologies. Brother Reigns. If I went to or True Royal, if I went to any of their platforms and I started talking like out of my face, they would be looking at me like I'm crazy. And they would not have the patience or try to even have the understanding that I have. It's like, no, one strike, you out of here. And rightfully so. And this is why I sit up there and tell people before that it doesn't, in a sense, really pay to be like a nice type of person, because you got a lot of folks out here that will look at that as some type of weakness, which is crazy to me. Like I said, you're out of here for 24 hours, and you can sober up and figure yourself out. Now, if you decide to come back and you again are in some whatever drunken stupor, and you decide that you want to tell me to tempt fate directly again, I'm just gonna let the mods basically handle it the way they want to handle it. Like I said, I'm not about to sit up there and do that, and I ain't about to have nobody up here trying to make it seem like I'm shook or something. Like we're not we're not doing that. Like I got to deal with like YouTube and racists and whatnot. Like what are we talking about? Like that's crazy to me. Like, dog, like I said, I need folks out here to get themselves together. Like, too old to be sitting up there doing this. And drinking is not an excuse for acting foolish. So, hopefully that will sober you up. Like, that's wild to me. Lord have mercy. That is 100% wild. Like I said, by far, that is almost like, worse than the trolls. Like, it's worse when it's somebody that's technically been here and like this is how they decide to sit up there and show up. I'm like, dog, what are you doing? I'm like, dog, you got to get yourself together. Yeah, Tippy's like, yeah, when I'm entering chat, I code switch. LOL, I can't act up there. No, you can't. Everybody's gonna pack you over. Yo, like I said, he does not have patience for no type of foolishness, but the way that he conducts it is vastly different than I do. That's why I sit up and tell people, like a lot of other people, when it deals with doing live streams and stuff, a lot of other people are better than me. And that's just me pointing out, what it is. Like I said, the way that they conduct themselves and everything. It's like, for me, I had the patience and time, but it's like I got to the point where I'm like, nah, I'm just about to start returning the exact same energy. But like I said, everybody is different, so I guess within that, I still need to work on my maturity. It's going to be an uphill battle, I guess. It's going to be an uphill battle, but be like that. But like I said, that's why I always would give shout outs to and much love to Brother Rain and Miss Cabrera and True Royal and and everything of the sort, for the work that they do every single day and everything. So yeah. What was it? D Love said it is worse because it's like the house cutting up. Said, yeah, that's how I felt when we had the whole thing with Cece. Like, I was like, yo, this cannot just be life right now. I'm like, man, I thought we was on a good road right now. Like, let me tell you, I lost it. What is it? Is I lost to her? Oh man, I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure if Shan was there for that live stream. I'm not sure who was there. I'm not sure which one of the mods was actually there for that live stream, but I went off. I went fully off on everything. I think that was about a good 2 or 3 hours. I was just yelling because I just couldn't believe that. I'm like, I just could not believe what happened. Because I even think during that time, I think dealing with the Discord, I set up that I was just so mad. I just started like unmodding people. Like, I was just like, I was just outdone. Like, I didn't even know what to do. I'm like, yo, this is just crazy. Like, I almost just wanted to just like nuke the whole like Discord and there. I'm like, man, I'm done with this. Because I was just like, yo, the looking at the conversations and like the back and forth, and it was just like one breakdown happened, and it was like another breakdown happened, and it was like a fracture break. I'm like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Vince was like, Brother Reigns is chill, but he will send you to the abyss. Yeah, he will. Yeah, he don't play no games. Like I said, he don't like he's calmer, right? But you can hear it. Like the moment in time, it's like he even noticed something or sees something. It's like you can hear a slight change directly in it. But like I said, it's not like me. Like I said, I'll just at certain points I'm fully raging out. Like that's just what's gonna happen. Like his is like it's a calm rage. It's like, yo. It's like this is your first and only time, basically doing like, yo, yeah. Like I said, he'll get people straight real quick. He will get people straight real quick. B Love said, I don't think it's a maturity thing. I think it's a draw the line with disrespect. I mean, Mo said you talking about the one from the UK. Yeah, that was Q. I remember Q. And the crazy part is when it came to conversations, like the energy that she had, I'm like, yo, like she is like, it was just like, it was fire. I'm like, yo, I love this. I'm like, it was great. And then it just went somewhere else. And I'm like, yeah, because we had that one live stream. Wait, was it a live stream? I forgot what it was. Wait, was it a live stream where she was going off? Yeah, it was, because I don't think Qatar was there. I think Light was there, and was Trills there? I think Light was there, Trills was there, and a few other people. Like, yeah, she was unstoppable. It was like the Juggernaut. It was like once she was just like on fire, it was you could not shut her down. It just wasn't happening. It was not happening. Like, man. Like I said, it's a lot of times, like, I'm looking at people, I'm like, yo, I see a lot of potential. I see a lot of potential. I'm like, man, if only things could have went differently. If only things could have went differently. Like, she could have really, like, with the energy that she had, she could have really had, her own platform and whatnot. And that energy that she has would have drawn people there. Like, I could see it. But, it'd be like that. Tibby said I was trying to calm you down, LOL. Okay, so you were Tibby, are you talking about the live stream, or are you talking about, okay, you might be talking about the live stream. Yeah. D Love said I missed that live. Yeah, that was years ago. That was was that during the pandemic? That might have been during the pandemic when that happened. D Love said crazy part is he's a mod, so like the rest of us, he's seen you bad outros. Oh, you talking about Brother Reigns? Yeah. Brother, hey, Miss Anderson, what is up? You said I think I was there for it. I'm not sure. Yo, did you look here? I've been trying to get into contact with you, Miss Anderson. So, like I said, let me know what's going on again. So, just in case people don't know, Miss Anderson is another mod directly on the channel. She also has her own platforms directly as well. So, we're going to figure out some stuff, directly, for and whatnot, try to get some things, moving and everything. Dang, you on your third shift? Jesus. You need some milk. Let me tell you something right now. You need some. I know you got to be tired, man. I know you got to be tired. No, you got to be tired right now. But yeah, we're gonna figure out some stuff for, however it is that you want to do content and everything. We're gonna figure some stuff out. Tippy says Seji. I can't even get my own name right. Tippy says Seji is more like a ticking time. Yeah, that is. It is. And yo, let me tell y'all something. There's been times where, and that's another reason I technically had to like kind of not be on everybody else's, let's say like either like a live or in the comment section, because the way that I am here, I'll do the same thing on somebody else's channel, but I'm saying like in defense of them. So like, let's say like somebody, if I might have spotted something, like if there was a time or a future, whatever, I might have been on Sister Lisa's channel, and I might have spotted somebody during that time talking crazy, I might have blown up there and started going off just in defense. And I'm like, I can't do that. I'm like, that's irresponsible, and that's disrespecting somebody's platform. Again, with Brother Reigns, I would sit up and do the exact same thing. I'm like, I can't do that. It's somebody else's platform, and it's wrong to do. That's disrespectful, right? And I ain't trying to make other folks, like look bad because of how I'm performing on a platform, because they decided to bring me there and whatnot. I ain't trying to have people like side out anymore. But like I said before, like, yo, if I got people out there that's supported me and and been positive towards me and whatnot, I'm going to bat. It's like, I'm going to bat. So it's like I had to realize it of myself. I'm like, yo, if I pull up to other people's platforms, I gotta try to just manage everything and and stuff like that. So I'm not there yet. It's just being honest. Like I'm not there yet. Like I said, I love the people that I love, and I will sit up there and go to bat for you. But that's the same thing for all my moderators here. Like same thing. If y'all had like a platform and whatnot, and people start talking crazy like in the chat whatnot, yeah, I'm going off. It's just like we ain't doing that. Nah, buddy, we ain't doing that. Nah. We ain't doing that. But yeah, like I said, I'm working on being better. Mo was like, she called in and was typing in the chat under 2 different profiles. Yeah. Yep. Debbie said, I think they was talking about her daughter in Job Corps. Yeah, I forgot. It was something. Yeah, she was really. It was between her and I think Light. It was just like something that was just not clicking there. It was just not matching up. And I was like, Lord. I'm like, Lord. Whoo. That was something. That was something. That was something. Miss Anderson said, I'm on my 3rd shift now. Miss D Love said, what's up, Miss Anderson? Yo, Yun, what is up? You said, yo, family, what is up, man? What is going on? We ain't doing that much. I'm just talking at this moment, reminiscing through previous times. After dealing with foolishness directly in the chat, things of that nature. Also shout out to all the folks that are currently here at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. But yeah, we're gonna figure some stuff out though. Also shout out, because I know he probably ain't here right now, but also shout out to D Money. That's another one of our minds. I know he probably ain't here right now. Dude probably either working or working out or whatnot, or maybe he might be asleep, depending on what his work day looks like or whatnot. But it's another brother there, be doing some game streaming, 3v3, Ghost of Tsushima, Walking Dead, along with several other games. I think he was doing a newer game. Forgot the Lord have mercy. Forgot the name of the game, but I know he's been doing like several different games. So again, for folks out there that like video games, you can also check out D Money's channel and peruse through some of the live streams that he's done and the solo videos and content and shorts as well. Like I said, we got people part of the channel, the mods and whatnot that getting stuff started. We're gonna do our best to get you moving. We're gonna try to get some stuff happening. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to everybody that is currently here, took part directly in the conversation. Much love to everybody. Shout out to anybody who threw any type of I think it was like bits or rubies in the chat. Shout out to anybody who has thrown a super chat directly up there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any new subs. Shout out to anybody who is a part of the membership as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, and wait, did I say shout out to the moms? Yeah, much love, respect, and shout out to the moms for doing the Lord's work. Every single day, pulling up to the scene. No matter how early the live stream may be. Because Tippy be up early in the morning. She'd be like, it's too early for this. Go to sleep. Like, it's too early for this. Too early. So yeah, much love. Maybe at a certain point, I may start doing the late night streams, where we're just sitting up there just talking about random stuff. Or, might be showing off a game, or something like that. Because Tippy's always like, yo, do some video games and stream some games. Game stream every single time. Trust me, I didn't forget. I just gotta be in the mode, to sit up there and do the game stream. I'm actually shocked that Tippy didn't say nothing right now, because normally she'd be the main one. She'd be like, oh, game stream, play another video. She'd be like, one more thing. Like Grandpa from Jackie Chan Adventures. One more, Jackie. One more thing. Well, that's for, those who know, But Mo was like, said you after dark. Nah. We ain't gonna go that far. We ain't gonna go that far. We're in a different time and age, at this moment in time. We're gonna have something different. We're gonna have something different, something that is family friendly. That's that's what we're gonna do. And also due to the fact that I have family that watches this channel. So yeah, not gonna be doing those after dark. Not gonna be doing that. No. Nope. Not at all. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Tibby said she ain't saying that because I'm cooking. Mo was like, I miss those days. Yeah. The funniest thing is a lot of things, if certain things didn't transpire on the channels, a lot of stuff would have been still going. But due to the fact that we started having complication issues, started having to, try to figure some stuff out and whatnot. So, like I said, but the good part is at least, we have different time periods, that, experiment with different types of content and different things like that on the channel. D-Love sitting up here laughing. Wait a minute, D-Love, were you there for wait, were you there for those days? I swear. It's like it's a lot of names I remember, especially during those, for whatever reason, everybody would show up on those live streams. I don't know what it was. Like we always had an influx of people during those times in those live streams. Like chat was just like it was moving. Crazy work. Diabolical. Tippy said, but since you mentioned it, D Money took your spot, so I'm good otherwise. Yo, Rabbit said, I love Jackie Chan Adventures, great cartoon. Oh yeah, classic. D Love said it was during the pandemic. I pop out from the bushes here and there. Yeah, because I was like, I know I saw I swear I was like, I know I saw your name directly up in there. Like I said, it was a lot of folks there. It was a lot of folks there. Like I said, fun times. Great days. Like I said, pandemic, that was, was completely different. Completely different time. Full of togetherness. And random reckless conversations. D-Love said because your trolls are crazy. During those live streams? I don't think they were really there during those live streams. It was more so like actual people that was pulling up and just they was like looking at the conversation, like, oh, this is the conversation is. Oh, I'm about to sit up and be in here. Like people was really pulling up. I'm like, man, it's a lot of like the conversation is really booming right now. It was like you had like 1,000 comments just like flying directly through. I'm like, wow. I'm like, I wish I could get this on normal videos. And I'm like, I could just never get it to, really pop off like that. I'm like, well, it'd be like that. Mo was like, we pulled all-nighters talking about any and everything. Yeah. Conversations would be moving. Like even if I was talking about something different, like everybody would have like their own conversations and stuff. And for me, that was the one thing I did like about that, where, people would, it was in a sense like a home for people to just chill. People were just able to just, come through, say hi to folks like, hey, yo, I ain't been here in a couple of days. Like, yo, what's up, people? And people, are just like catching up, having conversations and talking. And then we would have people like King, who is another mod. I ain't seen the brother in a minute, but he was another mod that's a part of the channel. And he was a truck driver. And he would just pull up and we would see him just truck driving. And, he would, say stuff here and there, depending on what the conversation is. And if he couldn't talk, then we were just watching, him just, truck drive, whatever, which is pretty cool. And then from there, we would even have like information where other people were like, yo, how do you get in the truck driving and all this other, like I said, information was getting shared and everything. Like I said, it was dope. It was very, very dope. Tibby said, you missed when you showed us how to make salmon. Or you got jokes. You keep bringing up the salmon, right, Tibby? This one we got jokes. Third said, y'all get rid of the drunk sleeper yet? Yeah, I put him in a timeout for like 24 hours to let him sober up. Because I'm like, yeah, you're not about to sit up there and like tell me that like don't tempt fate. Like we ain't doing that here. we're not doing that here. Like I said, it's like you taking like steps way too far. Way too far. Like I said, it was all fine on a whole Pan-African and all that. Like that was cool. It's whatever. Right. But then when you're trying to sit up there and tell me something, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. D Love said, "Oh, yep, you're right, Seji. But that is why." Oh yeah. Oh, you talking about the trolls? Yeah. Third said, "Y'all get rid of sleeper cell yet?" Tippy said, "I was nervous on StreamYard, but it was fun." LOL. Yeah. Tippy was nervous. Tippy was heavily nervous, but then she started getting used to like being up. I think you was up there for like multiple days, Tippy. And I think at certain points of the live stream, you'll be like the first person showing directly up there. You'll be the first person showing up there. And I want to say during those times, I want to say like Sham was there, but I don't think Sham wanted to go up there yet because of her voice. But now, Sham is pretty much like golden now, so she's completely fine. So now anytime that something is basically happening, Sham is like, "Yo, send me a link and so I can get my piece." Along with banning that person. Like Sham don't be playing. Like Sham will be out here. She would pull up real quick. She'd be like, "Oh, what that person say? Let me give me 5 minutes to go find them and read these comments real quick. Let me do my detective work and come to a determination real quick." Like Sham does not like, yeah. That's why I be trying to tell people when they pull up to this channel, I'm like, yo, I'm really trying to be a better person, but I feel as though that a lot of the mods ended up, getting a lot of that early energy that I had where I was like raging out and I didn't have patience. I feel like that is now infused in a lot of the mods. And it's like, my apologies. My apologies. I should have really set a better example. It'd be like that though. But yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Mo said, "Yep, that's the only time I jumped on camera." Yep, Mo was there too. Who was able to hear Mo for the first time. We tried to get Gail up there. Gail was having some technical difficulties. Getting up on stream. Who was it? We had King. We had Tippy directly up there. Nene was up there. K5, Trill, Q. Kia was up there, and I think we had Kia, and then I think we had Kia or whatnot. Like I said, we had 2Ks directly up there. Technically, the third we also had Qatar, Light. I'm trying to figure out, did Ty ever come? I'm trying to figure out I think we might have had Ty and Hack up there at one point. I think. I want to say everybody might have at a point in time, every one of the mods might have made their rounds directly on a live stream at a point in time. I want to say. I think the only one that never got a chance during that time to pull directly up was with Miss Anderson. I think that was like the only person at this point. And also D Money, because he just made it. Actually, no. We got a few others directly up. I think DS. Did he pull up? I think. Like I said, I had to. It would take me a minute to like really think, but I swear we had quite a few pull up and speak on a variety of topics and whatnot. This man Mo was like, "Says you did cook the nasty salmon on stream." That's crazy. Like I said, the salmon directly, the fish, the value fish from Walmart. Yeah, like I said, I don't recommend people do that. The funny part is I still get some comments here and there directly on that video, which is wild. Third said only 24 hours. You wild, but it's your barbecue. No, like I said, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna give you 24 hours. Sober up, figure it out. And if it basically goes the exact same way again, it's like, yo, you're gonna have to figure it out. I'm gonna let the mod sit up and do it. We'll let the mod sit up there and do with it. Like I said. Hey, Tippy said it because I didn't like how I sounded. I told you to be. You have to get used to your voice. Trust me. When I first started doing, recording videos, I had to hear my voice. I'm like, wow, this is how like it's weird. Like I tried to tell people before, like how you sound, like how I'm talking right now. That's not exactly how I sound, right? Versus if you record yourself and then listen, it's two different voices. It's just like when they tell people, like when a lot of folks think they can sing, but they don't really hear themselves while they're singing. So it's like it's like that same thing. Like it's weird. Like it's like some type of way that the mind works. I'm gonna have to do some research on it. But like I said, it's crazy. It's pretty crazy. D Love sent up her laughing. Tippy said, "Y'all want to hear my sultry voice? I'll post it on Discord." Tippy gonna come up here with a grumble, grumble, grumble. Mo said can't remember her full username, but Tia was a regular. Yeah, she was. She was. Oh, another person that we had, RIP to Sean. Sean from the Shy. She that was another person that was there. That was a heavy supporter directly of the channel. That woman had fire. Let me tell you. Like she was like, I kid you not, there was barely a video that I would put up there that she would not have a comment, and she would be like either having a comment or just walking people down. I'm like, Lord. Like I wish that there would have been a way that I could have, given her, like more time, because it's like when you have like certain people that are like really that special, it's like, man, it's like it really sucks when they're not here, because I feel like they could have, given a lot more, but it was just like cut short. So, Miss Anderson said, "Yep, I never have." Yeah, we got you. Like I said, we gonna get you straight. We're gonna figure some stuff out. We're gonna get stuff together for you real quick, lady. We're gonna get stuff ready. Tippy said Nene was one of the ones who said you look like the dude from Belly. Oh yeah. Nene, of course she started it. Oh, that just remember. Okay, yeah. So we had Nene up there, and we also had Ash. Ash was another awesome person as well too. I remember Ash. I'm not sure. Wait, is Sham still here? I'm not sure if Sham remembers Ash, but the one main thing that they both got in common is, in a sense, working for the community, and in a sense, looking after and adopting kids. Because I remember that Ash was doing. I thought that was dope. I thought that that's very, very powerful. I think she still has her IG directly up there, but I know that she said that she was busy with kids and everything of the sort, so she would pop in here and there when she can and whatnot. D Love said, yeah, you don't look like him. No, they do that to me all the time. Nene was hilarious. Lord have mercy, that woman is hilarious. Nene, Gail, and Tippy, they would always clown me for no reason, especially Gail. Every time, let me tell you, for years, Gail was just sitting up here clowning me. Like it's crazy work. King is Queen, what is up? You said hello, Seji. I'm late. Will you be keeping this video up for me to catch the beginning? I mean, yeah, you can roll back and I mean, that's about 4 hours long. So that's gonna be a long catch up. Like by the time you get through that whole video, that's probably gonna be about like 5 o'clock. Unless I mean, if you're speeding through it, it's a little bit different. But yeah, that's still a long while. Long while. What was it? I remember Mocap. I think that was her username. Wait, you talking about for Ash? I thought her name was wasn't it just Ash on here or something like that? Tippy sent up her laughing. King is Queen said that's fine. Yeah, that's. I mean, if you're at work, you good. You can just listen directly through, and you're solid. You got something to get you through a portion of the period. Um, who else? Who else? Who else? Oh, we also had Officer Haku, aka I was gonna say outlaw or family time, black family time, and Haku, the drop spot, black family time, Brandon v World, and I swear it was like another name that he had directly for a channel. But yeah, that was another brother right there too. I think he might have been a part. Yeah, I think he pulled up to a live stream before. I think it was audibly, and but we also had about like 3 to 4 videos directly up there. It was talking about more so black men and black fathers and also our experiences, being black men and stuff like that. What else? What else? What else? I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to see if I can dig far enough and remember. Like I said, it's been a lot of stuff that has happened. Like I said, for me, the way I look at it, I look at more positive than negative in a sense. For me, looking at everything that has transpired so far. But yeah, what else? What else? I don't know. I think that's it. Oh yeah, and also you guys clowning me when I was playing Call of Duty. I think it was Vanguard. Call of Duty Vanguard. I'm not sure if I played Battle. Yeah, I did play Battlefield 6 on live stream. I think I did. Yeah. The other thing too, I got to figure out, Tippy, is if I'm going to do the standard issue, horizontal, if I'm going to do vertical. That's the other thing that's been messing with me for this point in time, because it's like if I happen to do vertical, like you basically see right here, then I got to set it up a certain type of way, and in a sense possibly have like 2 screens, one that's just going to be like the larger screen, and then the other one that'll probably be like the overhead map or something like that. Like I said, I have to figure it out. I was set up to do it. People said I remember those lives with the green background and the room being dark. LOL. Oh, you talking about the green screen? Yeah. Yeah. I was supposed to get another one at a point in time, get like a whole nother a more up-to-date green screen and and better lighting. So that if I'm playing like the game, it'll just appear on the green screen instead of just however it was that I was doing that. But yeah, like I said, I still got things that I'm gonna, sit up there and do. Everything takes time. But the moment of time, like, if things happen to, change on the channel and pick up, it's a little bit different. We can start moving a little bit quicker. Like I said, I still got the plans that I wanted to do. I think since the pandemic or like the tail end of the pandemic, I still got those plans I want to do. I just gotta wait. Of course, Tippy's going to do that. She was like, "Hey, what's the next video?" There is no next video. We already played every single video. We already played every video. But yeah, I do got some other videos that I gotta separate and put directly up there for y'all. I gotta get back on doing that because I'm looking at the amount of videos I've done. I'm like, yeah, that ain't good. I gotta really start posting. I've been slacking just a little bit because I've been just doing more longer live streams, about like 3-4 hours, and then putting up a video, and I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. Gotta do a little bit more. But yeah, what was it? D Love said, I like the lives. No, trust me, I like doing the lives, as well too, because I like the interaction. I like being able to check in on you guys, see how you guys doing, and talk about the different topics and see what you guys have to say about stuff and whatnot. That's the whole of the reason I liked having people directly up. I mean, or the way I could probably just do it is that I would just pull up certain people that I've seen so far, that's like, all right, yeah, I can pull them up and whatnot. Like I said, I got a few people in mind that I've seen over time. Like, all right, if I happen to see them, and depending on the topic or the day, I'm like, all right, we'll probably try this out. Because like we had the one brother up there. Oh my god, I think what was the brother's name? I think it was like Dorsey. I think it was Lord. I'm sorry if it is wrong, but I could have sworn it was Brother Dorsey that came up there, and he was speaking on a few things. I think who else did we have up there? I think it was like a random woman that was sitting up there talking on that live stream too. She was saying something crazy or something like that. I forgot what it was. I would have to look back. But I know some folks in the comment section might know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like I said, I love the live streams as well too. Like I said, I miss doing the longer ones. We used to have, like 8, 10 hour, 15, 24 hour, live streams. Well, that 24, that was like a once type of thing, because the sleep that I was running on was crazy. It was like, all right, we did like 1 8 or 10 hour live stream. Let me go to sleep for about a few hours, and now let me wake up, and now we're doing another one. I'm like, man, I don't know what I was on during those times. I gotta really sit up there and take some time to go look back at those live streams. I'm like, yo, what was I talking about those times for 10 hours? I'm like, yo, that is crazy. That is some crazy work. But like I said, I had y'all there. So, oh, you know what? The crazy part is, I just remember I've been running my mouth for this long. I forgot to finish this video. So technically can't actually leave yet. So technically, Tippy, I got you. There is actually another video. I lied. My bad. Let's continue this real quick.
We FaceTime? This.
No, sir, I can't FaceTime you.
Okay, he is wearing, what is the name, guys, of this, yani? Blue jacket, blue jacket, blue jacket. Blue jacket, blue, white, like a kid's jacket.
I don't know what that means, sir. So, is it a blue jacket?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, blue jacket, blue jacket.
Sir, if you have any further information, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sal. Good.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. Oh, police is calm. It's perfect. Customer is calm. I'm supposed to close, but give me 1 second, ma'am. I need to talk to police for 5 minutes. Just, yes, boss, how are you? Can I show you? Boss. I am sorry, man. I don't want to bother you.
No, you're fine.
You see the guy?
Yeah, I already saw it.
Yeah, you saw it?
Yeah, I saw it.
I can if you have an airdrop, I can send it to you.
Nah, I got it.
Maybe he's around here.
I got it already. I know who he is.
Do you know him? So, he's still, like, you see that it's something like 35, 20, like, he's still more, something like, let's say maybe 30 something.
Like $30?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Man, he seems nice. I speak to him, but after, why he is doing this?
I got you. What was
Then he turned the camera also this way. He didn't know I have the other phone.
Was he trying to order food?
Yeah.
You got your ID on you?
Yeah. Probalan. Let me put Probalan on.
Here you go, Melissa.
Thank you, man. Maybe you can see him. You can catch him. Yeah.
I mean, if you want, I'll explain it to you.
Yes, please. Because I want him to, he have to know, yani. Otherwise, he can come, his friends come.
I am fucking idiot. How are you today?
I don't want him to be around here, He have to know,
Right. So now, crazy enough, I see you, D-Love. You said, oh, Lord, you're not going to catch him. Buddy is long gone. I got you. So remember, you said Buddy is long gone. I got you, D-Love. Hold my beer, even though I don't drink. So this is what ended up taking place a little bit later.
Lusa, it's Salvatore. It's 80 degrees right now. Let's go downtown after work.
Hi, how are you?
Beautiful lady.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you so much, subscribing. Thank you so much, subscribing.
Felipe_Jing37 just subscribe.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi.
How many you want?
A little while ago,
Hold on.
man.
Hold the music. Sorry, ma'am.
A little while ago, a young man came to your stand and took
Oh,
money
yeah,
out of
yeah.
the tip jar. I'm his mother.
Oh,
How much did he take from you?
like something I couldn't pay attention. Like
What
23rd.
do you think he took from you?
I see the first. I couldn't see the second is
How much do you think he took from you?
about $30, I think. But you don't need to pay.
No, I'm going to pay it because my son wasn't raised like that.
Why he is doing that? I don't want to ask. But
No. Listen to me. My son wasn't raised like that. My son drinks, and when he drinks, he does stupid stuff. I want to pay you back because you don't deserve to be stolen from. You're here to do a service. I appreciate it. He took it from your tip jar. $30 go back to your tip jar. God bless you.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
It's okay. I put him.
I'm sorry.
I put my son in treatment. I pray he stay and get some help. But I want you to be okay.
Can I come and hug?
Of course.
Yes. You know, I am live streaming. People like sharing everything everywhere. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, guys, let me hug. I'm sorry. You know, I like peace. Yeah. Come here. Come here.
Of course.
Come here, guys. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom too. You know.
Yes. I
Yes.
want you to be okay.
Please. I always love peace, respect,
Yes.
love. That's what
Yes,
I
you
always
do
say.
a good
I am sorry.
service. Keep on helping this community. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a
Good night, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Ma'am, can I share this on social media? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yo, DSB, what is up? What is
Thank
up?
you.
What is up? What's
Yellow,
going
bunun
on?
da şeyini çıkar bana her yerde paylaşayım. Yellow.
Pays to be nice.
Yellow, please make me the short videos. I would love to share TikTok, Instagram, and send me by WhatsApp. Peace, love, respect. Just we're gonna say like that, please. Yeah, I love it. I love Baltimore. I love Baltimore, guys. Baltimore. I'm always says I love Baltimore. Thank you so much, ma'am. So that's good. So we don't need to worry anything. We're gonna be safe.
Very nice of her.
Yes.
For me, that was I felt like that was dope after I saw that because originally I was like, I'm still mad about that. So just in case people don't know, so what this video was basically about was that a young dude came up here, which was the lady's son that the lady that you saw. This is her son. He decided to pull up to this man's business, his establishment, and he stole $30 directly out of his tip jar. Which again, it made no sense. Like he was like, let me get this order, everything on it, heavy on the mayo, all this other type of stuff. And then when the dude's back was turned, I think, and now when I go back and look at the video, I swear the dude actually saw him out the corner of the eye basically do it, but he didn't want to be confrontational. And I do understand because it's like, you don't know, he's in Baltimore. He don't know, what this dude is about, what he got on him and all this, so he basically, in a sense, act like he didn't see it, but he did see it because he was like, yo, I think he just stole. Like, did he just stole? Yeah, he was asking people in the chat because he's live streaming. And I'm like, yo, this shouldn't be happening. And I'm like, this is the type of stuff that I be talking about that inevitably ends up giving, black dudes out here, the stereotype. It's a severe bad look. I'm like, dog, dude is like, and then like, yo, dude is live streaming. You know that the dude is live streaming, and then you're like, yo, my face is up on us. Like, yo, that's crazy. I was wondering why I was like seeing this and rah. I'm like, dog, people can see you directly on that camera, and then people can see you on his over the head, over the shoulder camera that's directly in, in the kitchen of, that restaurant. I'm like, dog, what is wrong with you? And, for me, drinking ain't no excuse. I'm just going to be real. Drinking is not no excuse because he knows exactly what it is that he's doing. And that was the wrongest thing to sit up there and do. You sitting up there stealing from somebody that's working directly for them. I mean, now again, I'm not saying that you should be stealing, but I'm saying you decided that this is what you wanted to sit up there and do. Stealing is wrong in general. Stealing is wrong in general. But you decided to sit up there and do this for what? For what? Like I said, like, yo, go get a job. Like, yo, dude, go get like a side hustle, wash somebody's tires or something. Like, yo, that is wild. And then your mom had to come up here. Like, it's an L for that dude, but a W for the mom because she was like, hey, you know what? That's my son. I take full-fledged, responsibility because I raised him, but this is not the way that I raised him. He, this is, what he's out here doing. And I apologize. And, I just want to at least try to make this right. And I want to give you back the money that he stole. That's dope. So like I said, shout out to the mom. That's a stand-up woman. And like I said, it's a shame that, she inevitably ended up with a son like that. because that dude is not appreciative of the type of mother that he has. Like that woman right there, she seemed like she would be full. Like if he was doing like the right things directly out here, she would be 100% supporting that dude. She would probably do everything possible to make sure that he's able to do what it is that he needs to do. Like if he's trying to go to college and become a physicist or something like that, like, or a rocket scientist, right? She'll be right behind him. Like, let me sit up there. I might have to put a second mortgage on this house to sit up there and help him with college. Like I really feel like she would really be really behind him 100% and supportive. Like I said, some people really don't deserve the parents that they got. Like it's crazy. It's like a lot of people, the wrong people get the right type of support, which is wild. It's 100% wild. Shout out to DSB becoming a member. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Third Eye said the whole issue wrapped up like an 80s TV show, complete with a happy ending. Yeah, and I love to see it. Like I said, I love to see it. And this is when I set up there and said before, when it deals with people that's just like simply here and they're doing the right things and they just trying to work, I don't have no problems. Like I have no problems. Like to me, the dude working the food business, like he doesn't look problematic to me at all. At least from like the actions that I was able to see directly in the video, he don't look problematic. Like I said, I wouldn't have no problem with the dude, and I would have zero problem. Like even after he was getting robbed, like he did not really want to try to describe the guy, right? Like I said, hey, like I said, shout out to the guy in his food truck, and shout out to the mom. Realistically, if the dude is going through, alcoholism or whatnot or whatever for a variety of reasons, like, yeah, I do want him to get help, but as well, I feel like he should, he should have to go through something for running up there stealing. Like, even if it's like 30 days, I'm like, hey, you stole $30, 30 days in jail. That's fair. I think that's fair. Like, some people may feel like, man, that's too harsh. It's not even that. No, it is that serious, because if he's comfortable enough to do that, and again, he did it on camera, what else do you think that he's comfortable enough to do? Like I said, you gotta try to send a message to a lot of folks out here. DSB said, shalom to D Love and the Tippy. D Love said, after school special, third eye. D Love said, right, said G, not excuse. He probably steals from his mom as well. Yeah, probably, hopefully not. Lord have mercy. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Because like I said, she seems like a very supportive mom. Third said, dude could donate plasma and got more money than he stole. Yeah. Yep, that's facts. DSB said, I'm doing well at Tippy and sister. I hope all is well with everybody else. And great to see you. Great to see you too as well, brother. D Love said the facts. SEIJIHITO, the wrong people get the most support. Yeah. And that is 1,000% crazy. And it's crazy that the wrong people can get the right type of support and then they just still just throw it to the wayside. I'm like, it's wild to me. But then when you got like the good people directly out here, it's like they can't get no love. Everybody like, well, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. What does that mean? It's like that means that they're not supposed to be getting no love, no pat on the back and on the. I'm like, come on, like this is why you got a lot of young folks out here going out here doing the wrong things. Cause they didn't see too many of their siblings being in and out of jail and getting like, celebrations, like they're getting barbecues and celebrations and all this other type of stuff. But then you got them graduating from school with straight A's, valedictorian, and you're not getting nothing. Nobody's sitting up there giving them pat on the backs and saying like, yo, you did a great job and all that. They're not doing that. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, yo, the wrong types of behavior get celebrated. Like, dog, if you put yourself in jail because you murdered or because you robbed for somebody or a stick up, dog, you shouldn't be getting no barbecue and no celebration. Like, yo, welcome home. We glad you are. Bro, you put yourself in there. How is that a celebration? It ain't. Like I said, celebrate the kids like that's sitting up there, like just getting through like pre-K and preschool and first grade and fifth grade and you know, and get through with like straight B's or straight A's or something. Like you sitting up there, you know, bringing home an A+ on a science fair project. Like, yo, don't celebrate them. Like I said, certain things that need to stop directly within the community. That's number one. Like I said, because of that backwards BS, you got too many kids out here doing the wrong things. And that's crazy to me. Like, I ain't seen it too many times, dog. Like, it's wild. It's wild. Vince said, yeah, you stealing from your mama, you going straight to the below. Third said, you get out of college, people look at you to get a job immediately so they can leech off you. D-Love said, yep, they are super ungrateful. Bars. I just noticed I looked at the time and said that it is clearly 1:00. Yeah, let me let y'all go. it's 1:38 over here. I wasn't trying to keep y'all here this long. It's almost about to be touching like about a hot 5 hours. So yeah, let me cut these videos directly for y'all so y'all can have something to look at solo wise and whatnot. Because I don't think that previous video did too well. I mean, I expected that. And be like that sometimes. Let me see. Yeah. So let me go back and look really quick. Oops, I wasn't trying to hit that. Darn it. All right, hit the wrong what's the name? Oh, let me go back. Also, shout out to some new any new subscribers. We are at currently 49.8K. So, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So let me go back and look real quick. I just forgot what I was looking for. Just real quick. I've been up for a little bit too long, I guess. I think I was going here, right? Oh, okay. It was the previous video. That's what I was looking at. Okay. Yeah. Lord. So you know I've been up for too long. Also technically, I guess happy. I was gonna say happy April Fools to everybody about there. Let me see how the video do. Oh, that bad boy did horrible. I mean, we got some comments up there though. Shout out to those who to folks out there that pulled up to the scene to leave a comment on the video. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I was technically hoping to see the folks out there that normally get mad at me for posting up those videos. So I was waiting to see what they were going to have to say. Yeah, somebody was up there trying to say that she's a tether. I'm like, and the crazy part about that video is I kept trying to tell people like, yo, it's going to get to the point where it's like it don't even matter, because if you have, for the most part, women in the United States either parroting or acting in this manner, it's like it don't matter who's sitting up here saying it. It's the fact that you got the actions that are speaking. And the crazy part is even going beyond the 30-some-year-old woman that I posted the video about. Like I told y'all before, the young girl was up there basically talking about her exploits. Crazy work, diabolical. 100%. 100% diabolical. Shamba said, "Oh, they didn't come through today." Nah, they didn't. Especially not on that last video I posted. Nah, they wasn't doing that. Like I said, certain times it's not fun for a lot of people to be there because there's no way for them to skate past the conversation, because there was no way for them to sit up there and just try to blame black men for it at all. You couldn't blame black fathers and you couldn't blame black men, quote unquote, not being leaders, because that was literally a quote unquote black woman directly up there stating the ignorance. So people just decide to duck out. But the previous video before that, when it dealt with the lady in Zambia and her kids, you know, I have folks there that wanted to speak their mind. And like I said, that's cool and whatnot. But, you know, if you're going to say that I'm on a tear, you know, in a sense, doing some stuff, you know, let's do the numbers and add up how many of those videos that I've actually done. If we're going to try to say what you're saying as a fact, you know. But, you know, people don't want to go that far. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Third said, Seji, you going to talk about the married woman who kissed Chris Brown? I wanted to talk about that video, but the problem with that video was this. There's two videos that were spliced together. Because, okay, this I'll put it to you like this, right? I've been doing content on a lot of these videos for so long that I remember when a lot of these videos first launched. So when you go back and you look at the video of the woman that's on like the little couch on stage and she was sticking her tongue out, kissing like Chris Brown on stage, right? That part, I see that part, right? But on the other end, they do like this splice where you then see this dude on stage and he's, you know, looking like down or he's looking in disbelief. That was a video of a African guy at a concert, it should have been an African concert where this African singer or rapper pulled this girl on stage. And that guy that you saw looking uncomfortable, he was the one that originally came directly with that girl, bought the tickets and all this other type of stuff. And the after effect of that video was that he broke up. I think he broke up with her or whatnot or whatever. He told her off like after everything happened. Like, I remember that video. It's like I've seen a lot of videos like that over time. And I understand that, you know, other folks may not pick up on it because, you know, they didn't happen to see the other videos directly up there. But yeah, that video was spliced. I can tell you that because I want to say I should have done a live stream and covered that video because it was specifically talking about women and the treatment of men and taking them for granted and, you know, and different stuff like that. But hopefully the woman on stage wasn't married, because if she was, like, yeah, there needs to be a divorce. Because I'm like, dog, that's minus that other portion of the video that they spliced in there, just dealing with the one part where she was on stage kissing Chris Brown. Hopefully that woman was hopefully she was single with no significant other, meaning like no boyfriend and no engagement. And again, hopefully she was not married, because if any of that was the case, whoever that guy is, you either need to break up with her, you need to get your ring back for that engagement if you got to take her to court, or you need to be filing for divorce. Because I'm like, that's crazily disrespectful, 100%. Because it's almost like the epidemic right now, you know, talking about disrespect, where you have women online sitting up there trying to call their husbands boring. And you got women online sitting up there reminiscing about dudes that they had relationships with. But I'm like, dog, you're in a straight marriage. Why are you even thinking about other men? That I'm like, this social media, internet stuff is killing. Is going to kill a lot of relationships. It's going to kill a lot of relationships because you got a lot of women following other women directly out here. Which is, matter of fact, let me see if I can get one of these videos. Real quick. Let me just do this. Let me see. Yep. And that came directly up too. But let me see. Let me see. Another one. My husband is boring. Should I have an affair? Did she really ask that question? Oh, let me. No, this can't be it. Yo, I just want to know. When I look at a lot of these videos, I notice that it's always women that want to call somebody boring. But I'm like, nobody ever questions if the woman is the one that's boring. And I'm like, and this is why I always go to the main thing before, where I'm like, it's this is the whole reason why you have a lot of women that like the quote unquote bad boy. This is why. It's like you like this is why I sit up and say, like, you got women out here that'll sit up and say that they want the safety and they want a guy that's secure, but then also at the same time they consider the dude to be boring. But then they would rather be with somebody who's quote unquote exciting and unstable. But then he can't give them security or technically the things that they're really looking for. Like it's so ridiculous out here. Like these conversations out here are just wild. Let's just look at this real quick. Oh wait, I can't put that up. I got 10 videos. Okay, let me pull some stuff down. Let me go through and pull some stuff down real quick. Let me just pull all of these. All right, there we go.
Thing that I think more people need to talk about is that when you're in a long-term relationship, apparently this woman is in one, lots of children as well, is that people never prepare you that if you're in a long-term and monogamous relationship, there is a monotony that kicks in and nobody warns you. How are you going to face the day when you're like, wow, safe and secure and healthy is also sometimes really boring.
Thank you.
And I think there's a reality there that a lot of people don't get. There are no classes for that. And no, the answer is not an affair.
Can I just say the ridiculous part is that there was a woman in the background that was like, thank you. As soon as she said that safe and security is also boring, she was like, thank you. I'm like, what are you saying thank you for? Are you slow? Are you stupid? Like, dog, how old are you sitting up here saying thank you? Like, none of these women up here look like they're in their early 20s. I'm like, dog, you can't be that dense to think at the prime age that you're at that you need to be sitting up here ripping and running through the streets with some dude. I need to feel excited and the thrill and da 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 da. I'm like, dog, that's how you get an early grave. That's how you get murked out here. That's like, yo, you're not gonna be living for long. Like, yo, come on, dog. What? Like it's crazy. And then the craziest part is the people, like I said, the women that ask for this are the ones always complain. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, so, but what if it's not the dude that's born? What if it's you? Well, let me see. I have a trouble playing the video. Come on, brother. Yeah, I just wanted the what's the name part. Wait a minute. Lord of mercy. Like I'm looking at some of the women. Somebody said my marriage is so boring. I just posted a question asking, do healthy relationships get boring? You got to be kidding me. Like these are the conversations. Woman said, did this, he never changed, and now the divorce is on the table. He's trying desperately to be the exciting husband. I feel bad for him because I'm done. Like the crazy part is I never hear how these women are exciting. I always hear how the dude is boring, but I never hear how any of these women who are complaining are the most exciting things directly out here. It's always dependent on the guy. The guy has to be the one to excite them. But I'm like, as a woman, what are you doing to be exciting? I'm like, I'm a little bit like, how is this just like a one-way street? Like the dude has to like what? Now this is gonna send me down like a whole other rabbit hole right now.
Husband becomes the boring uncle. Unfortunate incidents, but it does happen. And the reason the boring uncle theory works on a husband and works in general is because you need to calibrate yourself. You need to put yourself first in what you're going to do. So this is how it works. What's the boring uncle theory? Is that when someone's mistreating you, ghosting you, not being kind to you in the husband situation, you know, not helping you, doing all those things that hurt you, you've communicated, you've talked, he's calling you a nag, he's telling you that this is not on, all this stuff, right? Boring uncle. You now need to start responding to him as if he's a boring uncle at a party that you've got no animosity towards. He's fine, but you're also not very interested in. Oh yeah, Jerry, Uncle Jerry, okay. Oh, you had a nice boat time on the boat? Oh, that's nice. And then you get on with your business. Why? Because we're trained a lot of times in relationships to just jump to solutions. Tell him this, give him an ultimatum, he should be, da-da-da. We're always so proactive, we're so in our masculine energy.
Okay, here I knew that was gonna happen at a oh my god, we're so in our masculine. Jesus Christ. I just want to note that she's not stating again as a woman, and I'm guessing she's married. She's not stating how she's exciting. I'm looking directly at her face. I don't see no excitement. Nothing is looking like Christmas. Nothing is looking like a birthday. Like what are we talking about here? Like everything that I basically hear is like, oh, we got to sit up there and tell men this. We got to tell. What are you doing to basically excite your guy? Like the craziest part is like this is how simple some dudes are. We're just happy that like you're here with us, like you're like next to us. It's like in a lot of instances, you have guys that don't even have stipulations on how a woman needs to sit up there and dress. Like you got some other dudes out here that's like, yo, she got to be dressed to the nine. You got to always have your hair done. You got to have your makeup and all this other type of stuff. And right? You got all of that. That dudes be forcing out there where it's like, all right, if you can't match up with this, I ain't sitting up there dating you. We can't sit up there and talk and all this other type of stuff, right? But then you'll have women that'll sit up there and be like, yo, I need a guy got to be able to accept me as I am. You know, I got to be, you know, in a bonnet, a holy shirt, you know, holy jogging pants and you know, the ankle socks and this, that, and the third and rah. But I'm like, all right, cool. The dude can accept that. But I'm like, what are you doing outside of that? Are you sitting up there, you know, doing things to excite that guy like the same way that women say that, oh, I need excitement in my life. I need a guy that's always excited. What are you doing to excite that guy that you're with? Are you dressing up? Are you going out there and getting your hair done certain types of ways that he'll sit up there and like, or buying and wearing stuff that he'll basically like that'll directly turn him on and stuff? Chances are they're not doing that. But on the flip side, they're like, the guy got to do everything to sit up there and get me going. He gotta do some stuff to make me interested. And I'm like, but aren't you married? So you were already interested. So he has to do stuff to keep you interested. It's not just you love him and all this other type of stuff. It's like, that's weird. Like I said, one of the women in the comment section underneath this video, she was up here saying like, yeah, the guy, the husband that she's with, he was the born uncle. And now the ultimatum of the divorce, I already put that on the table. And this goes back into what a lot of dudes said. When it deals with divorce, women 70 to 80% of the time, well, 70% of the time with a high school education, 70% plus, are the ones that initiate divorce. It heightens up to 80% when it deals with women who have degrees. So women initiate divorce more than men. Women in that comment section specifically said that let me just do this, because I don't even got time. Right? Let me go back. This woman right here. Because that's what's so crazy about this whole thing. Like this is wild. Let me just show you, give you an example of what it is that I'm talking about. Unbelievable. Woman right here, she was like, I did this, listening to the woman in the video. She was like, I did this. He never changed. And now the divorce is on the table. He's trying desperately to be the exciting husband. I feel bad for him because I'm done. This is why. So if women want to understand why it is that a lot of dudes don't believe in marriage no more, it's stuff like this. It's stuff like this. This is why a lot of dudes, why women talk about like, oh, why don't men want to commit and why don't men want to get married? Because they don't see what's the worth of it. It's like, what's the use of sitting up there getting married and then one thing basically is not happening and now women are like, divorce. And then when a woman gets divorced, oh, I'm taking Social Security, I'm taking whatever's coming from your paycheck, I'm taking whatever from your IRA, I'm taking whatever from your investments, I'm taking the house, I'm taking some cars. Like they're basically getting everything for nothing. But they're the ones that initiated it. And like I said, she didn't say that the dude cheated. She didn't say he did anything wrong. She just stated that he was boring, and that's the reason that she's getting the divorce. Like, no, you should have never got married, brother. Like, you should have just been single. Like, you just wasted both people's time, but you especially wasted that guy's time. But like I said before, she's not saying what she was doing to be the exciting like woman and whatnot or whatever. That's wild to me. But the dude is the one that's born. Every single time, I want people to notice, every single time you hear a lot of these women talk directly online, they always state what, oh, it's the man that's boring. But what about them? What about their personality? What about what it is that they're doing? I don't really hear how a lot of these women are saying that they're outgoing and this, that, and the third. Like I said, wow, but let's keep going.
Trying to solve the situation, trying to tell him if he doesn't shape up, then we're done. This is a marriage. This isn't a joke. You need time to process and think what you're going to do. And ladies, come close because I'm going to tell you the truth. Men respond way more to silence, introversion, and a step back than they do to you constantly going on and on at them. And the men in the comments are going to disagree and they say, no, it's about communication. Those aren't the men we're talking about. We all know the men we're talking about because we've all bloody communicated till we're blue in the face and it's like making blood come out of a stone. It does not work. So what you need to do is boring.
Oh, let me just freeze that real quick. So you're saying that as women, talking about them here. So you're saying that as women, you specifically chose guys that you cannot communicate with. The amount of stupid that is coming directly from this woman is immense. So you had your selection of guys directly out because she specifically said, she was like, there's two different types of guys. There's one that don't communicate and there's others that do communicate. And she was like, we're not talking about the ones that communicate. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the ones that it is very difficult to get through and to communicate. Why would you selectively be with somebody that it's hard for you to communicate? Like, are you stupid? And then you want to sit up there and complain when things are, oh my God. This is why I sit up there and say at the end of the day, in a lot of cases, women are the causation of a lot of their own unhappiness and things that happen in these relationships, because you are literally saying that you're able to see the difference between the men out here, but you chose the most difficult one to sit up there and be with. You're dense. You're dense, brother. And you want to say that the guys are difficult. You're difficult onto yourself. You're causing the utmost difficulty because you make the dumbest choices. And you're admitting that.
Uncle him until he decides what he wants to be. And sometimes, tragically, in a relationship, in a marriage, he might boring uncle his way out of your life. And that's just that. But you would have been rebuilding who you are in that time. You in that time would have been putting yourself first. Because when you boring uncle someone, you're not having any animosity, any fights with them, any aggression towards them. It's giving them time to come to you. Of course, when he comes to you and he says, look, what's going on? Let's communicate. You can then talk. Right? But in the meantime, boring uncle. Give that husband opportunity to become exciting husband instead of boring uncle, but it's entirely up to him because you cannot carry the entire relationship on your own back if you've already tried. So if you tried, give up. Boring uncle, get on with you. Do you look the way you want to look? Then look the way you want to look. Have you studied enough? Have you read enough? Have you achieved everything you want to achieve? Because if you waste all your energy and all your time trying to make your life with him better, at the end of the day, at the end of 20 years, you're going to be, oh, I spent my best years on you. No, we're not spending our best years on anyone. That's your choice to spend your best years on someone. Spend the best years on yourself. Do what you need to do and give him the space and the choice to become an exciting husband, or he can stay a boring uncle forever.
And this is why I keep saying women be really taking advice from women like this, dog. Like this is wild. This is so wild. This is so wild. So the marriage did not so the marriage is over because the dude is boring. And I'm still trying to figure out at what point in time were the women in any of these examples exciting? What specifically were they doing where it's the ooh and wow? Like sitting up there for a guy's birthday, sitting up there shaving and then putting a bow directly on it on the same exact thing that he sees every day, every single year. That's not a gift. That's the lowest amount of effort that has ever been seen. Like that's that like what are we like Jesus Christ. I guarantee you that a lot of these women out here that's in this woman's comment section that's talking about men, I promise you they very much lack personality. Even though they say that the dude is boring and this, that, and the third, usually in a lot of instances, that is also projecting. Because, like I said, it's already hard. Like, case in point, like when it deals with dating, normally it's difficult for guys, to start up a conversation. But we can sit up there and do it. Like I said, we take a lot of L's in order, to get to where we need to sit up there and go, right? In order to get to our full potential, right? On the other hand, when you got women out here when it deals with dating, 9 times out of 10, women do not have game, right? I'm not sure if folks have really seen women out here like even going back to high school. If you ever seen a girl try to sit up there and hit directly on a guy, it looks very awkward. It looks like a car crash that you cannot look away from because it's crazy. It's just like, what are you even talking about right now? What are the weird sounds that you're sitting up there making? It's like, are you going to say anything? Like it's just it's all over the place. Like people are freezing. They don't know what to sit up there and say. It's awkward laughs. Can't even carry on a conversation, let alone even start a conversation. It's looking crazy. And again, this is why when it deals with dating, you don't even see women. Well, at least in America, you don't see women here sitting up there doing it. Now, if you're dealing with, let's say, like Japan, or some other countries over there in Asia, or maybe some European countries where, people do this back and forth. Both men and women are sitting up there going out there, hitting on each other and all this. Like I said, you're going to see a whole different thing. And like I said, that's a whole eye opener. Like I said, to even know that there's countries out there where you got both men and women just doing it. I'm like, whoa, that's what really? I'm like, that's the thing? Because I'm like, that's not happening in America. That would never happen. Never happened. Never happened. Like I said, it takes a lot to sit up there and be able to, ask somebody out and whatnot. What is up, Shawnee Brown? What is up? You said how much you want to bet that she's not married? I looked at her hand. If I could slow it back, she has a ring right there. I just realized when I froze that she looks like a discount version of Scarlett Johansson. Maybe it's just me. But it looks like a discount version of Scarlett Johansson. But she does have a ring, but again, that doesn't mean that she's married. You got women out here that have bought themselves wedding rings. I think, what was it, Britney Spears? She got herself a wedding ring because Kevin Federline couldn't afford it. So yeah, she bought her own. You got other women that have went out here and got married to themselves, right? So hey, I guess we can to what Ms. Brown is saying, I guess we can do a 50-50. She may be married, but how she's married is a little bit different. Like we don't know. She could have married herself. She could have married a tree. She could have married the sun. She could have bought her own red ring. We don't know, right? We just know she got the ring on there. I guess maybe she might be smarter than the average. She was like, you know what? They're going to sit up there and try to question me and say that I'm not married while I'm giving this information. Let me just put on a ring and do this content so it's more believable. You got folks out here. You got folks out here thinking. Gail was like, SEIJIHITO, sir, my game was tight. I had a few fellas tell me I had them feeling like a female. I mean, I believe it. I mean, but see, Gail, that's the thing, though. That's a part of like the rare. That's a part of a rare woman. That was sitting up there doing that. Outside of that, Gail, on average, that is not what's happening. That is not what's happening, especially if you have like going back to high school because it's the easiest one to go to, especially if you think about high school and girls are trying to talk to the guy that they very much find attractive. Yeah, they crashing and burning. Like it's looking wild. They're making that dude look like a top 10 all-star. The way that they sit up there coming at that dude and just like malfunctioning. So it's crazy out here in these streets. Sam said, I'm not judging women who have sex outside of marriage because people are not religious all the time. Most people have sex outside of marriage nowadays. Third said, a lot of women, small talk game is horrendous, especially with a guy that they're yeah, exactly. Ms. Brown sitting up here laughing. Vince said some 7 to be said. Yeah, you're right, but at the same time, they can't complain if they get an STD. That's why they say stop sleeping with strangers. Vince says some of these women marry themselves while getting gratification from B.O.B. I mean, yeah. Oh, also, I forgot to also list. You also got the I think, what is it called, like a lavender marriage, where you got women that want to be married and they want to have that fairy tale life, but they don't want a guy that's actually attracted to them. So they'll get married to a gay guy. So they'll, have the quote unquote marriage on paper, but they're out there living separate lives. So the guy's out there doing his own thing and the woman is out there doing her own thing. I'm like, what type of stuff? I'm like, couldn't y'all just been like single and I'm like, I don't understand. I'm like, who are y'all doing this for? Y'all doing this for like God? Because I'm like, y'all just lying all over the place. Then are y'all doing it for your families? Because again, y'all lying all over the place. And are you doing it for yourselves? And I'm like, even still within that, you're still lying all over the place. I'm like, any which way it goes, it's just one huge lie that people are just trying to, keep up, which to me is crazy. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's beyond peer pressure at that point. Like, I don't know. Like, that's 100% wild. Let me see. Do we got another one directly up here? Like, some of these comments, let me see. How to detach from him while we are in a relationship? Serious question. I don't want to leave him, but I need to detach the way I'm too obsessive over. Wait, what? Ladies, find a hobby, date yourself. The more you live your life and ignore them, the better life. So instead of just finding a guy that matches with you, you're trying to tell women, what? Like, yo, this. Yo, these comment sections are comical. Jesus. So another woman said, not to be dramatic, but I would follow you into battle. Okay. You have the best advice ever. Lord have mercy. Somebody said, what if he provides financially, but he doesn't do effort for the relationship romantically and emotionally? I mean, but you knew that. I'm a little bit so you married the dude or you're with the dude for financial gain. So you already knew what comes with that. You already knew that when it dealt with romantically and emotionally that he might be lacking in that area because he's probably been focused the greater portion of his life just, working with money in the business. So like I say, you like that part, but then when it comes to what comes with the money afterwards, like, oh, I don't got the romantic side. All right, so maybe you got to fill in that gap. Maybe that's the work that you got to put in. He's doing all of the work for the money so you can take trips, be on yachts and all this other type of stuff, and you will be the person to initiate the love and all this other. I'm not understanding. Like, it's crazy to me to look at comment sections. The women are like, I should just be able to exist and everything just fall directly in place. No, that's not how it works. It doesn't work like that for anybody. You can't just simply exist as a woman and just automatically just get stuff for no. No, brother. You have to work the exact same way that everybody else works for something. You got to sit up there and work for it as well too. Like I said, there is no part in no area on this planet where a woman can just exist and automatically she's just millions of dollars, inundated with trips, inundated with money, don't got to lift a finger, don't got to do nothing, ain't never have like, no, come on, man. People, like I said, I don't know what fairy tales people are looking at this moment in time, but it's crazy. Another person said he would immediately say, quote, why are you acting that way? You don't care about me or what I have to say. and what to do. Like, I'm looking at women asking questions. I'm like, have they ever been in relationships? Because I'm like, you're asking somebody, and you don't even know if her relationship is even good. You don't even know if she's even been in a consistent relationship. Because again, she's an internet personality. She could be lying about stuff. Like, what? You said I started matching energy. My husband 2 years ago, I started putting myself first. He's very confused. You said I've actually been doing this and it feels better. They said the problem is even if they decide to change and put effort, my resentment doesn't leave. Once a boring partner, always one. How can I change? You're the problem. Like, are you kidding me? You're sitting up here telling me that okay, you went through this thing, and then let me highlight this nonsense, dog. Like, this is what, like, brother, what? Do the women out here not read the stuff that they write? Like, what, brother? Like, what? Where are the checks and balances? What in the world is going? Let me just put this up here. Let me put this nonsense up here. This is why a lot of dudes are like, I'm not going to put no effort. This woman sat up here and said that the problem is even if they decide to change and put effort, my resentment doesn't leave. Once a boring partner, always one. How can I change this? Like, okay, how you can change this is don't be in relationships. I'm sorry, don't be in relationships with men. That's what you do, because that's stupid. You're like, you admit like, okay, I see the changes. I see him doing the things that I want him to do, the things that are necessary. Okay, cool, fine, but nah, that's not good enough. I'm still resentful. What? So now you're just doing stuff on purpose. You're just acting like this out of spite now. And you're like, how can I fix this? You don't know how to fix yourself. You listed the first part to listing that you got an addiction or a problem is stating that you have a problem. You stated that. But you're like, you're asking a whole nother person, a whole nother stranger, how to fix you. This is crazy, brother. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And I'm like, how is it possible that all of these women are sitting up there writing some of the dumbest stuff that I've had the honor to read? And it's like there's no type of correction, there's no checks and balances. People are just going through, just liking comments. This is why the dating market is trash. This is exactly why this dating market out here is trash. Like, this is wild. Like, what? Like, this, what? Gil was like, gay dudes know how to get that money. Can kind of see the point of a lavender marriage. Let me see. Vincent says some of these women marry themselves while getting right. And then you said some of the things women do is just weird. Tippy said, I saw a video of a doctor warning people on spring break to be careful, but one ear out the other. They pop it up in hospitals when infections, gonorrhea, and HIV is rising. I mean, you can't tell nobody nothing. People don't want to listen. It was like I saw a video of two lesbies on spring break. Literally says, if we don't come back with an STD, we didn't complete our mission. Hey, and this is why I did a video before where I was sitting up here talking about like people don't really know where a lot of those STDs and infections are coming from. Like I said, try to warn people. Like, that is crazy. Wait, Sham, are you talking about your head is spinning from what we talking about, or are you talking about like really? It's like if it's actually like spinning, like yo, you gotta take some time out. I knew I was having this live stream for a little bit too long. See, Sham probably would have been, up there laying down with the cats or something. I probably didn't got like Sham's blood pressure up talking about all these conversations. Gail said if you have a boring partner that provides and you're still bored, that means get you a life outside of a relationship. I promise you, I can find something to do. And And that's the whole other thing that I'm talking about as well, Gail. Like that's the crazy part. Like a lot of these women, the dude is the one that's sitting up there providing, like, you know, the house and all this other type of stuff. But it's like you calling the dude boring. I'm like, I keep telling people like, yo, when it comes to certain things that are like finite, like if the dude is doing all of like the money and the providing stuff, I'm like, all right, that's purely his role. Like that's obviously all he knows how to do. Tunnel vision, that's what he's best at. He's going to lack and probably fall apart when it deals with things dealing with a relationship and emotionally actually being there because he's never had to emotionally be there. He was there for the money. He was probably not even actually emotionally there for himself. So it's like a lot of stuff is just not going to register because he had to let go and subtract a lot of stuff in order to ascertain the money financially that he actually has. In order to get that financial stability, he had to sacrifice a lot. And I told people that when it deals with the stuff that you want in life, you're going to have to sacrifice a lot in order to get that. And a lot of people are not willing to sacrifice that much in order to get that. So this is where the compromise comes in. A lot of women ain't trying to sacrifice and do the stuff that men do in order to get a lot of money. So it's like, compromise is I try to find a dude with wealth. I try to find a dude with money. I try to find a dude that's well to do. But I'm like, all right, if that's going to be a compromise, you got to play the role of like, all right, well, this dude is the money. And then on your side, you're basically the emotions and everything of that sort that comes with the relationship. Like I said, people got to play some type of roles. Like this whole thing of what's the thing online where women are talking about like princess treatment. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. Because number one, usually when you think of a princess, you think of, you know, technically a young girl. Right? When you think of a queen, you think of a grown woman. So it's like it's a little bit weird where you got grown women talking about they want to be treated like a princess, which is a young girl. And I'm like, huh? I'm like, shouldn't we upgrade the titles? Queen treatment or something like that? Like, but I forgot when you deal with queens actually put in work. Queens actually, you know, have gotten their hands dirty. You know, they've actually ruled and, you know, and sent down orders and this, that, and the third. But I guess I don't know. I don't know. It's just, you know, it's crazy out here. Shem was like, yeah, let me get my pillow and set my head down. Shem said, right, Gail. I'm like, itch. I need you to get a hobby. Stop harassing your husband. Tippy said, yeah, lie down and drink some tea. Yeah. Sham said, this sounds like emptiness syndrome. The kids are growing up. It's quiet, and now she doesn't know what to do with herself. Miss Brown said, stop expecting people with irrational thoughts to come with rational solutions. That's bars. That's bars. That's 100% bars. That's bars. But it's hard to do. You know, looking at the comment section, it is very hard to do because again, I'm a guy, right? So you're fighting with the whole thing. Well, I'm really not fighting with it, but I'm just using it as an example, right? You know, you got a lot of guys that fight with the whole thing where, you know, men are from Mars, women are from Venus, you know, women mature quicker than men and all this other type of stuff. So it's like you would think that if you read and see what a lot of women are talking about, it would be logical and it would make sense. And then I'm looking through a lot of these comment sections, you know, out of the 743 comments that this woman got on this video, and a lot of this stuff is just stupid. Like it's crazy. Once one woman said that I'm a lady in dating that gives 3 strikes and I never announce these strikes. I'm out. What? What the dog? It's like, what even is that? Another person said, I did this with my first husband, spent 4 years just doing me and living the best life. He didn't care. Ha ha. Thankfully, I found a new wonderful husband. So, what you're saying is that during the 4 years that you were with this guy and you had this whole thing of him being the boring guy, you were out there just seeing other dudes. Because I'm guessing that's where the ha ha, thankfully he didn't care because you were out there ha ha cheating during the marriage, and this is how you met the husband. Society is sad. That's all I'm going to say. Society is sad. Society is sad. That's Somebody said I was with my ex-husband for 20 years, and that's how I feel. I gave him the best years, bending over backwards to please him, yet it was never enough. 20 years, right? Okay. Within that whole thing that she's saying, I ain't hear nothing about couples therapy or marriage counseling. I didn't hear her talk about like, hey, we took this vacation to like Fiji, and I ain't hearing nothing. All I'm looking at is folks saying that every single like this is my thing. This is my thing. Somebody else says she looks like Scarlett Johansson too. This is the other thing I noticed too, right? Nobody finds it weird that all of these women on social media and in these videos are all saying that the dudes are boring. So I'm like, so if women know how to pick dudes and they know what it is that they're attracted to, so in my mind, that means that boring attracts boring. Like normally attracts like, right? People who do drugs normally attract other people who do drugs. People who drink normally attract other people who do drink. People who work out in a gym normally attract other people that work out in the gym. So if I'm supposed to gauge this conversation with basic intelligence, and all of these women are coming with the exact same thing in this comment section right now. All of these men that they've dated or been with for years or married to are basically boring. I have to basically look at this is that all of these women are boring. That's the only way this makes sense. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that every single one of these women are exciting, and these exciting women just automatically snatched up all the boring men. What? Huh? Where they do that at? Yo, that is crazy. Vincent said Princess is a title for daughters and not grown women. Facts. Sham said, I'm too dizzy to go get tea. I tried to stand up and fell back. Yeah, Sham, it might be blood pressure. So you just gotta just lay down for a minute. Take some breaths. You gotta lay down and just, just sit down for like 5 minutes. And if you're gonna get up slowly, get up. It might be, blood pressure or sugar or something like that. So Vincent said, this is why, because of the examples, why I am shamelessly single. Sham said, this sounds so tragic. Like, this sounds like a report I wrote on how social media has made people lose the ability to think creatively and critically. Yeah. Gail says she shouldn't have been over backwards in the first place. This is the thing. I've noticed that a lot of women normally say in these relationships that they've done everything in the relationships to be the perfect wife. And I'm like, how is that possible when a lot of women sit up there and say that they're not doing anything for a guy? They were like, even if I'm married and have his last name, I'm still independent. I'm still single. I'm still out here living my life and moving the exact same way that I was when I was single before I was married. I'm like, then what was the point of getting married? I'm like, that doesn't make any type of sense. Women sitting up here saying like, even if I get into a relationship with a good guy or whatnot, whatever, I'm still doing me. He still has to do everything for me. It's like I'm not entertaining no man. Then why be in a relationship and a marriage? If that is the thought process, if that is the way that you look at certain things, like I said, it is wild out here. Like I said, social media has jacked up a lot of folks, and it's going to kill a lot of relationships. It's going to kill a lot of social engagement. A lot of folks, I guess, ain't paying attention because this is why you don't see a lot of dudes at clubs. Because they're like, it ain't even worth it. It's like you go there, you having to buy drinks, but the women ain't going to sit up there and sit long enough to actually talk to you. They just want the drinks because they expect you to just buy it. If they're thirsty, they expect you to, make sure that they're not parched anymore. And then it's a thank you, come again. That's it. You ain't getting nothing for it. You ain't getting a conversation. You're not getting a number. You're not even getting like a wink. You're not getting nothing. You just spending $40, $50 and you're not just buying her drinks, but you're buying her friends' drinks. Like what? Like I said, everything is done. Like somebody else said, we're living in a society right now where it's just like open prostitution. That's the best way to put it. Like you got too many women out here. They already got a problem with marriage, so we clearly see that. And then when it deals with dating, you got women out here talking about like, oh, in order to talk to me, you got to give me like $50K. you got to give me an allowance of a few $1,000s. What? The other crazy woman sitting up there talking about like if a dude wants to be with her, he automatically has to just be able to put down like $10 million. Brother, what are we talking about? what what are we talking about? Like, yo, that's crazy. Like people making themselves as if they're like rare resource minerals on this planet. That's crazy. I'm like, what are we doing? I'm like, who raised these women out here? Like, this is egregious. I'm like, these prices, like that the old man used to sit up there and say, these guys' prices too damn high. Yeah, the prices for women out here is too high. And it's crazy I gotta say it like that. But I'm not wrong because again, women are saying that they got a price. I'm that so I'm just saying I ain't wrong. I ain't wrong. Tibby said, let me clock out this conversation. I don't feel I should speak in on it. Sam said the conversation feels like it's coming from the older group, the older women, rather than thinking about or preparing for change. They just divorce out of there. Yeah, it's crazy. Shonda said prostitution all day. Yep. Sham said, yeah, men don't stand a chance. The young ones want you to be rich, and the older ones want you to be entertainment. Y'all just full of objects, toys, sex slaves at this point. I mean, yeah, remember I gave y'all that video before where a woman basically said that no, 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 no. Yeah, it was in a live stream, and it had to do with like feminists. It was like this one white woman. She said that men serve no purpose. All we are is just like walking dildos. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's it. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, all right, you got it, coach. You got it. Like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, I feel sorry if any of those people that that think like that actually have. I feel sorry for that son if they actually have like a male child. Lord have mercy. God help you. Godspeed. Godspeed. Sham said, like, let's reverse the conversation towards women and all hell will break loose. Women would be out here objectifying men. Yeah, it'd be crazy. Like, and the crazy part is you don't have thousands of videos of dudes online talking about like, yeah, my wife is boring. My wife is just she needs to really entertain me. Yes, I'm like, man, I'm like, who really did this? Oh no, I can't even tell. I know that woman is African, but I can't even sit up there and hear it. What is this? She said, my husband is a cancer, mentally drained me for years, boring, emotional, non-communicative, tries to make himself the victim and verbally abusive. What? What does the zodiac sign have to do with anything? Like, is there like I said, I get that people like to believe in a lot of different stuff. That's cool, but I'm like, I've never heard people say that there's signs out here that automatically are rich, that are automatically the smartest. I've normally heard people that automatically say like, "Yo, there's these signs out here that are not good for relationships." Every single time, like all the time, right? But I never hear people say, "Yeah, these are the signs that's automatically the smartest in the world. These are the ones curing cancer. These are the ones that know like all of the deepest secrets of the universe." I've never heard it. People always talking about like some base level type stuff, but I'm like, I never hear anything that's really like, wow. I'm like, yo, these signs are really like the smartest ones. I'm like, yo, really the most knowledgeable. I'm like, yo, they really curing cancer. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Them signs are like, yo, it's wild. Never hear it, and I'm like, that's wild. But it's like if it deals with guys, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. These signs right here, these are the guys that you just don't date. Oh, of course, you got a thick beard up here. Let me see if So let me just do this real quick. That's about a 25-second video. I thought at a point in time, like the whole thing with like the beards was like retired, because I know that's been going for like half a decade right now, with like the Rick Ross beard or whatever. I thought people technically slowly but surely like retired that, because I'm like, just like how we talk about, like a lot of women got like the same type of hairstyle right now. I'm like, every single dude got the same beard. I'm like, brother. I'm like, some of the dudes was out here walking around like Jermaine Jackson. I'm like, bro, you got to retire any whatever ink that you're using directly on your forehead to make it seem like you got a hairline, brother. Retire it. It's all right. It's all right. The 70s and 80s are gone. It is okay, brother. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Da-da-da-da-da. Let it go. Just let it go. So let's just listen to this real quick.
No girl want to be with a boring ass nigga. All you do is the same thing. You come home, you be on your phone all day, you don't communicate, you don't plan trips, you don't plan dates, you don't do nothing spontaneous. You even have the same sex. That's why she's thinking about leaving your ass, is because you're boring, you're basic, you don't do nothing. You got to get it together or you're going to get left. The fuck?
I'm just gonna say, as an expert on hair and looking at things that's leaving, I can spot quite a few things directly in this shot, but I digress. The other thing I want to sit up there and state that along with the hairline sitting up there, and again, as being the captain and the prince of all hairlines, I'm looking at a hairline receding like a sunroof. But you got the nerve to sit up there and try to call dudes boring and say that a woman is going to sit up there and leave them. That's wild. Your hair is leaving at this moment in time in quite a few areas. I promise you that 9 times out of 10 guys like this are single. They're not married. They make it seem as though that they are just the A1 dudes, but they are never A1 when it deals with a consistent relationship. These are the same dudes, one of which that I showed you 2 different videos. One where it was a dude just like this, where he had like, the chain, and he had all of these bags. He was doing everything directly for his wife, and he was telling everybody like, yo, you need to do this. You need to be a 100% provider and do this and do that. And that's how you keep a woman. And then we found out that same dude that was doing everything and paying everything, his wife divorced and left him for somebody else. And I'm like, so how did paying for everything go for you? How did that work out for that marriage? Oh, that's right, it didn't. Oops. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy when folks like this get on social media and they make this type of image directly of themselves like they're an automatic relationship guru, and they don't really have a history of a consistent relationship. Or especially dudes like this, they don't even have a consistent marriage. Or dudes like this, they don't even have an actual consistent relationship, if he has kids, with their own kids. That's the wild part. They can be consistently inconsistent. That's the most consistent that they'll actually be. But then they'll turn around and start making personas, directly online, and they want to sit up there and start, trying to gear content, towards women so they can pull in some stuff. That's wild to me. Like, that's deeply wild. And the other thing that gotta happen is I need a lot of dudes to start retiring the fibers, like the hair fibers and stuff. I'm like, dog, it's all right. It be like that. It's like either go to Turkey or you just like let it be, or you just let it go. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, and also in reality, a lot of folks wouldn't be talking, if they couldn't magically have a certain image directly out there. Like I said, all of this stuff where folks want to sit up there and try to cater to women and stuff, like that stuff is corny. That's the best way I can sit up there and and put it. Like I said, a lot of folks, like dudes like that, automatically looking for some type of like money real quick to get that directly off of the women out there. And I'm like, that's wild to me. Oh, I remember her. No, I understand her concerns. Like her, like let me. My husband unlocked a men's only store, and now I feel their pain. Normalize telling him he's boring. What? Gotta look at this one. Ah, boy, I'm just having fun at this moment. I'm sorry. Like I said, there's only a few of us here, so it's just whatever. And this will also probably be a video live stream wise that'll help somebody get through their work period. So again, shout out to those folks if you made it this far. You know, if it just so happens to be a replay or you're not here during the live, much love, respect, and appreciation. So let's take another look at another video real quick.
If the guy that you're talking to is boring, tell him. Tell him that he's boring the shit out of you. Don't be shy. Let him know. Be like, hey, you're kind of boring. Or I'm kind of bored. Or be like, are you always this dull? Like, don't be shy to be a little direct. Here's a little story time. I was once on a date with a guy and I was so bored, but I didn't even realize. I just started yawning. I probably yawned like 3 times and it spent like 40 minutes and I didn't even realize until he called me out on it. He was like, you're yawning. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But I was truly so bored because he was so interested in my life because I guess my life was way more interesting than his. And then he continued to take me out on several other dates with him. I guess he got the hint that I was kind of bored of him and he wanted to impress me. So girls, don't be afraid to let a guy know that you're bored because it will likely set their game up for you.
That's wild. So we heard that, right? So let's just get this straight real quick. So the guy was interested in what she had to say. He was interested in what she had to do. I could have sworn that's what a lot of women stated, especially when they get degrees or they're earning money or they have a brand new house that they bought or a brand new car. They want people to be impressed. They want people to actually care. So she had a dude that actually cared, but she was like, I'm really just bored, just talking about myself, and you're not saying anything. You're really actually boring. You're not, da da da. You're not entertaining. Brother, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make this, like I said before, this is what happens. This is what happens when guys out here start inflating these egos. This is what happens. This is exactly what happens. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like, that's wild. Ah, I got you, Tippy, and this is exactly why Sony is going to discontinue the PS4. I got you, Tippy. They're going to shut off your Sims. That's going to happen. They're going to shut the Sims off pronto. No more service for you, Tippy. No more. No more. What was it? Ms. Brown said, so she wants to normalize blatant disrespect. I'm confused. Exactly. Gail Jones is like, yo, that woman is a Dollar General Kenya Moore. At first, now, when I originally saw this woman, what was it? Anybody remember Coming to America? And when Arsenio Hall was basically cross dressing, that's automatically what came to mind. It reminded me of that character. It reminded me of that. Maybe it's just me though, but it reminded me of that character. Like, I just saw it as soon as I saw the forehead. I'm like, that's Arsenio Hall. I'm like, oh snap. Vincent said, the thing I want to know is, does any of this nonsense work? I want testimonies. Shem was like, LOL, Gail. Shem also said, LOL, none of this nonsense works. People aren't cookie cutters. Just one thing works for everyone. Sham said, LMAO. Tip was like, why can't she ask him a question? They'd be sitting up here laughing at what I said. He was like, dang, that's a low blow. Oh, so now it's a low blow, Tippy? That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Sham was like, do you still play The Sims? Tippy sitting up here laughing. Sham was like, she looked like the character for real. Yeah, she does. Yep. Tippy was like, what about it, Sham? But yeah, that's like, yo, this stuff out here is crazy, man. This is just crazy. This dude made a video talking about even a good dude is draining. Let me see what else we got directly. I'm trying to find some stuff real quick. Somebody said upset her husband doesn't want to go out on his day off. Ladies, these men will respect and love a dog more than you. I'm confused. How did we get there? Wait, let me just refresh this because it's acting a little bit weird. It acts crazy when you're doing this off a PC. Let me see if I can find the same face of the woman that I was about to click on here. I saw firsthand how friendly husbands get themselves in trouble. Okay, that's a reckless life. Okay, so I'm like, how did you end up being with those guys? I'm a little bit confused. Let me see, no boyfriend, no boyfriends. All right, I'm done with that nonsense. And again, that's another woman that got like over 100K followers. I'm not shocked. That this generation of men, it's been a long time since I've seen like Godzilla. Because every single time I see Godzilla, I always think about I think was it Mothra and the very large wings that Mothra has. And as soon as I saw this woman here and I saw the eyelashes, I automatically thought about Mothra. Because I'm like, those things are so ridiculous. I'm like, it doesn't make I can't even really focus directly on her. I'm looking directly at what's the names?
Probably one of the most unromantic ass generations in the world. Like, you literally gotta ask a man for dates, ask them for flowers, ask them for time. Like, it be so rare
I can
that
feel
you
the
have a
wind when she
connection with
blinks.
somebody that want to do those things naturally. As a woman, I'm not telling you shit that you should already know. You should know that I like flowers. You should know that I like dates. You should know that I want time spent. Like, I'm not the bitch that you keep put up in the crib. I want to go out. I want to be seen. I want to have a time. I cannot do a boring nigga. That shit drives me insane. I like to have fun. I like to create memories. If you're boring, it will never, ever, 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 ever work with me. Ever.
She's gonna be a single mother real soon. There's no other way I can sit up there like, and the craziest part is naturally she's very beautiful. I'm not sure why she has on those eyelashes. I don't even that it's not even helping nothing. Not even helping it. She needs to 100% take those off. Respectfully. She does, like I said before, looking directly at her face, looking at her skin. She does not need that at all. Those eyelashes are not helping. It's not working at all. But then she wanted to sit up here and talk about if you're a boring guy, and she wants to. First of all, you're talking about you want to go out and be seen. Who are you trying to go out and be seen? Who are you trying to impress? That's my question. Are you who? Because you're not trying to impress You're not trying to impress men. You're not trying to do that. So you're trying to go out there and be seen by other women. Like, I'm a little bit confused. Like, I don't understand. Like, who are you specifically trying to impress when you go out? And then you're trying to create memories. Again, you're out here stating, because you got the face that you got, you sitting up here stating that guys are basically boring. But you're not stating how it is that you're exciting. You're stating that you like to go out, but you're not stating, like, you're not talking about like, oh, you like to go hiking, you like to go river rafting, river rafting. You want to sit up there and climb a cliffside with no rope. Like, you're not listing anything. You sitting up there going snorkeling or deep sea diving. Like, you're not listing nothing. Like, I ain't hear her list one thing that she does that is exciting. You're just like, oh, I need the dude to be exciting. He got to take me out. I want to be seen. I like dates and I like flowers and rah, rah, rah and all this. But what do you actually do that's exciting? Like I said, the umpteenth time, I don't hear nothing from these women about how they're exciting, because 9 times out of 10, they're not. It's the guy that has to be the entertainment, because in actuality, it's the woman that's boring. Because usually women who are not boring, they're the ones that's always active. They're always doing something. They might be just, out there. Let's say in some instances, maybe they're building. Maybe they're formulating like a garden. They're always doing something. They're always out and about. Right? Those are the ones that are not boring. This one right here, where she is directly, nicely decided to set herself up so that she can do that 25-second clip, did her makeup, lipstick, lashes are directly on, hair, baby hairs, and all of that. She made sure she looked nice for this 25-second clip. And I'm like, that was boring. There's no action here. Nothing's happening. Like, this is wild. But like I said, she's going to get that excitement. She's going to be with one of the guys that she finds to be attractive, that really ain't interested in her, that can pull like 1,000 of her with no problem. And she's going to be left as a single mother. That's going to be her excitement every single day. That is what's going to happen. Because she's going to be like, I don't want a boring guy, or, consider normal guys to be boring and rah, 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 rah. And she's going to be out there risking her life. She's going to be out there potentially, might be suffering black eyes, bruised ribs, some long hospital stays, maybe some STDs or STDs. Like I said, she's going to have a lot of excitement. Like I said, I know the type of guys that she is into, that she likes. Like I said, as it has been written, it has been foretold. Like I said, it's crazy. Vincent said, like, excuse me, said, like, with the clicker sound. That's crazy. Timmy said, I want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. Gail said, talking ish while laying in the bed. Yep. Mm-hmm. Third said, they think calling us boring makes them seem interesting by proxy. With actually, the crazy part is this. Guys out here, a lot, you got quite a few guys out here, not even a few, you got quite a lot of guys out here that are actually active. And when guys sit up there and say, like, all right, we can sit up there and be active and do some stuff, a dude could be like, all right, we can play, basketball. We can go for like an intense, workout, or we can do some indoor, rock climbing, things like that. What else could I possibly list? I'm not going to put the hiking thing up there because everybody hikes. Skydiving, right? Base jumping. There's a lot of things that you can do that's an adrenaline rush. Even going to like a shooting range, stuff like that. And I think in not LA, in Vegas, they have a special type of shooting range where you can get into a helicopter and fire not an LMG, but a chain gun. Right? You can fire that directly from the helicopter. Dope stuff. Right? There's a lot of stuff that you could go out there and do that can be exhilarating, exciting, get the endorphins basically running. But do you think that women like this are going to list those things? No, they're not, especially if it deals with workout. She wears makeup. She is not sweating that out. She got her hair done. She is not going swimming. So knock out swimming and knock out anything that has to deal with sweating. Right? So we're going to knock all those stuff, directly out. So now if it deals with like, let's say like base jumping or maybe skydiving, she probably ain't gonna do that because she might be afraid of heights. So you might as well cut that directly out. She got nails, so she not doing no rock climbing. That's over. So already some of the stuff that I even named is already out of there. Right? Maybe going to the shooting range may possibly work. I guess maybe, I'm not sure. But like I said, the greater majority of stuff that I already listed is already out. It's already done. It's cooked. It's fried. And it's like, how many times you're going to be able to, keep doing those activities before magically she calls that boring, and she needs something else. She needs something else to get those endorphins moving. Like I said, I don't know, man. It's crazy. Shan was like, what is it with TikTok from the bedroom? I've noticed that to be a thing now. Is this a form of advertising? I'm not sure. Tibby said, dang, Seji, I guess I'm boring because I'm a homebody. A lot of people are homebodies. Like I said, homebody, like, let me tell you something, Tibby. I done told people before, like, people can say whatever they want to say about me, but when it deals with the longevity of my life, I don't feel like trying to look over my shoulder. Like I said, the one time, shout out to my boy Ricky. The one time I got brought out to like a rooftop club, it was pretty busy. It was all right. But then afterwards, you had like, that was the first time I seen like out there in public, like people normally put on World Star, all of that stuff. That was the first time I done sat up there and seen like two drunk women sitting up there fighting in the alley. And we were just sitting up there watching. I'm like, I'm not even about to break that up because I'm looking and I'm trying to see if whoever that they came with, like if they're guys, like if those dudes are basically there, because you got some dudes out here where they'll be sitting up there waiting for a dude to try to break up a fight just so that he can sit up there and start fighting somebody. I'm like, yeah, nah, I ain't it. Y'all got that. Like I said, I saw like hair and weave all over the floor and shoes. And the other thing too is like, yo, at the end of let me just sit up and say this. I liked the point in time where there was like a bit of modesty when it dealt with like how women dressed. Cause it's crazy that going to like a club, all it takes is for a woman to like make one move, like to even like take a knee or to bend, and then automatically you can see everything that she got because she's not wearing no underwear. I don't know what's up with women going out to these places or these clubs or to engagements and not wearing no underwear. That's crazy. Like that is just like, what's happening? I'm like, I could have sworn there was a point in time where people used to get fully dressed. It's like I said, I'm man at the end of the day. Everything looks great, but I'm not trying to sit up there and see everything. I'm like, bro, it's just like if that was the case, I could just go online real quick. I could just go to, to Twitter or whatever it is, and bam, there you go. Like I said, it comes to a point in time, even when it deals with guys, you just want to just see the woman. You ain't trying to see everything else. Everything else, like, hey, like I said, we've been seeing it. Different flavors, different colors, all of that stuff, right? Like a lot of times we just want to sit up there and just see like the woman as is. Right. Like I said, like a lot of people say, like sometimes like, hey, leave stuff to imagination or whatnot or whatever. I shouldn't be able to go to a club and, women get into a fight and then everything is just like falling out. And like I said, I don't know. Ms. Brown said she can't even hold any bullets at the shooting range. I mean, that's true. Like I said, the craziest part is whenever I see nails like that, I'm like, dog, how are people, like, if people gotta go to the bathroom, how are they, properly even wiping? I'm like, I know that has to be difficult. And I'm like, your nails are long enough where it might be, it might capture or touch some. like I said, this is why they don't allow nails when it deals with food handlers. This is exactly why, because you're not going to be able to properly clean your nails. Like you're just not going to be able to do it, and it's going to get in the way of a lot of stuff too. Vince said these women version include the following: traveling for no reason, going on dinner dates, which I find dull, and I don't want to watch you eat. Vincent said, hell, I'm a homebody. Tippy said, because I play video games too, and that's not boring to me. Games take your mind off of other places to other places of peace. That's true. Gail said the two women that were fighting ended up in bed together later on that night / morning. I don't know. They weren't lesbians. I can tell. I mean, maybe they might have been bi or tri. Possibly. I don't know. But I did know that they got broken up because they were in separate groups of women. Like, I don't even know what the fight was even over. That's how dumb it was. Like I said, people knocking into like garbage cans. Like, this is like, I would have thought like this was like WrestleMania or something. I'm like, yo, this is crazy. I'm like, she is really knocking her into that big green, giant trash can. I'm like, yo, this is wild. I'm like, this looked like some ECW stuff back from like the 90s. Like, it's wild. Gil said, okay, yeah. Tippy said, okay, hold on. I worded that wrong. Wait, what? Wait, what did you word wrong? You said games take your mind to another place of peace. I mean, I get what you're saying. It was there. It was there. He said games take you out of reality for a moment. I got you, Tippy. Third said I'm playing Warframe and Dead Zone Rogue. Yo, you know the funny part is, Third, I've had Dead Zone Rogue since they brought it to Xbox. I've had that for a minute. Had that for a minute. Third was like, her fingers stink. That's crazy. Tippy says she probably has scratches on her behind, possibly. Rabbit said, Seji, I play video games and collect exotic / luxury scented candles. Oh, that's dope. Yo, your house gotta smell great. Let me tell you, every single time people roll up in there, it's like, yo, you getting like bouquets of like flowers. You getting other stuff smelling like like the sea or like the forest, springtime and like in Sweden and something like that. Paris Cafe. Oh, you probably got like all types of scents there. Like, it's crazy. Revolution said too much Botox. Wait, where do you get Botox from? That's not how that works. You got black women that naturally have faces like this. That's not that's not how it works. Now, if you were talking about like white women, okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, like Jennifer Aniston, yeah. It's crazy. What was it? Rabbit said I don't want to generalize, but she looks like the entitled big bags I grew up with. She been eating good. Her parents really told her no. No, she looks. I'll probably say I'm looking at like her arms. I'm looking at her. I mean, now looks could be deceiving, but I'm just judging off an arm. I say that she might be like 5, maybe like a 7, 8, or 9, and she might be about like 160, 170. Because like weight is different on women. That's the one thing that over time I've learned. Like a 160, 170 on a guy is going to look drastically different versus if it's a woman, 160, 170, it's like, wow. It's like, that's wild. It's like I didn't know that's how that looked when you put it on a woman's body. Like, it's vastly different. It's vastly different. To say you got cool hobbies. Thought I said they think I'm boring makes it. Oh, wait. Okay, so I went back up. Okay, that's what happened. My bad. Third said I kinda collect candles, but it can get expensive. Oh yeah, very expensive. Very, very expensive. Rabbit said, thanks. Yes, my neighbors have complimented me multiple times just by passing by my apartment. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, it's an apartment. Oh yeah, everything is funneled directly in there. Like the scent in there is going to be drastic. Like as soon as the scent hits the door, you're going to be having infused like combinations directly there. Trust me, I understand what it's like. Because I make my own candles, like I told people before. The favorite, because well, specifically, candles for like bathrooms. Um, so it's like, people have to go to the bathrooms, like, you can light up the baby oil, scented candle. And that one, because of the unique smell of that, because it is so strong, it's light and strong at the same time, it covers. So it's like you don't gotta worry about nothing, just in case like escaping directly out of the door, and you're good. It's either that or I'll make one that's what was it? I got like a deep fudge brownie one that I made before. So then even if let's say like you blow out the wick or whatnot, it smells like brownie. It smells like a very deep chocolate brownie, even when you blow out, the wick and whatnot, which is pretty dope. The Fruity Pebbles one, that one, I feel like that one needs a little bit of work. Needs a little bit of work. What's another one that I did? I think I tried to do like a vanilla combination with something. Still working on that one. The vanilla, I think I need a different. Wait, how did I get to the candle thing? My bad. I'm going all over the place right now. We're talking about this. My bad. I'm sitting up here talking about making candles. My bad. What was it? Pillow said the internet is killing empathy. Yeah. Tibby said she has a filter. Oh, she does? Oh, that's a shame. Third said I also collect replica swords and comics. That's dope. That's dope. Shauna says she is naturally pretty. I don't understand why she's doing that. Yep. Same thing I said. Fran said romance is wait. You said romance is fake love. It's all performance. Then when you get your feelings hurt, you're the victim. Shauna said, "Oh wow, okay, Seji, jack of all trades." you know, like I said, I like it due to the fact of my mom. Because when basically living directly with my mom being younger, I would always see her making candles. I'm like, yo, that's actually kind of dope. But I never really thought about it. But I would always see it, like she had like the different, types of like shapes and whatnot. And she would specifically make the candles where she would have the wicks tied to I think like to the stick or whatever, and then I think she had to like dip it like multiple times or something like that to form the can. It was some way that she was doing. I have to call her and ask her one of these days. But I was like, I thought that was actually pretty dope. And then she had different colors directly to it, as well. I was like, all right, that's pretty dumb. Like, one of these days I'll probably, do that. Like I said, I got like a whole like the amount of money that I spent on buying up the wax that they had. Crazy. During that time. So I got like a beyond a Crayola box, worth of colors, worth of wax, that's up there. Along with, had the different types of like waxes and things like that. I mean, not those waxes, but the actual candle wax, so you got like the beeswax, the soy wax, and things of that nature. I was supposed to look at the different types of wicks. The ones I think that burn better are the wooden wicks that are a little bit wider. And I think they absorb more of the oil that is there. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. It's it's a lot of stuff. My bad. I ain't trying to get directly into. I keep flying right back to that. I tell you. Let me tell you something. Vincent said, shoot, all hobbies get expensive. I play Warhammer 40K. And man, it can get expensive over time if you have multiple armies. Oh, you're talking about you got like the I want to call it like the board set, but I know what you're talking about. Yeah. And that can get intricate too. Like if you're really deep into it, where you paint the sets, like cold stuff. Like I wanted to do that with Gundams. I thought that was a pretty cool thing. Tibby said I used to fix headphones. When the bass breaks, I'll replace it with a new bass and then duct tape it. I mean, that's how it works, Tippy. That's how you get into the whole thing of learning how to fix stuff. Like I said, it's slow and steady. Slow and steady. Like I said, I know how to fix like controllers and and things of that nature. Like I said, I got to get a soldering set, like a soldering iron and whatnot, so I can do the more intricate stuff. Because I got quite a few controllers here that I know that I can actually repair myself. And that's a little thing, a little hobby that I'll do and whatnot. Gail was like, Seji is a mastermind. Ooh la la, this woman, yo, that's crazy. Ja was like, "Are we actually talking about candles right now?" I mean, we got into the conversation because somebody else basically mentioned it, so that's how that happened. So, my apologies. Timmy said that I used to collect batteries. Collect batteries? Wait, huh? Gail says, "Seji needs some advice. Why does the wax sink around my wick?" I forgot what that was. I want to say that maybe because of the temperature, because I had the same thing happen to me as well too. When I would make candles, I would have the issue where it would just not just sink in around the wick, but it would just technically cave in. And once I started using I wish I had the name of it, but the soy wax worked out a lot better. So I'm not sure which wax that you're specifically using, but the soy wax for me worked out a lot better. And when I poured it and after it cooled, everything was completely solidified and it was even. And I didn't have that problem anymore. So I want to say it's more so a wax problem, versus a temperature, type of problem, or maybe, even dealing with the oils that you infuse. So I would say try it with a different type of wax before you decide to change anything else that you're doing. So I would say go for soy, or I think the other one should be beeswax as well too. But again, when you switch waxes, you got to also deal with the burn rate of the temperature and also the wick and how the throw of the smell, of the scent, will also go directly off of that as well too. Because certain waxes you got to add a little bit more versus other waxes you just may have to add a subtle amount of the scent because the throw will be strong enough. Sonny said, "How dare she disrespect men? God made us way too generous. That is why we can pull off muscles because we're better at having a human body." Shauna said, "Okay, you will make any woman happy. At least you should." Oh, well, thank you. What was it? Vincent said, "Yep." Tippy said, "For controllers." Vincent said, "Exactly. Miniatures, codex, dice, and terrain. And yeah, it can get pricey. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and trust me, I understand. I've seen some of those and I thought about, I'm like, man, I do want to, that look kind of dope. And I might sit up there and think about it, but I'm like, man, I don't got nowhere to actually like have all of that stuff. Like, I would need like a whole wall because for me, I'm like, am I actually going to play with these, or am I going to sit up there and just like paint them and and decorate them and whatnot? So that would be the problem for me, because I treat them like Gundams and just have them in a glass case. Hack said, "What kind of control?" Yo, what's up, Hack? What is up? What is up? What is up? Vincent said, "And it is fun." Man said, "Howdy." Gil said, "Thanks, no problem, no problem." Tippy said, "Xbox, yes, I am. C to play." Wait, huh? He said, "Xbox, yes, I am. C to play on Xbox." What? You said used to. Okay, I got you. Somebody said men are corny. I mean, I guess. I mean, I'd be like that. I don't got no problem with being corny. I've been told that my whole life. So I'm like, hey, it is what it is. I mean, y'all know where to go for the popular guys. Y'all got that. So I'm like, it's crazy. It's crazy when people sit up there and pull up and be like, yo, man, you actually quite corny. Why, thank you. And my lifespan is going to be a lot longer than a lot of the guys that you tend to deal with. And I'm not going to be out here also creating single mothers or passing out STDs. So I'm good on that. Corny and boring. I am good. I'm good. Like I said, shout out to that person. Shout out to you. You know, it'd be like that. 100%. Like I said, you can't make this up though. I mean, but this is the thing though. If the thing is, if men are basically corny and as you say, why not just be with the women? Because I'm guessing, just to guess. Because if men are corny, then the opposite has to be exciting, which would be women. Why don't you just be around the women that you find to be exciting versus trying to tell men what it is that they are? I mean, that seems to be a little bit weird. And especially talking to guys that you know that you're not interested in. That's a little bit weird. Just trying to figure out. Like it's 2026. I'm like, I need some people to come up with some new words though. That's crazy. But the crazy part how I look at this though is like if men are corny, I'm the corny guy, right? But yet I guess I'm not really that corny if you magically came upon this live stream and decided to stay enough in order to try to say something to get my attention. I mean, that's crazy when you put it like that. You got a guy that's basically corny, but then I guess he's not as corny as you say it is because you decided to leave a comment on a corny dude's live stream in order to get attention or to get some type of notice. It's something right there. That is something. Shem was like, LOL, Gail, it is April Fool's. It's really the New Year's today. Ms. Brown said, shout out to being corny. Yes. You said, shout out to being corny. You can bypass a lot of problems like that. Let's normalize that. Yeah. Yep. But Sheeta was like, men are corny, huh? Redman voice, I'll be that. Yeah, that's facts. Like I said, I'm fine with that. At one point in time, like when folks used to be like, yo, man, you lame and da da da. It's like I got like a little bit offended, but then I'm like, it's whatever. Like I said, that'll be my security to make sure that I'm going to make it to 60 and 70 and 80. Like I said, the uncorny ones, the cool guys, and all of that stuff, early grave. Every time, early grave. Like I said, live fast, live dangerously. And in a lot of instances, if they make it, past all of that dangerousness, they also live alone. Live fast, live dangerously, and then live old enough to live alone. That's usually how that works. So like I said, hey, it be like that. Glory to the winner. Ain't no hate over here. Like I said, shout out to all the exciting guys, all the dangerous guys directly out here. Like I said, snatch up all of the women that want to be excited. Y'all got it. Like I said, I tip my hat to you. You got it. You are the winners that God made you. But even with winning, it has its limits and its time. But you got it. Like I said, you got it. What was it? Shauna said that's why y'all always miss great men. Like seriously, corny, really like aren't. Wait. Seriously, corny, really. Like, aren't we too old for that dumb ish anyway? That's facts. Sham also said, men, it ain't you. Women don't know what in the world that they want. We won't know ever. Wait. We won't know ever, and we'll be dead and still complain about the hairstyles. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. You said finding out what we want is like solving a Scooby-Doo mystery at this point. It'd be like that. It'd be like that though. Like I said, shout out whoever this person is. Shout out for being one of the greatest examples of the things that I was talking about through these videos. Shout out, like I said, I love these examples. This is why I love live streams, because a lot of these folks never pop up on any of the the standalone videos in a sense. They never happen to show up there where I can just pin the comment, which is wild to me. 100% wild. Crazy work. What was it? Shauna said, "Hey, Seji, at least you lived." Bars. Bars. Yo, this man crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Because that is man right here crazy. But now, I think who was it? It wasn't Bushido. I forgot. It was a few others that basically said like, "Yeah, we got one more hour directly out of Seji." Technically, you got more than that because we were supposed to end this at 4, and we are now going 6 hours on this live stream. So I'm just going to heavily blame Tippy directly on this. When in doubt, blame Tippy. That's what I'm going to do. That is what I'm going to do. It's currently 3:18. So again, I was trying to, end this so that you guys got the rest, of this great afternoon. Well, I'm not sure where everybody is. It might be raining or whatnot, but y'all got the rest of this great afternoon to, order some food, figure out what you want to do, what you want to eat. Maybe go out to the movies or whatnot or whatever, get your day started. Maybe we got go workout plan. I can't even talk right because I know I've been up for too long talking. My brain is shot right now. It is completely shot. Hack said, based Seji. Much love, brother. Much love, much love. But yeah, I'm gonna let y'all go, and I'm gonna try to fight through potentially falling asleep because I did say I was gonna have a video directly up for you guys. So yeah, I'll try not to sound too drunk in my response to the video that I'm going to upload for today, because sometimes that happens, because a lot of times I'll do these videos, I'm tired, and yeah, I just be tired. So it's like my thoughts and words may not come across too clear, but I mean well. Like I said, it's tough. It is tough. Tippy says, Seji, I have a mod request. What would it be, Tippy? What would it be? What would it be, Tippy? Sonny said, putting a bunch of plastic and glues to feel like yesterday. Ma'am, lower your tone standards and that nail length. Mm. What was it? Sham said, he said she trying to look like yesteryear. Yo, it's crazy. Sonny said she got on polyester on purpose like a child. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I know they got to be hot though, because it's like if you sweating that, oh yeah, it's over. it is, it is over. I'm trying to wait for Tippy real quick. This woman be slow typing. Let me tell you something. She is taking her time. Come on, Tippy. Start typing. I know you can hear me too. Sham says some of these women still stuck in high school and already got grandchildren. Yeah, that's the crazy part too. I'm like, man, you are literally a grandmother before 30. Ooh, that's wild. It's crazy work out here, but it be like that. So Tippy said that we should add to the family Bushido, Third Eye, D Love, and Shauna. I mean, folks have been here for a minute. Yo, Shooter, what is up? You said being a gram bop is crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Shan was like, "Oh, appoint a new mod." Let me see. Man, Third been cracking some jokes on me. I'm not too sure about that. I don't feel safe with Third. I don't know. Yo, let me see something real quick. Yeah, 6 hours and 30 minutes. It's been a minute. Let me see. Let me see. Dun 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 dun. Let me see, man. Wait. Okay, there we go. Got that one. Wait, let me go back down. Who is it? I gotta go back to. Okay. Third. Didn't I just get? I think I did just get Shauna. I think I did. Dun dun dun. Where's his brother's name at? Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to find him real quick. What in the blue? Yeah, am I slipping? Why can't I see? Wait, you said so I've been live through the entire workday? Correct. Correct. Yeah, I was looking for your name too. What is it? What was it? Okay, I'm trying to make sure I got all the names here. Let me see. Got that. And wait, where did she go? Okay, I think I need is D still here? Let me is D Love still here? I need her to type something real quick. Okay, I got Shido third, got Shauna. Right. Okay, if Shauna is there, where is I just need D Love to pull up real quick and just write something. Let me see. Yes, third right there, right? Yeah, because it's not I can't see past why don't I have timestamps on here? Okay, so we did that. Yeah, because they won't let me see past 2:57. I think maybe I might have to catch her on the next live, maybe just in case like if she's not here. Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, I might have to sit up there and catch her on the next one. Good job, Tippy. If only you would have said this earlier. You came up with this. This woman came up with this grand plan when people started leaving. Yeah. Oh my God, here we go. Tippy's like, now y'all acknowledge me for thinking. And the funny part is, like, the craziest part that has always been hilarious to me is that when I happen to hear, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. When I happen to see a lot of you guys talk because you've been here for so long and a part of live streams, the weirdest thing is I read what you guys write directly in your voices. And that's why a lot of times I end up laughing when I'm reading y'all comments. Because I can already hear, like, I'm literally hearing your voice as I'm reading what it is that you put directly down in the comment section. Like, it's hilarious. It is hilarious. Shan was like, don't be bullying new mods. Jill said, thanks, Sham. Thanks, Tippy. Shout out to Seji. Try to live up to the other minds. Kind of hard to do when Tippy and Sham are always on point with the trolls. This one right here, she said, we have our April Fool mod newborns. That's crazy. What? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sham was like, LOL, I forgot it's April Fool's. I mean, technically, I forgot, as well, but I figured that's why, I mean, not well. I don't know what happened with the video originally. I don't know. Can't even sit up and say it's because of April Fools. It just didn't work out. But like I said, shout out to all the folks that are currently here. At this moment in time. Also, shout out to all 32 people that pulled up directly to the previous video that I posted. And also, shout out to the 9K that pulled up to the previous live stream of yesterday. Much love, respect. Was it yesterday? I think it was. I don't know. Brain is just off at this moment in time. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. This is almost like a full work day. At this moment in time, I'm just talking here right now. It's crazy. It is crazy. I wish they would actually let me mod stuff from this side as well, too. MC Shauna said, oh, thank you. No problem, no problem, no problem. Let me see. Mo was like, now y'all have access to the Bermuda Triangle and the Shadow Realm. Sonny was like, weird. Shout out to all of the fools. Tippy was like, LOL. Y'all crazy. Can't take y'all nowhere. It be your own people. It be your own people. Anyways, now officially, Tippy was like, thank you, Seji. Yeah, so you can't say I don't read your comments and I don't acknowledge you, Tippy. I literally, you wrote something and I got you. I got you. So you can't say that no more. Shauna said I did too. But yeah, now officially I can actually let you guys go because we've been here for an extra 2 more hours. Whoa, you got a snowstorm coming? Sham was like, I got a snowstorm coming in the middle of the day. Wow, that is crazy. I mean, I'm used to Michigan weather, so it's technically not too crazy, but it's like, man, it's technically summer in a sense, sort of, kind of. Well, spring. But yeah, that's wild. Sean was like, be like that. Yeah, do. They do. Shan was like, yeah, they just sent out the alerts on my phone. That is wild. Well, you know what? I'll put it to you like this. I would rather you have a snowstorm, well, a small, little snow flurry or whatever it is, versus having like a flash flood. I'd rather that. I would rather that. Anyways, let me let you guys go and try to fight not going to sleep. At this moment in time, because I can tell you I am tired. Let me tell you. I am tired. What was it? Sonny said you running off to your real friends on True Social. Do I even have a True Social? I don't even think I got one of those. I think what was that one? I think we had like a red note and a blue, was it Blue Sky, Blue Stacks or something? I forgot what it was. But I remember the other social media platforms. I remember those. True Social, I think that's like another social media platform that people had at a point in time. I think, wasn't that during the whole time when they were getting rid of like TikTok or whatever? Like during the whole thing of like Red Note and whatnot, I think. Like my brain is done right now. So it's like, Shauna said, dang, it's like mid 90s right now. Tippy sitting up here laughing. Sham was like, yes, true. Good night, Seji. Tippy was like, oh wow. Sham was like, what's True Social? Sham was like, don't Trump on that. Oh yeah, ain't that platform? It probably is. Sonny said, how do you know everything about it then? I don't. I don't, but I do remember, I think they were broadcasting it a bit, because like whenever Trump would like write something, it's either on True Social or Rumble or whatever it is. So that's one of the ways I know about the other social media platforms. Shauna said taking that nap. Yeah, we'll do. Will do. Even though I really want to put up this video though, I really do, but I'm not sure if I can at the moment. Brain is cooked. Sonny was like, maybe you should stay on a little bit longer and let us know. This man is trying to have me go through a mind wipe. It's gonna be nothing but like gray matter. It's like, yo, Seji, do you know who you are right now? No. What's today? Yesterday. It's gonna be crazy. Completely crazy. But yeah, like I said, love you guys. I will. What you say? You said wouldn't want to make any assumptions. Crazy. But yeah, love you guys. Thank you guys for being here for the longest point. Think my voice might even be falling off at this moment in time. Thanks for being a part of the live stream and the conversation as well. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the live stream. If you weren't here for the full grand total, which is crazy to say 6 hours at this moment, then you'll be able to hit that repeat button and check that out, and hopefully that will get you through the greater duration of your work period, and make sure to leave some comments. All right, peace out, and I will catch you guys in the next live stream and or video.